There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. The blood crystal was destroyed, but no major disturbances had yet occurred in the Star Alliance. Furthermore, the blood crystal's location was extremely remote, so it took a long time for anyone to discover it. Wang Lin's main body seized the blood pavilion and carried it away. As he flew, his body slowly shrunk, eventually returning to the appearance of an ordinary cultivator. The blood pavilion, which he had sealed, also shrunk and was eventually swallowed by Wang Lin, enveloped in spiritual power. The blood pavilion was very peculiar, and Wang Lin intended to study it thoroughly. Wang Lin found a 6th-level cultivation planet, entered it, and sat down cross-legged, beginning to conceal his aura. The sensing of Wang Lin's clone had now stabilized. It's worth noting that although his main body had attracted the attention of some powerful cultivators, no one suspected the ancient gods. After all, the ancient gods' era was truly too far removed from this cultivation world. In the void of the Thunder Immortal Realm, within the Luotia star domain, a small landmass drifted slowly. Beyond this landmass were layers of massive clouds that shouldn't have been there. All the clouds quickly condensed, lightning flashed continuously, and faint rumbling sounds echoed. A moment later, a bolt of lightning struck the landmass from within the clouds. Amidst the resounding explosions, the lightning scattered across the ground, transforming into countless tiny electrical sparks. These sparks continuously moved and quickly sought out the unconscious Wang Lin, penetrating his body. Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. Then, numerous lightning bolts began to strike, shaking the ground, and many rocks and soil fragments appeared at the edges of the landmass. The blood ancestor stared intently at the distant continent, feeling half of his blood body residing deep within. He could even sense the vital energy within his blood body being rapidly absorbed. This feeling drove the blood ancestor mad. Intending to kill someone but inadvertently helping them grow was a situation he had never encountered before in his life. But at this moment, the blood ancestor dared not advance. Carefully observing the clouds swirling around the continent, he could sense a certain force slowly rising within, growing stronger and stronger. This is the heavenly tribulation. I never imagined that person's cultivation could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Surely, the divine power that fell from the starry sky into the demon spirit territory years ago was also created by this person. A cold glint appeared in the blood ancestor's eyes. That's good. The heavenly tribulation is getting stronger and stronger today. If I step forward, wouldn't I be helping him fight it? I'll simply wait here and watch that guy get killed by the heavenly tribulation. That would be satisfying, blood ancestor sneered, staring intently at the floating continent, his eyes gleaming with hatred. Around the floating continent, the clouds grew denser and denser, as if being restrained by some force, keeping it motionless. The massive clouds condensed, and after a moment, another bolt of lightning struck the ground. The continent trembled, and many edges crumbled. This process continued for a month, with lightning strikes becoming more frequent. Finally, Blood Ancestor could no longer see the edges of the clouds. Blood Ancestor retreated, not daring to provoke the clouds concealing the power of the heavenly tribulation. The old man was not afraid, but rather delighted and resentful, muttering, "The more the better. Let this cloud layer grow thicker, and I'll kill that Wang Lin inside." Only then will my hatred be resolved. The cloud layer grew thicker and thicker, covering the entire continent within a few days. Even the void below was densely covered in clouds. From afar, it looked like nothing but clouds. At this moment, it was as if the heavenly tribulation was about to be completed. Gigantic bolts of lightning emerged from the cloud layer and continuously struck the continent. These lightning bolts were not only above, but appeared in all the surrounding clouds. The deafening thunder echoed, and the continent within the cloud layer was rapidly disintegrated by the terrifying lightning strikes. After striking the continent, the lightning bolts dispersed and shot straight into Wang Lin's body, who was unconscious deep inside. Each time the lightning struck, Wang Lin's entire body trembled, and a great deal of lightning energy circulated within him. Suli Guo was so terrified that he hid inside the immortal sword, not daring to come out. The power of lightning was almost fatal to him. A single bolt of lightning was enough to scatter his soul. At this moment, within Wang Lin's body, the power of the mysterious old man and the blood body of the blood ancestor were merging and neutralizing each other. This process should have taken a very long time, but now, with the power of lightning continuously flowing into Wang Lin's body, it accelerated rapidly. The primal energy in Wang Lin's body was growing at an extremely fast rate. The heavenly tribulation lightning striking his body not only didn't injure him but instead brought him unimaginable benefits. However, he was currently unconscious. If he were conscious and used his thoughts to guide it, he would reap even greater benefits. Endless bolts of lightning continuously struck the continent. The scene resembled the continent being placed inside a furnace between heaven and earth, then refined by the lightning. Such a refining process is extremely rare in the cultivation world, as no material can withstand such powerful attacks from lightning. If there were, it would only be the continents of the Thunder Immortal Realm. Before the Thunder Immortal Realm shattered, the continent there had been covered by immortal lightning for many years. Although it later broke apart, it remained a part of the Thunder Immortal Realm. Under the attack of the heavenly lightning, although the edges of the continent continuously crumbled, the interior, propelled by the lightning, became incredibly solid. It could even be said that this object, under the refinement of the heavenly lightning, increasingly resembled a magical artifact. This artifact possessed unimaginable power, because its material was not an ordinary object from the world, but a small fragment of the immortal realm. If that were all, it would be normal. The important thing is that it wasn't forged by a cultivator, but by heaven. Blood Ancestor gradually realized this point. He took a deep breath, a greedy look appearing in his eyes. With his cultivation level, there weren't many treasures in the world that could tempt him. But now, when he saw that piece of land, due to a fortuitous coincidence, was transforming into a magical artifact, his heart pounded. It's all predetermined by heaven. This time, I've suffered too much loss. If this fragment of the immortal realm undergoes heavenly refinement, its power will be different. I fear it might unleash the true power of the immortal realm of yesteryear. This thing was definitely prepared for me. Excitement flashed in Blood Ancestor's eyes. Lightning continuously erupted from the clouds, but at this moment, all the lightning suddenly disappeared. The clouds swirled, undergoing violent transformations, and streams of black lightning hidden within suddenly emerged. Compared to the previous lightning, these black bolts of lightning were truly a heavenly tribulation. They quickly condensed and shot straight towards the continent. At this very moment, Wang Lin, deep within the continent, suddenly opened his eyes. The black lightning, carrying divine power, struck the ground. A deafening explosion suddenly echoed, the ground creaked and cracked, and large fissures appeared. Deep within the fissures, Wang Lin opened his eyes wide. The lightning descended at an extremely fast speed, striking Wang Lin. Boom! Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled violently, the lightning entering his body like a destructive whirlwind. But in an instant, everything was shattered by the blood body and the aura of the mysterious old man. Three powerful forces clashed, using Wang Lin's body as the battlefield, emitting thunderous explosions. Finally, they all transformed into streams of primal energy that enveloped Wang Lin's body. At this moment, his primordial spirit rapidly absorbed the primal energy and grew stronger. A strange light shone in Wang Lin's eyes. He had regained his senses. Especially after being struck by lightning, he had completely recovered his consciousness. Heavenly tribulation. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The power of the heavenly tribulation in the demon spirit territory from years ago was still fresh in his memory. Now, facing the heavenly tribulation again, a glint of light shone in Wang Lin's eyes. The moment Wang Lin regained his senses, he immediately noticed the chaos within his body. If this chaos wasn't quickly resolved, he wouldn't even need the heavenly tribulation to explode. He himself would be annihilated. The heavenly tribulation has arrived at just the right time. Wang Lin had never felt so fearless, yet even joyful, at the appearance of the heavenly tribulation. Without hesitation, he clapped his right hand on the ground, and his entire body suddenly straightened up. Su Liguo, inside the immortal sword beside him, immediately shouted, Boss, take me with you. I want to return to my storage bag. This place is too terrifying. As Wang Lin flew up, he simultaneously waved his right hand to summon. The immortal sword immediately flew to him and he put it into his storage bag. Even the immortal mountain was retrieved. The moment Wang Lin flew out of the continent, all the clouds covering the four sides suddenly became turbulent. A heavenly power even stronger than the heavenly tribulation in the demon spirit territory suddenly appeared. Under this heavenly power, Wang Lin's body was instantly pressed down as if by a pair of invisible hands from the sky, causing his entire body to rumble with explosions. At this moment, four streams of black lighting instantly condensed above, below, left, and right, and in an instant, they shot out. Wang Lin spread his arms wide, not bothering to dodge. In a flash, the lightning struck directly at Wang Lin. Immediately afterward, lightning from the clouds on either side of him also shot towards him. Finally, lightning from the clouds below the continent shot straight up, piercing through the continent and striking Wang Lin. The four black lightning bolts exploded within Wang Lin's body, colliding once again with half of his blood body and the aura of the mysterious old man within him. This collision was far more intense than before, a true whirlwind erupting within Wang Lin's body. The three forces clashed violently, releasing dense streams of primal energy into the heavens and earth. This surge of primal energy was so intense that after impacting downwards, Wang Lin let out a roar, his entire body surging with energy. While his primordial spirit devoured the primal energy, Wang Lin gradually completed a crucial process, transitioning from the late stage of the great perfection of the nascent soul realm to the yin void realm. What is a primordial spirit? If one's cultivation hasn't reached the yin void realm and hasn't undergone that crucial process, then in reality, everything is merely an illusion. A true primordial spirit can absorb and release primal energy from heaven and earth, and then be reborn within that primal energy. The energy cultivated by ancient chair refinement practitioners was primal energy. When this energy is hidden within the body for a long time, it transforms into a spirit, and that is precisely the primordial spirit. However, cultivators now must retrace their steps, only barely following in the footsteps of the ancient chair refinement practitioners when they reach the yin void realm. At this moment, the powerful primordial energy of heaven and earth surged into his primordial spirit, causing Wang Lin's primordial spirit to rapidly transform. It was undergoing the most crucial step towards becoming a true primordial spirit, breaking through to the late stage of the great perfection of the peak-seeking realm. In the instant of this breakthrough, Wang Lin seemed to sense his own Tao. At this moment, it was as if all the world, all things in heaven and earth, appeared incredibly clear in his eyes. Wang Lin roared, his voice piercing through the clouds and spreading outwards. The blood ancestor, who had been gazing at the clouds with a smug smile, was eagerly anticipating Wang Lin being struck dead by the heavenly tribulation. But upon hearing the roar, his expression changed. Yin Void, the blood ancestor's face darkened as he muttered, "It seems the primordial energy within my half-blood body can temporarily allow this person to withstand the heavenly tribulation, and even reach the Yin Void, but if that's all, then perhaps." As he spoke, his expression changed once again. He stared intently at the rapidly moving clouds in front of him, his face showing signs of shock. It's still rising. Wang Lin had never felt so comfortable before. The immortal power within him was rapidly disappearing, replaced by a surge of primal energy emanating from his primordial spirit. In an instant, the clouds all around seemed to become enraged, their heavenly might transforming into thunderous roars. At that moment, 8 black heavenly tribulations descended from the clouds in the sky, striking Wang Lin. Wang Lin burst into laughter, his primordial spirit shooting out from his forehead. His primordial spirit was no longer human, but had completely transformed into the form of an ancient thunder dragon. The moment the 8 lightning bolts struck, the ancient thunder dragon's primordial spirit immediately opened its mouth and swallowed them. The 8 lightning bolts that had been swallowed immediately followed Wang Lin's gaze back into his body, and then all were released. Half of the blood body and the aura of the mysterious old man within Wang Lin's body erupted, creating enormous streams of primal energy. Under the impact of this primal energy, Wang Lin's cultivation level rapidly increased. His Yin Void realm instantly stabilized and then surged straight to the peak of Yin Void. The Yin Void and Yang realms represent the limits of the first and second stages of cultivation. After reaching Yin and Yang perfection, Yin Void involves a transformation of the primordial spirit, while Yang realm involves the dissipation of immortal power. All immortal power in the cultivator's body is completely replaced by primal energy. This process is also known as primal transformation, where the cultivator completely transforms into something similar to a terra-refining practitioner. From ancient times to the present, after the era of the terra-refining masters, the immortal realm shattered, immortals perished, and only a select few cultivators could break through to the great perfection of the peak of enlightenment, reaching the Yin Void and Yang realms, and simultaneously transcending these two realms. Their subsequent achievements were no exception, all stopping at the highest level of the second stage. Even Tai Yanzi in the past had to spend 300 years to successfully transcend the Yin Void and Yang realms. Ling Jian, who took 800 years, and Blood Ancestor took nearly 1,000 years. This has nothing to do with innate talent. The most important thing is the primal energy. Now, Wang Lin is continuously advancing towards the goal of Yin Void and Yang realm. The heavenly tribulation is the nourishment, and the half-blood body and the aura of the mysterious old man within his body are the streams of primal energy that propel Wang Lin forward. Blood Ancestor gazed blankly at the distant clouds, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. I came to kill him and then gave him good fortune. I'm not willing to accept this. On the continent within the clouds, Wang Lin raised his head, his eyes extremely clear and filled with anticipation. Thunder rumbled in the clouds, a 7-colored lightning bolt flashed and quickly condensed. Never before had Wang Lin longed for the heavenly tribulation to strike him as much as now. His eyes shone brightly, staring directly at the 7-colored lightning bolt condensing within the clouds. He knew about the heavenly tribulation, but this was the first time he had seen a 7-colored lightning bolt appear. The 7-colored clouds quickly condensed, the heavenly power contained within pressing down. The continent where Wang Lin stood immediately emitted rumbling explosions. The edges of this continent shattered once again, causing its size to change rapidly. But the smaller this continent became, the more astonishingly solid it was. A glint of light shone in Wang Lin's eyes, and the enormous amount of primal energy flowed through his body like a small stream. Thump, thump. It wasn't just his heart pounding, his primordial spirit was also vibrating. Each tremor in his primordial spirit caused the primal energy within his body to circulate even faster. A powerful sensation arose in Wang Lin's heart. He had never understood this feeling as clearly as he did now. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. At this moment, Wang Lin finally felt a sense of controlling the power of heaven and earth, coolly observing all living beings. He could clearly feel his cultivation breaking through from the great perfection of the questioning peak to the limit of the first step of cultivation, reaching the Yin Void realm. The heavenly tribulation has become even stronger. A fierce glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he looked towards the sky. At this moment, the 7-colored lightning quickly condensed into a single point, and in an instant, these streams of light became dazzling. The lightning suddenly struck down with a strange sound. That sound was like a demonic melody that could bewitch the soul. In an instant, Wang Lin seemed to see many familiar faces appearing all around him, but his gaze remained calm. A deafening roar erupted, and 7-colored lightning descended, carrying with it a destructive force capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Like an arrow shot straight from the clouds towards Wang Lin. The moment the lightning struck Wang Lin, an earth-shattering explosion echoed in all directions. As the lightning power penetrated his body, Wang Lin instantly plummeted from the sky and sank into the ground, creating a series of thunderous explosions. His body was pressed down deeply, and half of his blood body and the aura of the mysterious old man within him instantly disintegrated, colliding with the lightning power. Return, Wang Lin leapt up, lightning flashing all over his body. At this moment, the hair on Wang Lin's head fluttered like that of an immortal demon. The majesty of heaven and earth was irresistible. In an instant, all the clouds covering the surrounding continent seemed to become enraged, swirling and condensing wildly. Streams of seven-colored lightning quickly rained down. Amidst the deafening explosions, the lightning struck directly at Wang Lin. Even the continent he stood on was enveloped in lightning. The thunderous roars became the only sounds in the area. At this moment, Wang Lin was like being inside a thunder prison. Everything in all directions was filled with streams of seven-colored lightning. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the continent disintegrated, eventually leaving only less than 1,000 feet. Wang Lin, above, felt as if he were in the furnace of heaven and earth, constantly being struck by lightning. Cracks appeared on the outside of Wang Lin's body, and these cracks moved rapidly. At this moment, half of the blood body within Wang Lin's body completely disintegrated, transforming into a massive surge of primal energy that merged into his primordial spirit. A powerful sensation spread throughout Wang Lin's entire body. He could clearly feel his cultivation level increasing once again. In an instant, he had risen from the stable Yin Void Realm to the peak of the Yin Void Realm and was still continuing to increase, approaching the Yang Realm. Just a little more. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The half of the blood body within him had shattered and ceased to exist, but the aura of the mysterious old man still flowed powerfully as before. Wang Lin had a feeling that if he didn't eliminate it, it would have a significant impact on his body. In Wang Lin's eyes, the decision had been made. His cultivation of immortality was about overcoming danger and finding wealth amidst peril. At this moment, only one path remained before him. Wang Lin suddenly shot up, like a sharp sword soaring into the clouds. For the first time, Wang Lin actively counterattacked instead of passively enduring the lightning. He plunged straight into the lightning storm, his arms outstretched, and took a deep breath. In an instant, a loud explosion erupted from within the clouds. In a flash, all the clouds condensed, and a massive number of lightning bolts within them furiously struck Wang Lin. Wang Lin laughed heartily, his primordial spirit spreading out to envelop his entire body to absorb the lightning, while the aura of the mysterious old man also circulated rapidly. Each lightning bolt that struck continuously transformed into enormous streams of primal energy between heaven and earth. This was a great opportunity, since Wang Lin began cultivating, seeing the direction of the third step was his greatest stroke of luck. Since soaring straight into the clouds, Wang Lin's cultivation level increased seemingly without end. At this moment, he had forgotten his cultivation level, forgotten the aura of the mysterious old man within his body. He opened his mouth wide and sucked the clouds in. Wang Lin continuously absorbed, causing the cloud layer to gradually shrink and become thin. Even the blood ancestor in the distance could clearly see Wang Lin within the clouds. The blood ancestor took a deep breath and stared at Wang Lin. Seeing that this person could devour the clouds, he seemed unable to believe his eyes, muttering, "This madman. This Wang Lin is a madman. No one can actively resist under the heavenly tribulation. He cannot be allowed to continue." The blood ancestor's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed out. The blood ancestor's cultivation level was now weak, only reaching the peak of the Yang Realm, still a distance from the Nirvana Realm. But he believed he still had more than enough strength to kill Wang Lin. The blood ancestor transformed into a blood-red shadow and shot straight towards Wang Lin in the clouds. The moment he reached him, Wang Lin's eyes in the clouds narrowed, a sense of danger spreading throughout his body. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with cold light as he saw the approaching blood-red shadow through the clouds. Blood ancestor. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips. He retreated, disappearing into the clouds. The blood ancestor's expression outside the clouds was unreadable. He gritted his teeth and shot straight into the clouds. He immediately felt the power of the heavenly tribulation. Without the lightning primordial spirit like Wang Lin, his cultivation had dropped significantly. Facing the heavenly tribulation, he felt a sense of dread. But at this moment, all those feelings couldn't compare to the desire to kill Wang Lin. The old man snorted coldly and charged straight forward. A moment later, he saw Wang Lin devouring the clouds, simultaneously being struck by countless lightning bolts in front of him. It wasn't an illusion. For the first time, the image of Wang Lin that appeared in his eyes wasn't a person, but a thunder dragon whose entire body shimmered with lightning. Wang Lin stared intently at the blood ancestor charging towards him. He raised his right hand and flashed downwards with extreme speed, the slaying Luo technique suddenly appearing. The blood ancestor formed a hand seal, and a blood shadow appeared before him, instantly shooting straight forward and striking the slaying Luo technique before shattering. The blood ancestor raised his eyebrows. He secretly sighed, thinking that if his cultivation hadn't been lowered, the blood shadow he unleashed would definitely not be so weak. Blood ancestor was about to unleash his divine power when he saw Wang Lin hidden within the opposite cloud layer swiftly unleash the slaying Luo technique, disregarding the depletion of his elemental power. At this moment, Wang Lin's elemental power was so abundant that the slaying Luo technique, unleashed, was like a series of sharp blades shattering the rules. They shrieked and continuously shot towards Blood Ancestor from within the cloud layer. Blood Ancestor snorted coldly, his hands forming a hand seal, and his entire body instantly shimmered with blood-red light. The blood-red light transformed into clusters of symbols, then suddenly shattered, causing the surrounding cloud layers to retreat a meter. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm. His body, hidden within the cloud layer, quickly retreated. He then opened his mouth and devoured the cloud layer, drawing in numerous lightning bolts. Gradually, the mysterious old man's aura within Wang Lin's body dissipated. Blood Ancestor condensed to different blood spheres in his hands and launched them directly at Wang Lin. He wanted a quick victory. The deeper he stayed in the clouds, the more he felt a sense of impending danger. Staying there any longer, he feared something terrible might happen. If he weren't in the clouds today, with his current cultivation level, the Blood Ancestor could easily kill Wang Lin. But killing Wang Lin during the heavenly tribulation was absolutely not an easy task. Wang Lin's lightning elemental spirit was like a fish in water in the heavenly tribulation, and the old man's aura within his body had neutralized all the lightning power. At this moment, a massive surge of elemental power circulated within Wang Lin's body. All of this made Wang Lin feel as if he were standing on solid ground within the heavenly tribulation clouds. Facing the Blood Ancestor's pursuit, Wang Lin ran through the clouds, continuously absorbing lightning and devouring the clouds. Gradually, the clouds became thinner and thinner. Just then, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled, and the old man's aura within him completely dissipated. At this moment, Wang Lin's body was devoid of any mixed forces, containing only primal energy. Under the impact of the immense surge of primal energy, Wang Lin's cultivation level increased dramatically. In an instant, he broke through from the peak of the Yin Void realm to the Yang realm. This process was not over yet, as the primal energy was absorbed by his primordial spirit, and his body was devoid of any immortal power. Wang Lin's cultivation level rose even higher. His cultivation, having just entered the Yang realm, quickly stabilized. The changes in Wang Lin's body immediately caused the Blood Ancestor's expression to change drastically. He even felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. He can't be allowed to continue, otherwise this person will reach the early stage of the Nirvana realm. The Blood Ancestor's eyes turned blood red. At this moment, his body had solidified into a physical form. In an instant, a much stronger feeling than before surged throughout Wang Lin's entire body. His eyes shone like stars, and a feeling of controlling heaven and earth arose in his heart. At this moment, Wang Lin took a deep breath, and the moment the Blood Ancestor lunged forward, his right hand immediately placed on his forehead. His primordial spirit suddenly shot out from his forehead. At this moment, Wang Lin's body descended from the clouds, but guided by divine power. He landed on the ground and immediately sat cross-legged in meditation. Wang Lin's primordial spirit rushed out of his body and transformed into 100-John-long ancient thunder dragon. Blood Ancestor, since you've come here, grant my wish. The primordial thunder dragon was born from lightning. At this moment, it was half hidden, half visible within the layers of heavenly tribulation clouds. Its divine consciousness emitted thunderous roars that echoed in all directions. The Blood Ancestor stared wide-eyed. Just then, Wang Lin's primordial spirit stirred slightly, and the surrounding heavenly tribulation clouds immediately emitted a howling sound. Extremely powerful streams of heavenly tribulation instantly surged in all directions. Immediately afterward, the primordial thunder dragon, formed from Wang Lin's primordial spirit, roared and flew out from the clouds, with numerous heavenly tribulations striking down in pursuit. You want to die? The Blood Ancestor's expression turned grim. He immediately retreated and, without hesitation, threw the blood spheres in his hands forward, shouting, "Blood burst!" A deafening explosion resounded, and the blood spheres shattered, transforming into a powerful force that spread outwards. Wang Lin's primordial thunder dragon primordial spirit instantly dissipated. But Blood Ancestor didn't dare to be careless and became even more cautious. He saw that where Wang Lin's primordial spirit had dissipated, numerous lightning bolts suddenly materialized in all directions, like a thunderstorm, rapidly shooting towards Blood Ancestor from all sides. You want to seize my blood body. You don't know your own limits. Blood Ancestor's eyes narrowed, his hands forming a hand seal, his entire body instantly shimmering with blood-red light. In an instant, the thunderstorms from all directions rushed towards him, but instead of penetrating the blood-red light, they coiled around him. Blood Ancestor was stunned, but then his expression changed drastically. He inwardly cried out that something was wrong, but it was too late. He saw the heavenly tribulation lightning bolts in the clouds chasing after Wang Lin's primordial spirit, then exploding with a thunderous roar and furiously striking down upon Blood Ancestor. Wang Lin, Blood Ancestor, gritted his teeth, a blood-red light flashing all over his body, instantly sending Wang Lin's primordial spirit flying away. However, during this process, the heavenly tribulation continuously descended, piercing through Wang Lin's primordial spirit and striking directly at Blood Ancestor. He quickly retreated, trying to escape the heavenly tribulation clouds. Senior Blood Ancestor, the blood crystal has been destroyed. Even your wife, Ziden, has perished. Wang Lin's divine consciousness suddenly echoed, making Blood Ancestor's expression even more somber. And your blood-colored building. I'm quite interested in that too. Wang Lin's voice resounded from the void. You're pursuing me here, but I wonder if your daughter, Yao Shizu, after being resurrected and returning to the blood crystal, will become a lamb to the slaughter. When Wang Lin saw Blood Ancestor, he only saw that everything was made of drops of blood. There was no sign of Yao Shizu. Moreover, when the storage space shattered, even with the Blood Ancestor's abilities, it's likely he couldn't have protected her. However, based on Wang Lin's analysis, it's highly probable that Yao Zixu was resurrected under the Blood Ancestor's protection. Wang Lin's words were like an invisible heavenly tribulation striking directly into the Blood Ancestor's heart. His already weakened primordial spirit was further shaken by this mental instability. Yao Zixu was his weak point. Wang Lin, the Blood Ancestor's mind trembled, and the blood light surrounding his body also fluctuated slightly, showing signs of instability. A laugh echoed throughout the space. Wang Lin's primordial spirit instantly transformed into a storm of lightning, instantly enveloping the trembling blood light surrounding the Blood Ancestor's body from all directions. Wang Lin's primordial spirit frantically condensed and pierced through the blood light, entering the Blood Ancestor's body. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation in the clouds roared down, even accompanied by 7 colored lightning bolts. The Blood Ancestor let out a low growl, wanting to break free. But Wang Lin's primordial spirit had already begun a life-or-death battle. The 2 primordial spirits used the Blood Ancestor's body as a battlefield, relentlessly slashing and killing. The Blood Ancestor's primordial spirit wasn't inherently weak, but it had been severely wounded when the mysterious old man initially took half of it, and then suffered further damage upon encountering Wang Lin. Even so, its primordial spirit was still far stronger than Wang Lin's. However, Wang Lin's primordial spirit possessed immense power, its cultivation having reached the Yang realm. At this moment, he wasn't trying to possess the Blood Ancestor's body, but rather to restrain its movements within the body, preventing it from escaping the heavenly tribulation clouds. Therefore, the fighting power of the 2 primordial spirits was evenly matched. The Blood Ancestor had to die. If it didn't die, he would die. Wang Lin understood this clearly. Therefore, he spared no expense to keep the Blood Ancestor trapped within the heavenly tribulation clouds, using the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill it. But the heavenly tribulation was now about to dissipate, its power no longer as strong as before. Each bolt of lightning that struck the Blood Ancestor made his body tremble. The brutal force struck directly into his body, creating wounds. On the other hand, a part of him was absorbed by Wang Lin's primordial spirit, becoming his aid. The lightning bolts continued to strike, and the clouds quickly dissipated. The moment the clouds vanished, a destructive pressure suddenly condensed. This was the final bolt of heavenly tribulation. As soon as it appeared, it immediately absorbed all the clouds and condensed them together, forming a thunderous cloud of lightning that surged forward. This was the final blow. This lightning bolt intended to kill. In an instant, the threat of death enveloped the Blood Ancestor's entire body. At this moment, he was restrained by Wang Lin's primordial spirit and had no way to escape. Suddenly, a fierce rage welled up in the Blood Ancestor's heart. He bit his tongue and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Bloodwind, the blood that had just left the blood ancestor's mouth, instantly transformed into a gigantic seal, like a large net directly falling upon him. The moment the net descended, a crimson light suddenly flashed on his forehead, and the blood ancestor's primordial spirit flickered and shot straight out of the cloud layer. Wang Lin, I abandoned this blood body. With Bloodwind, you won't escape. You will bear this heavenly tribulation yourself. The blood ancestor's primordial spirit, filled with unimaginable hatred, shot straight out of the cloud layer and fled. This time, the blood ancestor had suffered an extremely defeat. His primordial spirit was only half intact, having lost its physical form, leaving only a ravaged spirit. If he hadn't fled and Wang Lin hadn't died, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He even deeply regretted it. If he had truly kept his promise before, and not sought to kill Wang Lin after saving Yao Shizu, he wouldn't be in this predicament now. But now it was all too late. Under the Bloodwind, Wang Lin's primordial spirit was imprisoned within the blood ancestor's corpse, but he didn't want to escape. The primordial power within Wang Lin's primordial spirit circulated and enveloped the descending heavenly tribulation. Loud explosions immediately resounded in the air and spread far and wide. The Bloodwind instantly shattered under the heavenly tribulation, and the blood ancestor's corpse was further devastated. Wang Lin's primordial spirit was also flung out, transforming into an ancient thunder dragon that soared into the sky, roaring. The clouds completely dissipated, and the heavenly tribulation vanished. Wang Lin's primordial spirit coiled up and carried the blood ancestor's corpse back to the landmass. At this point, the landmass was only 100 feet wide. It seemed it was no longer a single piece of land, but a vast expanse. His primordial spirit merged back into his body, and Wang Lin opened his eyes. A powerful aura emanated from his body. He took a deep breath and retracted the blood ancestor's body. At the same time, he glanced down at the ground beneath his feet, his eyes flashing, and then clapped his hands on the ground. The ground immediately trembled and merged into Wang Lin's primordial spirit. It quickly shrunk, finally transforming into a tiny grain of sand that Wang Lin swallowed. He laughed loudly, took a step, and soared straight into the void. At this moment, Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the young realm, not yet peak, but not far off. He had a lot of primal energy in his body, but much of it remained unabsorbed. Once Wang Lin absorbed it all, he would immediately reach the peak of the young realm, and the distance to the second stage would be very close. In this Thunder Immortal realm, except for a few people, Wang Lin now had no rivals. At this moment, Wang Lin, combining his divine abilities and magical treasures, especially the piece of land from the Thunder Immortal realm he had just acquired and the beast skeleton he had previously obtained, was qualified to fight even against a cultivator at the early stage of the Nirvana realm who had just entered the second gate. Wang Lin traveled from the Alliance Star Domain to the Luotia Star Domain, instantly sweeping away the oppressive feeling of the place. A glint of light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. His divine consciousness spread out, immediately pursuing the fleeing blood ancestor's primordial spirit ahead. Eradicate the root of the problem. Leave no trace. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Having reached the young realm cultivation level, his elemental power continuously circulated within his body, his speed increasing several times compared to his previous peak of the questioning peak realm. He was like a shooting star streaking through space. A feeling of confidence filled Wang Lin's heart. This confidence wasn't largely related to his cultivation level, but rather the self-assurance of a cultivator who had undergone a reverse cultivation. So even powerful cultivators like Blood Ancestor, Heavenly Fortune Master, and Ling Qian, who aren't the ones I'm looking for, I can't defeat him. A look of determination flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. He suspected that even Heavenly Fortune Master couldn't have imagined that his disciple, who came from a desolate planet, would achieve such success today, relying on a series of fortuitous encounters to force Blood Ancestor into such a predicament. However, someone must have helped me, otherwise, Blood Ancestor wouldn't have been discovered in such a weakened state. Wang Lin's gaze became serious. This question still lingered in his mind. At this moment, deep within the space before Wang Lin, on a piece of land, a pale-faced man was fleeing for his life. His right arm was shattered, blood continuously gushing out. This man had numerous sword wounds, especially a rather gruesome one on his abdomen. His primordial spirit was also injured and showing signs of shattering. If he hadn't relied on his family's annihilation forbiddance technique to escape, he would have surely died long ago. A wave of death energy enveloped his primordial spirit, and his face showed pain and resentment. He tried to resist, but his opponent possessed the ancient forbiddance breaking mirror. He had used the heart forbiddance technique to help Wang Lin, but it was still insufficient. Unless he could widen the distance, he wouldn't be able to conceal his body for even a short time. Brother, this guy has so many treasures. This immortal sword is incredibly powerful. I really like it. 3 people were chasing at a leisurely pace behind them. These 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was quite beautiful, with a captivating look in her eyes. She held an immortal sword that Li Yuan had obtained from an immortal's storage space. The other 2 men were an old man and a young man. Hearing this, the young man smiled calmly and said, "If you like it, sister he, this guy has 8 more. I'll make him hand them over one by one, then I'll ask him where he got them from, and then I'll take you with me." This man's cultivation was also at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but the old man beside him was no ordinary person. If Wang Lin were present, a single glance would reveal that the old man's cultivation had reached the peak of the Yin Void realm. Within the void, as he flew, Wang Lin continuously familiarized himself with his true Yang realm, his speed increasing with each step. The powerful elemental energy circulating within his body still caused a slight instability. Usually, when he took a step, elemental energy would flow on its own, making each step seem to shatter the void. Compared to before, Wang Lin had undergone a tremendous transformation. At this moment, he seemed to be somewhat unable to fully coordinate his body, swaying slightly. He even had a vague feeling that he had merged with the heavens and earth, and that with just a thought, he could achieve his desires. This feeling grew stronger and stronger until finally, a surge of eager excitement welled up in Wang Lin's heart. His eyes flashed as he looked towards the endless void ahead, his excitement reaching its limit, as if he truly wanted to merge with the entire universe. It was as if this void within the heavens and earth was his own body. This feeling was somewhat illogical. Wang Lin's calmness and rationality told him that this was impossible. But the feeling transmitted by his primordial spirit was very real. His eyes flashed. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then decisively abandoned reason, closed his eyes, and, relying on the sensations of his body and primordial spirit, took a step forward. Immediately, the surrounding heavens and earth suddenly trembled. The void at this moment seemed to transform into a calm surface of water, and Wang Lin's footsteps were like treading on water. Invisible ripples quickly spread in all directions as Wang Lin's right foot landed. At the same time, the primal energy in Wang Lin's body instantly circulated, filling his entire body, merging with the surrounding heavens and earth, forming a very strange connection. At this moment, Wang Lin's body disappeared. There is a type of divine ability even more powerful than instantaneous movement when cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage, far surpassing the teleportation technique when reaching the peak stage. Even compared to the simultaneous use of countless teleportations to form a great teleportation, this ability is still much faster. The name of this ability is shrinking the ground into inches. This is a divine ability that can only be possessed after the vital energy within the body of an ancient cultivator transforms into a primordial spirit. In the current cultivation world, only true cultivators who have entered the second stage, after their cultivation reaches the nirvana stage, can sense and unleash it. Not every cultivator who enters the second stage can sense this divine ability's vital energy. It's not related to innate talent, but rather to sensitivity to vital energy. In the void countless miles away from where Wang Lin had just disappeared, the blood ancestor was fleeing at high speed. His cultivation had plummeted to the Yang True realm, rendering many of his divine abilities useless, and his primordial spirit had also been damaged. In the void, he continuously cursed, "Wang Lin, after I recover, I swear I will kill you." The blood ancestor's speed was incredibly fast, fleeing through the void like a blur. After a long while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "That brat Wang Lin probably won't catch up anymore. I need to quickly find someone to possess, cultivate a secret technique, and quickly recover to the Nirvana realm." After a moment of contemplation, the blood ancestor made up his mind. But at that very moment, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and without hesitation, he immediately fled. About 100 feet behind him, a ripple appeared from the void, and Wang Lin's figure directly emerged. Wang Lin's right foot landed, and he opened his eyes. Blood Ancestor, far away, was nearly terrified, his heart trembling with fear. Shrinking the ground into inches, how could someone who hasn't even reached the Nirvana stage perform such a powerful divine technique? A technique reserved for cultivators in the second stage. Impossible! Blood Ancestor's heart ached, and he hastily fled. The rumor that those who can instantly transcend the yin-yang realm of illusion and reality will always achieve the highest level of the second stage later on, could it be true? Blood Ancestor was extremely frightened. Even before his cultivation level decreased, he couldn't learn it, only able to sense the power of shrinking the ground into inches. And he couldn't fully grasp it, only touching upon its superficial aspects. As far as he knew, even Ling Jianhu didn't seem to fully understand this technique. In the eyes of people like them, this divine ability was already approaching the third stage. For the first time, a trace of fear arose in the Blood Ancestor's heart towards Wang Lin. This fear arose when he witnessed Wang Lin's transformation firsthand, witnessing Wang Lin from a peak-level cultivator at the first stage of cultivation, reaching his current level. This brat Wang Lin must be incredibly lucky. He must have been lucky to be able to perform the shrinking ground into inches technique. The Blood Ancestor felt extremely bitter, and without looking back, he quickly fled. As soon as Wang Lin opened his eyes, a clear expression appeared within them. Until now, he still didn't quite understand. In his perception, the entire process just now was simply him lifting his right foot and then placing it down. But this process felt like countless years had passed, everything flashing by in an instant. When his foot landed, he had already arrived. And before him was the Blood Ancestor, the very person he had been planning to pursue. My divine consciousness is simply incapable of focusing on him. However, with murderous intent in my heart, I unexpectedly traversed an infinite distance in a very strange way, arriving here. Staring at the Blood Ancestor's disappearing figure in the distance, Wang Lin didn't rush to chase after him, but instead pondered, sensing the changes that had occurred. Compared to the pursuit of the Blood Ancestor, Wang Lin clearly realized that this feeling was far more precious. Time seemed to pass extremely slowly, yet also seemed to fly by in the blink of an eye. Half an incense stick later, Wang Lin's eyes showed a look of understanding. He looked up at the void, raised his right foot, and tentatively took a step forward. With this one step, ripples reappeared, but his body remained standing in place. The feeling of merging with heaven and earth as one was no longer present. Wang Lin frowned, glancing in the direction where the Blood Ancestor had disappeared, and took one step after another to pursue him. However, the most important goal in Wang Lin's heart at this moment was to recapture that feeling of merging with heaven and earth as he had just experienced. When Wang Lin recalled that moment, it could be said that it made his heart pound. If I could completely master this kind of divine ability, wouldn't I be becoming invisible between heaven and earth? Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he took one step after another. After a long while, his steps quickened, and finally, his body seemed to transform into a stream of light, flashing and disappearing. Gradually, the feeling of merging with heaven and earth reappeared in Wang Lin's heart. He suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and quietly contemplated it. However, this feeling was extremely faint, not easily grasped completely. Seeing the feeling of merging with heaven and earth showing signs of dissipating, Wang Lin sighed inwardly, his thoughts turning to the Blood Ancestor. He stepped forward and suddenly disappeared. The Blood Ancestor, fleeing, suddenly felt a surge of unease. This feeling was not as intense as when he faced the Yao family's ancestor, Blood God Sun. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and without thinking, he quickly retreated. But in an instant, a celestial figure appeared in the void, fiercely grabbing towards the Blood Ancestor. With a bang, the Blood Ancestor formed a hand seal, unleashing a blood-red light that collided with the celestial figure, and his body retreated further. Behind the immortal figure, ripples rose again, and Wang Lin stepped out. Blood Ancestor's mind was greatly shaken. The scene before him shattered his previous judgments. Having successfully performed the great divine ability, shrinking the ground into inches, twice in a row, he believed he could no longer deceive himself with mere luck. After Wang Lin appeared, his body flashed forward, his right hand pointing to the sky. In an instant, a yellow springs suddenly spread across the heavens and earth. Within the yellow springs, dense resentment emanated, forming a series of howling sounds that echoed everywhere. The yellow springs was completely different from before. At this moment, a thick mass of heaven and earth's primal energy emanated from within. Evidently, as Wang Lin's cultivation increased, even his divine abilities underwent fundamental changes. Primal energy, yellow springs. Wang Lin coldly stared at Blood Ancestor, muttering softly. In an instant, the yellow springs trembled. Originally stretching only towards the horizon, it suddenly expanded endlessly, seemingly replacing an entire piece of heaven and earth. The entire area around them became the yellow springs, enveloping Wang Lin and the Blood Ancestor. The heaven and earth's primal energy surged, and vengeful spirits formed from countless resentments condensed, relentlessly attacking the Blood Ancestor from all directions. The Blood Ancestor's expression was extremely grim. At this moment, his body and primordial spirit were already extremely weak, and even in the yellow springs, he remained the Blood Ancestor. Even in this state, it was very difficult for Wang Lin to kill him. Although in the endless yellow springs, a cruel expression appeared on his face, and he formed hand seals. The red light on his body immediately shone brightly, and a powerful pressure emanated from him. Blood transformation. The Blood Ancestor's entire body began to tremble. Without delay, the entire primordial spirit transformed into a massive blood claw, striking directly at Wang Lin. With one claw strike, 3 streaks of energy, like raging dragons, rushed towards Wang Lin with a tearing sound. As it lunged forward, Wang Lin raised his right hand, his internal energy surging, and struck forward. A loud bang echoed, and Wang Lin retreated, moving out of the range of the yellow springs. He softly chanted, "Condense the spring souls." Countless resentful energies within the yellow springs condensed, instantly infused with energy, making them even sharper. Unexpectedly, countless images of Yao Zixu appeared within the yellow springs, attacking the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor groaned, his blood claw striking backward, as if intending to tear the yellow springs apart. As for the vengeful spirits of Yao Zixu, though he knew they were fake, he couldn't bring himself to attack them. With a single claw strike, he tore a gap in the yellow springs, his body flashing as he lunged towards the gap. At this moment, countless vengeful spirits transformed into Yao Zixu relentlessly tried to stop him. The Blood Ancestor let out a mournful roar, a look of determination appearing on his face. His blood claw swept across his body, causing the countless vengeful spirits transformed into Yao Zixu to completely collapse. The extremely realistic and heart-wrenching sounds echoing in the Blood Ancestor's ears intensified the pain in his already injured primordial spirit. Torn apart by the Blood Ancestor, the yellow springs finally crumbled, the gap growing ever larger. Finally, the Blood Ancestor, with an indescribable voice filled with hatred, burst out, "Wang Lin, you and I will never coexist." After bursting out, the Blood Ancestor's demeanor was fierce, but his mind was utterly exhausted. The mournful cries of Yao Zixu continued to echo in his ears, seemingly never to fade away. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin rushed forward, his soul-slaying banner transforming into a swirling mass of black mist that instantly enveloped the Blood Ancestor. The karma of the Kunji Immortal merged into the black mist, a continuous crackling sound echoing. "Gather!" Wang Lin whispered, and the black mist frantically contracted. But the Blood Ancestor inside continued to fight back. At this point, the arrogant Blood Ancestor relentlessly resisted, causing the black mist to alternately contract and expand. This repeated cycle caused it to show signs of dissipating. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he spat out a mouthful of primal energy. Upon entering, the black mist seemed to gain immense power, contracting even more frantically. However, the Blood Ancestor's resistance had now reached its peak. With a series of loud bangs, the black mist unexpectedly began to crumble. The Blood Ancestor's roar from within, like thunder, echoed in Wang Lin's ears. "You want to seal me? You little brat, Wang Lin, you're not qualified yet." The Blood Ancestor's roar echoed, and the black mist weakened. The dense fog quickly thinned, and in an instant, it would completely disappear. Once this black mist vanished, the soul banner would be destroyed. 3 main souls appear. Wang Lin shouted. Immediately, from within the black mist, the 3 main souls, including the Killing Soul and the 4th soul, instantly condensed and furiously attacked the Blood Ancestor's primordial spirit. Through the mist, the killing soul could be seen transforming into black smoke, engulfing the blood ancestor's primordial spirit, forming a huge killing mouth above his head, constantly biting and tearing. The fourth soul, accompanied by a roaring sound, continuously pierced through his primordial spirit. Each time it pierced through, it extracted a large amount of primordial spirit energy. The last main soul transformed into a human form, then into countless dark energies swirling around the blood ancestor, slowing his movements. A ferocious expression appeared on the blood ancestor's face. A red light flashed all over his body, and a complex incantation emanated from his mouth. Under this incantation, the red light intensified, even causing the surrounding black mist to gradually turn purple. Blood God Ice! A low roar erupted from the blood ancestor's mouth, and the red light surrounding his body instantly became eerie. From within his primordial spirit, an unimaginably powerful force surged out, spreading wildly. Immediately, the killing soul above his head let out a mournful groan, its body rapidly dissipating under this attack. Terrified, the killing soul retreated, releasing its grip. The main soul swirling around the blood ancestor also gradually dissipated, quickly retreating. Even the fourth soul penetrating his primordial spirit had to retreat. Blood ancestor reached out and traced a crack in the fourth soul, which quickly transformed into black mist and merged into the fog. Wang Lin, you brat! Blood ancestor's eyes blazed red. He tore a hole in the black mist with both hands, preparing to step out. Wang Lin remained calm. Just as blood ancestor was about to step out, he opened his mouth and spat out a golden light containing a grain of sand. The moment this grain of sand appeared, it instantly radiated immense power, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to 100 feet tall, resembling a mountain. Its true form was a fragment of the immortal realm, refined through heavenly tribulations, and transformed into this magical artifact within the heaven and earth fire furnace. Upon its appearance, it immediately carried a colossal surge of immortal power, pressing down on blood ancestor. Immediately, a loud banging sound echoed. The blood light around the old man became unstable, and his steps were unexpectedly pushed back forcefully. 100-foot-long fragment transformed into a massive seal and descended with extreme speed. With a loud shout, the blood ancestor leapt up, but in an instant, a thunderous explosion resounded. He was forcefully pressed back again. The seal flew up, the blood ancestor's expression weakened slightly, filled with ferocity, and blood light flashed all over his body. At this moment, the Karma Kanji Immortal appeared, suddenly contracting. A cracking sound rang out, the blood ancestor's primordial spirit weakened further, and just as he was about to resist, the seal struck down again, creating a thunderous explosion. His entire primordial spirit almost collapsed. The blood ancestor let out a tragic laugh, his eyes revealing madness. But at that moment, Wang Lin's voice came through. Blood ancestor, I will not kill you. I will grant you a chance to see Yazixu again. If you self-destruct, you will never have the chance to see Yazixu again in this lifetime. Wang Lin's voice was icy cold. Blood ancestor fell silent, the madness in his eyes gradually fading. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, and he immediately formed hand seals, shouting loudly, "Gather!" The black mist surrounding blood ancestor instantly surged, enveloping his body. The Karma Kanji Immortal flickered like a serpent, circling blood ancestor's body. The three main souls, already damaged, now rushed forward, devouring frantically. The fragments of the Great Seal hovered in the air, their oppressive power still pervading even without pressing down. With this added pressure, the black mist contracted even faster. Almost instantly, it shrunk into a sphere, transforming into a large banner about 3 jang in size, which Wang Lin held in his hand. The 10 jang wide banner unfolded, its surface completely transformed. The soul banner, originally a blank black canvas, now displayed an image the vivid figure of blood ancestor. Outside his body, the Kanji Immortal transformed into a lock, with the 3 main souls swirling around it. The blood ancestor's expression revealed a mixture of grief, resentment, and unwillingness. This image was thus fixed on the banner. Looking at this soul banner, Wang Lin fell into silence. He felt no triumph at having defeated the blood ancestor. Instead, he felt a little bored. Fighting the blood ancestor had exhausted Wang Lin's mental faculties, and it wasn't as simple as his outwardly calm demeanor suggested. He faced numerous life-or-death situations. A slight carelessness could have instantly cost him his life. The danger of this battle was no less than his escape from Wang Yue, perhaps even more perilous. After all, Wang Yu's intelligence was limited. You and I have no deep-seated enmity. If you had taken Yazixia with you earlier, how could things have turned out like this? Wang Lin sighed softly. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang Lin would be insane to provoke the blood ancestor. All of this was very much unavoidable for Wang Lin. If he wanted to live, he had to resist. If he wanted to continue existing, he had to kill the blood ancestor, the one who wanted to destroy him. Yazixia was the blood ancestor's weakness, and Wang Lin had to win this battle. In the face of life and death, there was no room for cowardice. Blood ancestor, I respect you as someone who values fatherly affection. I also have a child. I understand the anger that comes when someone harms it, but will you give me a chance to explain? Your woman, Yazixia, is with me, but I, Wang Lin, have never touched her in the slightest. If it weren't for your daughter Yazixia plotting against me first, how could I have known about your blood ancestor's divine abilities and still provoked you? Wang Lin looked at Sun Hunfen and said in a low voice. He knew the blood ancestor could hear him. Or perhaps it was when your daughter Yazixia plotted against me, Wang Lin, that I couldn't resist. You may love your daughter, but you don't understand right from wrong. You don't bother to consider the root cause. Although you love your daughter, you spoil her too much. I gave you, blood ancestor, a chance, but you, as senior, still harbor murderous intentions. In my eyes, your actions are no different from Yao Zixi's. A child's bad behavior is the mother's fault. I understood that saying 1,000 years ago, but you, blood ancestor, still haven't understood it today. Wang Lin raised his head, his gaze fixed on the distance, retracting the soul-slaying banner, not bothering to consider whether blood ancestor understood or not. As long as he had a clear conscience, that was enough. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the fragment of the immortal realm transformed into a large seal that flashed with golden light. Its size gradually shrank, becoming a grain of sand which Wang Lin swallowed. He brushed off his clothes, as if trying to wash away the dirt of the past few days. His body flashed, transforming into a streak of light that flew straight into the distance. In this thunder immortal realm, I must utilize every ability to make myself stronger. My divine abilities are still too weak. Before, my cultivation was insufficient, and I couldn't achieve immortal techniques. But now, with this level of cultivation, I can participate in seizing the caves of immortals. My goal is immortal techniques. Water, don't rush. I must go to Donglin Star. As long as there's even a slight chance for you to awaken, I will do everything I can to seize it. Wang Lin placed his right hand on his forehead. His increased cultivation made him even more certain of awakening Li Muwen. His purpose in coming to Luotia's star domain, besides avoiding that old monster, was more importantly to revive Li Muwen. With thoughts of Li Muwen constantly on his mind, Wang Lin took one step forward in the void. His target was a fragment of a continent ahead. From this moment on, the Thunder Immortal Realm has one more supreme expert, one more participant in the treasure hunt. That person is Wang Lin. The fragment of the continent before Wang Lin and Li Yuan's escape were almost over. His body was like a lamp running out of oil. If it weren't for the teasing of those behind him, he would have perished long ago. What made him feel even more humiliated was that the man, while toying with him, used him as a target, constantly experimenting with various magical techniques and divine abilities. The old man beside that man displayed a completely cold and indifferent demeanor, occasionally offering guidance to the young man. Each instruction only made Li Yuan's situation more miserable. Of the 8 flying swords he had, only 3 remained. When he used his magic, the old man would casually seize them, directly destroying his consciousness and throwing them to the young man. The young man then gave them to the woman beside him. A surge of resentment welled up in Li Yuan's heart. The woman's shrill, bell-like laughter infuriated him, a jarring sensation. Along the way, his injuries worsened. His right arm, having been constantly on the run without treatment, had begun to rot, and a small worm had burrowed into it. This worm wasn't a maggot, but a type of poisonous insect released by the young man. Li Yuan even felt a tiny, white, wriggling worm inside his body and spirit. It seemed he himself had become a host, feeding on this worm. Li Yuan's speed slowed, his entire body felt exhausted, and the aura of death intensified. His complexion, no longer pale, had turned a sickly rosy hue. Young master, this man is already like a lamp running out of oil. Behind Li Yuan, the old man's gaze shifted from him, and he calmly said. The young man laughed. So you want to die so quickly? However, this person is quite good, persevering for 13 days. The cultivators before him only lasted 8 days at most. Uncle Shu, next time, catch me a cultivator at the Yin-Yang Void Realm. That way, I can play around for a few more days, and my 8-faced, soul-devouring insect will mature faster. The old man's expression remained unchanged, and he slowly said, okay. A single word, yet it revealed an immense confidence. The woman beside him, like a little bird, nestled against the young man, smiling and saying, cousin, he still has those swords on him. The young man laughed heartily, embracing the slender woman, and said, how could I forget? These 9 swords are all yours. Don't just talk about these 9 swords. Anything in the entire Thunder Immortal realm. As long as I want it, there's nothing I can't seize. Later, once we find the location of these swords within this person's primordial spirit, we'll go and take a look. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes revealing a seductive charm, her voice clear and melodious like a bell as she spoke. Cousin, being a member of the Yao family, you can naturally do it. The young man's expression showed arrogance. The Yao family in the Luotia Star Domain, even the Thunder Immortal Palace, had to give them some respect. As a member of the Yao family in the Thunder Immortal Realm, he was indeed, as he had said before, whatever he desired, he could obtain. At this moment, in the void, Wang Lin saw a fragment of a continent ahead, and with a flash of his body, he arrived above it. I wonder where Brother Li is. Instinctively, Wang Lin's consciousness surged out, but in an instant, his expression turned grim. The intense killing intent, which had been present since sealing the blood ancestor, erupted once again. The light in Li Yuan's eyes had mostly dissipated. Must I really die? So be it. Death is death, it's also a way to escape. However, Brother Su, I haven't yet taught you the ear hard strike. Li Yuan laughed bitterly. Li Yuan's voice betrayed a bone-chilling hatred. If this hatred could materialize, it would surely explode, unleashing all the anger of the past few days. Wang Lin nodded, his gaze sweeping over the old man in the Yin Void Realm, then towards the woman standing dazed in the distance. She was clearly holding Li Yuan's immortal sword. Without uttering a word, Wang Lin calmly took a step forward. This single step instantly covered a distance of 10 meters, appearing before the woman. She finally recovered from her extreme shock. She had witnessed the young man surnamed Yao's body instantly shatter under a single finger from the man before her. The banging sound of the young man's body exploding still echoed in her ears. With a single gesture, her body shattered. The young man surnamed Yao's soul was instantly seized by the person before her, his consciousness destroyed, and transformed into a mass of primal energy. This scene instantly shattered her sanity, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly seeing Wang Lin slowly approaching her, the fear in her heart surged, reaching an extreme level, driving her almost insane, forcing her to let out a piercing scream. In her eyes, Wang Lin was no longer a human being but a phantom, a terrifying soul-devouring demon. Almost instinctively, the woman quickly retreated, not daring to even entertain the slightest thought of resistance. In her mind, there was only one thought: to escape, to flee. Escape! Never before had she been so terrified. This terrifying feeling not only destroyed her consciousness, but also caused a deep rift in her Dao heart. Even if she were lucky enough to escape this calamity, her cultivation would be drastically reduced in the future, making any further improvement impossible. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold, his eyes filled with a chilling aura. With a single step, he reached the woman who was rapidly retreating. In Wang Lin's eyes, this woman's speed was far too slow. At this moment, not far away, the old man in the Yin Void Realm's eyes flashed. Instead of rescuing her, he quickly retreated. He pointed a finger at her forehead. The woman's pupils contracted, her fear reaching its peak. The moment the finger touched her forehead, the primal energy erupted, like a raging dragon directly entering her body. Her body wasn't tossed into the air, her trembling form suddenly came to a standstill. From within her body, a series of banging sounds continuously echoed. This sound was extremely familiar to her, identical to the sound emanating from the young man surnamed Yao earlier. From her forehead, her primordial spirit transformed into a ball of light and flew out, seized by Wang Lin in the void. He directly threw it towards Li Yuan, who lay on the ground, merging into his body, transforming into primal energy to soothe his primordial spirit and slightly heal most of his injuries. The woman's body instantly vanished. Even as she was dying, she couldn't understand why the man, when humiliated by the three of them, hadn't revealed earlier that he had a friend with such cultivation, also residing in the Thunder Immortal realm. Simultaneously with the dissipation of her body, the flying swords and storage bag scattered and fell to the ground. Wang Lin raised his head, looking at the fleeing figure of the old man in the distance, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His body took a step forward, and in an instant, he merged with the heavens and earth, disappearing from the spot. The old man Yinzu's mind was shaken. Knowing he couldn't secure victory against Wang Lin's sudden appearance, he had hastily fled. But at this moment, a ripple appeared before him. A massive surge of primal energy erupted from within, causing the old man to pause. Wang Lin's figure emerged from the ripple. Next, it's your turn. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. A purple lightning bolt appeared as he raised his hand. As soon as this lightning net appeared, 100 jang radius was filled with purple clouds. Within these purple clouds, electric light flowed, quickly condensing into a lightning arm that struck directly at the old man. The old man's face changed drastically, and he retreated violently. At the same time, he formed hand seals, and flames appeared in his hands. The flames were incredibly hot, instantly engulfing his entire body, forming a shield of fire. Lightning struck the outer surface of the flame shield. With a series of loud bangs, the shield collapsed, and the lightning furiously surged into the old man's body. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning pale, and he quickly retreated. At this moment, the old man was almost completely disoriented, his scalp tingling, fear and panic intertwining, reaching their limit. "Senior, let me say one thing," he urgently pleaded while retreating. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold. He stepped forward, neither fast nor slow, chasing after him, his voice cold as he said, "You've been chasing my friend for days. Speak, 13 days. But senior, this is entirely the fault of the Yao family's young master. I advised against it, but due to our differing statuses, I couldn't stop him," the old man hurriedly said as he retreated. At this moment, he was extremely terrified of the person before him. He was completely powerless against a cultivator with the true young cultivation level, even though he was only a hair's breadth away from reaching the true young level. 13 days, W. Ian Yilin's eyes blazed with killing intent. He took another step forward, instantly catching up to the old man. Wang Lin's right hand formed a sword finger, like lightning, pointing towards the old man's left hand. The old man's expression changed, and just as he was about to dodge, a single word came from Wang Lin's mouth. "Freeze." This single word was like a hoarse voice. As soon as it reached the old man's ears, it caused him to feel a dense surge of heaven and earth elemental power, instantly engulfing him and rendering him immobile. Even his primordial spirit, under this concentrated elemental power, felt like water in a pond, sluggish and inert. This is the first day. Wang Lin's fingers transformed into swords, swiftly striking the old man's left arm, unleashing elemental power. With a loud bang, the old man's entire left arm was instantly shattered, turning into a mass of flesh and blood that flew backward in a fan shape. The immense elemental power within exploded again, causing the flesh and blood to make a banging sound as it completely dissipated. The old man's face contorted in agony. He tried to struggle, but his body was utterly incapable of moving even a millimeter. The second day, Wang Lin's fingers struck again, this time from a distance, hitting the old man's left leg. The primal energy surged in, and with a loud bang, more than half of the old man's left leg exploded. Veins bulged on the old man's face, revealing a ferocious expression. However, this ferocity was mixed with fear. In his eyes, Wang Lin's terrifying power had completely overwhelmed him. This is the third day. Wang Lin lifted his leg and kicked the old man's right thigh. Another loud bang echoed. Almost instantly, 3 of the old man's limbs were shattered. The old man groaned miserably, the intense pain surging like a tide, engulfing his entire body. The suffering was so great that it caused his primordial spirit to loosen and circulate throughout his body. His body showed signs of recovery in just half a moment. Withdrawing his leg, Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the old man's right arm. A massive surge of primal energy flowed into the arm. Only this last limb remained, and it also shattered with a resounding crash. This is the fourth day. It wasn't over yet. After the immobilization technique dissipated for a moment, just as the old man regained his senses, his body surged with primal energy and he hastily retreated. At that very moment, Wang Lin's icy voice rang out again. "Immobilize!" the old man cried out in a mournful scream. The other's voice sounded like a death knell, plunging him into a deep abyss of despair. If he had known this earlier, he would never have touched a single hair on Li Yuan's head. At this moment, his mind was filled with terror. He vaguely recalled the words spoken when this person first appeared. "Who gave you the right to harm my friend?" These words thundered in his ears. As his body was immobilized for the second time, Wang Lin stepped forward, his right hand swiftly pointing at the old man's chest. With each strike, the old man's body trembled violently, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. The fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day. Finally, when the old man's chest had become a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, his bones shattered into pieces, blood gushing out like rain, and his entire body completely devoid of life. This is the final day. Wang Lin's right hand transformed into a palm, carrying an icy, ruthless coldness as it struck the old man. Ding! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the old man's body completely collapsed, turning into a pile of slimy flesh that dissipated in a cloud of blood mist. His primordial spirit flew out, trembling in midair, shouting loudly, "The Yao family will not let you get away with this." Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold, his heart stirred slightly, and he patted his storage bag. Immediately, the soul banner appeared in his hand, shaking slightly. The 10-jiang-wide banner fluttered, revealing the image of the blood ancestor on the other side. "Do you know him?" Wang Lin said calmly. The old man's primordial spirit was stunned, carefully examining him. Then his eyes widened, revealing a look of terror. Although he didn't recognize this person, his appearance was 7 parts similar to the Yao family's ancestor. Without waiting for the old man's answer, Wang Lin already knew the answer from his expression. He stepped forward, the primal energy in his body suddenly erupted, filling the surroundings before contracting, sealing the old man's primordial spirit. He grabbed at the void, and the old man's primordial spirit was completely unable to evade, instantly seized and pulled towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light as he seized the old man's primordial spirit and activated the soul-searching technique. The immense primordial power made it impossible for the old man to struggle. A strange light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he destroyed the old man's consciousness. He molded the old man's primordial spirit into a sphere of primordial power. Wang Lin descended from midair, arriving beside Li Yuan, and placed the sphere of primordial power on Li Yuan's forehead. "Li Yuan, I, Su, have given you a great opportunity. Whether you can reach the Yin Void depends entirely on your destiny." Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, and his right hand hovered above Li Yuan's chest. "Gather!" he shouted softly, and a swarm of tiny insects quickly flew out from Li Yuan's body. The insects were extremely ferocious, wriggling and emitting a foul stench. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. With a wave of his hand, the insects instantly disintegrated. Li Yuan's cultivation had reached the great perfection of the questioning realm, but he hadn't yet entered the Yin Void realm because the primal energy in his primordial spirit was insufficient. This time, Wang Lin had used 3 primordial spirits to nourish him, especially the one of the old man in the Yin Void realm, which contained immense primal energy. Therefore, the chances of Li Yuan breaking through to the great perfection of the questioning realm had increased significantly. After placing several restrictions around Li Yuan's body, Wang Lin sat down cross-legged, his eyes filled with contemplation. The blood ancestor is indeed from the Yao family. That old man's thoughts were filled with disbelief at the Yao family's immense power. Especially blood god Sun, the Yao family's ancestor. A cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. "Since I began cultivating, I've encountered many powerful enemies. Adding another blood god Sun won't make much difference." Wang Lin muttered to himself. Even if I knew all this beforehand, would I really not save Li Yuan just because blood god Sun is powerful? Moreover, he had already offended the blood ancestor, and he made up his mind. As long as I can master the divine ability to merge with heaven and earth, even if Tusen comes here, I can still escape unscathed. However, there are some interesting memories in that old man's consciousness that will be useful to me. Wang Lin's eyes showed determination as he sat down cross-legged, adjusting his elemental power and continuously refining it. The moment I absorb all the primal energy in my body, I can truly approach the second step, the early stage of nirvana. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then summoned 3 storage bags and several flying swords with his right hand. These 3 storage bags belonged to the other 3. Wang Lin's gaze first settled on the flying swords. These were the flying swords he and Li Yuan had discovered together in the Immortals' storage space. His divine consciousness swept over these flying swords, and his mind stirred slightly. Immediately, these 9 swords flew up and scattered, sticking into the ground. 8 of them were stuck in a circle, and the remaining 1 was stuck elsewhere. Wang Lin patted his own storage bag, and 9 beast bones immediately flew out. The largest beast bone stopped in the center of the 8 flying swords. The other 8 beast bones circled around the single flying sword stuck in a separate spot. This was exactly how they looked when Wang Lin discovered them earlier. Wang Lin examined them carefully for a long time. He had previously examined these 9 beast bones with his divine consciousness, and it seemed there was another imprint within them, preventing his consciousness from completely imprinting them, let alone controlling them. He had previously suspected that this beast bone artifact might require a special method to open. Now, releasing the beast bones with his flying sword, Wang Lin noticed the difference. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out. First, it merged into the 8 smaller beast bones. The moment his divine consciousness touched these bones, the 8 slender bones suddenly trembled slightly. A powerful suction force suddenly emanated from the bones. His primordial spirit immediately sensed this suction force. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he channeled the primal energy in his body into his primordial spirit, extending his consciousness. Then, under the pull of gravity, his primordial spirit split into 8 parts and merged into the beast bone. The pull seemed endless, continuously absorbing the primordial spirit, attempting to draw Wang Lin's entire primordial spirit into it. Wang Lin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. His mind stirred slightly, and he withdrew his primordial spirit from the beast bone. Then, he formed hand seals, casting out various imprints around him. Afterward, the primal energy in his body dispersed, filling an area of 1,000 feet. Immediately, a white mist appeared, spreading outwards. This mist contained his primal energy. If an outsider were to pass by, they wouldn't act rashly upon seeing this mist, because the primal energy within this mist was incredibly powerful. Even cultivators in the Yin Void or Yang True realms would have to be extremely cautious upon witnessing this scene, because this indicated that a second-stage cultivator was within the mist and willing to be disturbed. Anyone attempting to enter would be attacked by the elemental energy within the mist. After the elemental energy dispersed and transformed into mist, Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth and spat out a fragment of the Great Seal, which merged into the mist. Only then did he feel at ease, crossing his legs and closing his eyes. Wang Lin's celestial spirit flashed with light, and the primordial thunder dragon's primordial spirit flew out, letting out a roar before directly rushing towards the 8 beast bones. As the primordial spirit approached, a suction force immediately emanated from the 8 beast bones. Under this suction force, Wang Lin's primordial spirit split into 8, each merging into a separate beast bone. After absorbing all of Wang Lin's primordial spirit, the 8 beast bones immediately emitted an eerie light, becoming increasingly intense until 8 beams of blue light shot out from the bones, all converging towards the flying sword in the center. Within this blue light lay Wang Lin's primordial spirit. His primordial spirit, undergoing a transformation he himself didn't understand within the beast bone, had followed the blue light into the flying sword. The sword vibrated, emitting bursts of sword hum. Wang Lin's primordial spirit also merged in this condensation, immediately sensing a dense surge of sword energy. This sword energy furiously attacked Wang Lin's primordial spirit. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The elemental power within his primordial spirit suddenly dispersed, forming a whirlwind that swept across. Immediately, the sword energy dissipated, but then even more sword energy appeared, seemingly without beginning or end. This is a Forbiddance formation. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he continuously deduced the Forbiddance formation. He decisively sat down, constantly contemplating. Elemental power formed a protective shield around his body, ignoring the relentless sword energy attacks. After an unknown period of time, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed. He had found a way to break this restriction. His thoughts stirred, and immediately a restriction appeared around his body, spreading in all directions. At this moment, the flying sword surrounded by the 8 beast bones was filled with sword energy. The sword rose upwards, flying towards the area where the beast bones were surrounded by the 8 immortal swords, its tip pointing downwards. In an instant, sword energy surged out. This sword energy split into 8 streams, each merging into one of the 8 immortal swords. Wang Lin's primordial spirit once again flew out with this sword energy, splitting into 8 and merging into the 8 immortal swords. The previous events repeated themselves, only this time the sword energy was even more abundant. Moreover, as Wang Lin's primordial spirit split into 8, almost each part experienced the same scene. 3 days later, all 8 immortal swords simultaneously released sword energy. These 8 streams of sword energy condensed into the central beast bone. When the sword energy surged out, Wang Lin's primordial spirit also entered the largest beast bone. Inside the beast bone, his primordial spirit merged with it. At the same time, it left a mark within the beast bone. A feeling of enlightenment arose in Wang Lin's primordial spirit. At this moment, he understood the beast bone very clearly, as if it were a part of his own body. After a long time, Wang Lin's primordial spirit flew back to his body with the beast bone. Wang Lin raised his eyes, his face showing surprise and excitement. It truly lives up to its reputation as an immortal family's treasure. Without a special method, it would be impossible to leave a divine consciousness on it. Once I successfully left a divine consciousness, I would immediately grasp the method of using it. Wang Lin stood up, his right hand reaching forward, and the enormous beast bone immediately flew to him, floating before him. This thing is called the mother-child Dao bone. Its power is immense. It truly is an immortal family's treasure. Unfortunately, its owner suffered a major injury in a battle with the ancient god that year. Furthermore, the owner perished, so it has never been fully healed. Even so, its power is astonishing. It can be said that it is one of my most powerful magical artifacts at this moment. Wang Lin flipped his right hand, and the beast bone immediately became lively, as if coming to life, biting at Wang Lin's hand. After a moment, a vivid beast bone pattern appeared on the back of Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin withdrew his elemental power and glanced at Li Yuan in the distance. His injuries had largely healed. His primordial spirit was in the process of merging with elemental power, undergoing the final breakthrough. Whether he would succeed or not, Wang Lin wasn't sure. While waiting for Li Yuan to awaken, Wang Lin opened the 3 storage bags of the 3 people he had killed. The woman's storage bag contained some items, but Wang Lin didn't pay much attention to them, only taking the immortal jade inside and tossing it aside. As for the Yao family's young master, his storage bag also contained some items. Wang Lin's gaze swept over them, and suddenly his eyes focused on one item. It was a talisman. Compared to this, the others were nothing. Taking out this talisman, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed. This was the second time he had encountered a talisman in the Luotia star domain. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and immediately another one appeared in his hand. The 2 talismans looked similar in size, but the cinnabar ink on them was distinctly different. What exactly is this thing? Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, scanning the 2 talismans. He immediately became serious. He had detected a very subtle fluctuation of primal energy in these 2 talismans. With his previous cultivation level, he couldn't have detected it. Interesting, could this be a magical artifact? Wang Lin pondered for a moment, carefully putting away the 2 talismans. He had a feeling this object was extraordinary. Picking up the last storage bag, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, and he murmured, "Inside that old man's primordial spirit, there are chaotic thoughts. But one thing is extremely clear. This time, he is acting on the orders of the Yao family, leading the Yao family members to the Thunder Immortal Realm's secret repository to obtain immortal techniques." From the old man's thoughts, Wang Lin knew that within the Thunder Immortal Realm there was a fragment of a continent, which countless years ago was sealed by the 4 great cultivation families from the immortal realm of the Luotia star domain. On this sealed fragment of a continent was a Thunder Immortal Realm's secret repository. The place called the Secret Scroll Pavilion is where immortal techniques are stored. The immortal techniques within are fully preserved. However, the Secret Scroll Pavilion was created by the immortal Emperor of the Thunder Immortal Realm and his subordinates, and it even contains hidden rules. Whether one can obtain the immortal techniques within depends entirely on fate. The 4 great cultivation families from the immortal realm cannot break the seal, and can only seal this fragment of the continent. Each time it is opened, they send their clansmen here to try their luck. From ancient times to the present, this Secret Scroll Pavilion has almost become a place exclusively belonging to the 4 great cultivation families, not allowing outsiders to enter. This time, the Yao family has not just 1 clan, but 10 clans in the immortal realm. The Secret Scroll Pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed. Just then, not far from Wang Lin, Li Yuan began to breathe heavily, slowly opening his eyes. He looked ahead in astonishment, sighing softly, "Thank you, Brother Su. However, perhaps I am not destined for the Yin Void. My primordial spirit cannot accommodate so much primal energy." Li Yuan lowered his head and glanced at his severed arm. After speaking, he fell silent. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and as he retracted it, the surrounding primal energy, which had turned into mist, dissipated, and the heavens and earth opened up again. He narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Li Yuan, then smiled and said, "Brotherly, there's no need to be self-deprecating. The primal energy in your body nourishes your primordial spirit. One day, when all the primal energy is absorbed, you can reach the Yin Void. This day may come quickly or slowly, but it will definitely come." Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. He nodded, stood up, bowed deeply to Wang Lin, and clasped his hands together, saying, "Brother Su, you have done me a great favor. This great favor, Li Yuan will forever engrave in his heart, never to forget." Li Yuan didn't say much, but these words came from the bottom of his heart. Towards Wang Lin, he felt nothing but gratitude. Wang Lin smiled slightly, stood up, and with his right hand, he grasped a storage bag he hadn't yet searched. He scanned it with his divine consciousness, then retrieved it, directly throwing it to Li Yuan. At the same time, the 9 immortal swords were also propelled by the elemental force and flew up, landing beside Li Yuan. The items returned to their rightful owner. "You also take that storage bag. The contents will be useful to you." Li Yuan nodded, retracted his flying swords, and grasped the storage bag. After scanning it, he took out an item, an ancient mirror. This item is called the Forbidden-Breaking Ancient Mirror. "It hasn't been around for long, but it can break most restrictions," he said, then threw the ancient mirror to Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled, accepted it, and put it into his storage bag. "I can no longer discern Brother Su's current cultivation level, but obviously, things have improved significantly compared to before. I wonder if that blood ancestor was destroyed by that storage space." Li Yuan hesitated for a moment before asking. "The threat from the blood ancestor has been eliminated. Although he's not dead, he's not much different," Wang Lin said casually, but it still shocked Li Yuan. He looked deeply at Wang Lin. With his mind, this one sentence made it clear. Wang Lin's sudden surge in cultivation was definitely related to the blood ancestor. "Brotherly, I must traverse the Thunder Immortal Realm to search for all the immortal techniques I can find. Are you willing to accompany me and help me break the restrictions on this journey?" Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and smiled. His current strength in the Thunder Immortal Realm was unmatched, except for a few outsiders. Even with Li Yuan by his side, no one could harm him. Moreover, with Li Yuan's restrictions, if given enough time to utilize them, he wouldn't even need Wang Lin's protection in most situations. Wang Lin's invitation to Li Yuan was also part of his own calculations. Li Yuan knew far more about the Thunder Immortal Realm than he did, especially regarding restrictions, which Wang Lin couldn't match. With this person by his side, the search for immortal techniques would be much easier. A look of excitement flashed in Li Yuan's eyes as he smiled slightly and said, "If Brother Su wants it, I will risk my life to help you obtain it. In this Thunder Immortal Realm, if given enough time, I am confident I can break all the restrictions. For example, look here, Brother Su, there is a relic of an immortal." Li Yuan pointed his left hand forward. The place was a plain, covered with withered weeds. The wind rustled through it. It looked ordinary, devoid of any miraculous features. Li Yuan formed a hand seal. His internal energy was now abundant. He could now unleash several forbidden techniques passed down through his family from his ancestors, techniques he had previously been unable to use. The sky darkened, and the landscape before him, like a canvas, was lifted. As Li Yuan pressed down, a dilapidated city slowly emerged. A stone tablet stood before the ruins, bearing 3 mournful characters guiding Immortal Che. Immortal techniques are not something that can be performed simply by mastering the incantation. The Heart Forbiddance technique destroyed the Li family's Forbiddance techniques, and through the traces left behind by their use, it could, to some extent, reverse their power. This magic is harmful to oneself, and my Li family will absolutely not use it easily, but if Brother Su needs it, I, Li, will help. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on the ruined stone tablet. After carefully examining it, he directly turned and flew forward to its side. Li Yuan followed closely behind, concentrating on the stone tablet before his eyes swept over other parts of the ruins, smiling as he said, "Brother Su, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Guidance Mansion. Back then, before the collapse of the Thunder Immortal Realm, this was the place where immortals traded." Wang Lin nodded, leisurely walking towards the ruins. Along the way, he could see dilapidated buildings everywhere. This mansion was enormous, almost equivalent to a city in the human world. The entire desolate ruin was extremely quiet. Only occasionally did the wind blowing through the ruins create a sound that vaguely resembled a mournful cry. On the ground, every time the wind blew, a small, gentle whirlwind would appear, carrying a little dust and scattering it in all directions. From the surrounding ruins, one could imagine the shape of the buildings here, but they were also extremely damaged. Some places even showed slight fluctuations of the Forbiddance formations. After carefully searching through the ruins of the city, Wang Lin found nothing unusual. Obviously, because the Thunder Immortal Realm had opened many times, it had already been entered and searched by others. But for a trading post like this, the largest shop would naturally be in the east. Li Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed as he looked towards the east. In the ruins to the east, the scene was even more tragic. The shape of the shops was no longer discernible. Only piles of shattered earth remained. Li Yuan took a few steps forward. Quickly reaching the ruins to the east, he squatted down beside a large fallen rock, carefully examining it several times, then formed a hand seal with his left hand, as if contemplating something. Wang Lin slowly approached, his divine consciousness sweeping across the area, but he found nothing. After a while, Li Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he pointed to a spot in the ruins, saying, "Brother Su, attack this spot." Wang Lin didn't say much, gently raising his hand. A purple lightning bolt transformed into a raging dragon and shot straight towards the spot Li Yuan pointed to. The lightning struck, and a loud bang echoed, the ground shaking slightly. The crumbling wall in the desolate pile of rubble immediately shattered and scattered. Previously, there had been no movement on the ground, but now a pattern appeared, like a formation carved into it. Wang Lin's eyes showed a strange expression. Li Yuan took a few steps forward to the side of the formation. After carefully examining it several times, he smiled and said, "Brother Su, according to my understanding, there must be a secret chamber in an immortal's shop. This place is indeed as I expected." Wang Lin nodded and said, "It seems this formation has been around for a very long time. The immortal power to maintain it has dissipated, which is why there are no fluctuations on the ground." Li Yuan squatted down, placed his left hand on the formation, wiped away a large amount of dust, calculated for a moment, and then nodded, saying, "That's right. Moreover, judging from the dust on top, it seems that no one has been here for a very long time. This formation is indeed as you said, it has lost the immortal power to operate, becoming a dead formation." He continued, "A dead formation is like that. Once it loses its vitality, it can no longer be broken. But I have a way to restore its vitality. Brother Su, I need some time. Please wait a moment." After saying this, Li Yuan sat down cross-legged, placing his left fingertip on the formation. Yuan power fluctuated on his left hand, and fresh blood slowly flowed from the wound, merging into the formation and spreading gradually. Wang Lin stood calmly to the side, contemplating the ruins before him. A wave of emotion surged through him. In those years, the Thunder Immortal Realm must have been incredibly powerful, with countless immortals. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to form such a large-scale trading mansion. Moreover, most of the mansion's interior consisted of shops. Standing here, Wang Lin could easily imagine that countless years ago, immortals arrived here riding on magical artifacts and immortal beasts, just like mortals, exchanging their needs in these shops. At that time, those immortals probably never imagined that one day, the immortal realm would collapse. Standing there, Wang Lin sighed inwardly, remembering the time in the immortal realm of martial arts when he saw that enormous handprint. A single palm print had caused the ground to shatter everywhere. It's a pity Li Yuan couldn't go to the immortal realm of martial arts. Otherwise, with his heart forbiddance technique, he might have been able to push that palm print out. Time slowly passed, and Li Yuan's face gradually turned pale. Blood slowly trickled down from his left finger, spreading throughout the entire formation. Gradually, the formation seemed to be infused with life, and tiny ripples appeared. Li Yuan's eyes flashed, and he pointed his left hand at his forehead. Immediately, a black line flew out from there, transforming into a forbidden spell that stopped within the formation. Li Yuan's left hand quickly formed a hand seal, intending to continue casting the forbidden spell. But at this moment, just as the dark line transformed into a forbidden spell and fell into the formation, a dazzling column of light suddenly erupted from within. The column of light almost instantly shot straight up into the sky, clearly visible even from a great distance. Li Yuan was stunned. The forbidden spell in his left hand, which he hadn't yet cast, immediately dissipated. How is this possible? This immortal formation is opening for the first time. I can't believe it's opening for the first time. Looking at the column of light, Li Yuan's eyes grew brighter. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and glanced at the column of light. Its sudden appearance, without any warning, made it impossible to stop. Moreover, judging by Li Yuan's expression, this was also unexpected. "Brother Li," Wang Lin said calmly. Li Yuan took a deep breath. At this moment, the column of light gradually dimmed, slowly shrinking, seemingly about to completely disappear. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept over it and immediately discovered a clue within the column of light. It seemed as if a surge of immortal power was being exerted from within the column of light. If there's a precise method to open the immortal formation, then this kind of incident won't occur the next time. But if a different method is used, the first time will result in spiritual leakage. Only by releasing the spiritual energy within the formation can one enter. Li Yuan stared intently at the gradually dimming column of light, his voice low. "The first time." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. "That's right. This formation must be being opened for the first time using a different method. Once the light dissipates, we can go in and see what's inside." Li Yuan licked his lips, looking at the formation. Wang Lin nodded, his expression suddenly shifting, and he looked into the distance. A moment later, two streaks of sword light were seen whistling towards them, emitting a strong surge of immortal power. Clearly, they were attracted by the column of light and wanted to see what it was. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, his right hand striking the ground. Immediately, a section of the wall flew up, shattering into fragments with a resounding crash. Wang Lin waved his hand, and these fragments scattered wildly in all directions. Almost instantly, within 1,000 jang radius, dust from the fragments spread out, forming a circle, like a man-made barrier. "Entering means death," Wang Lin said calmly, his gaze fixed on the slowly fading pillar of light. Although his voice wasn't loud, it sounded like thunder to the two figures flying towards him from afar. Both were at the mid-stage of the questioning peak realm, their minds shaken violently. Even the sword light beneath their feet seemed unstable. The two men stopped abruptly outside the circle of dust, not daring to take another step. The two men exchanged glances, their faces pale, and immediately retracted their sword light. One of them bowed respectfully and said, "We two juniors are from the Zhao family of the Luoqiao Western region. We will certainly not disobey your words, senior, and will not enter." The light faded faster and faster. Li Yuan's eyes brightened as he took a few steps forward into the vicinity, waiting for the pillar of light to completely disappear. The two cultivators kneeling 1,000 feet away stared intently. They had never seen such a sight before, but after considering it, they guessed that a treasure had appeared here. Although they dared not think of competing for it, this was an opportunity to broaden their knowledge, so they did not miss it. The spiritual energy released just now, when the formation opened, was so powerful that all the cultivators on this fragmented continent could clearly see it. But any cultivator who sees such a scene will have the same thought in their mind: a treasure has appeared here. With that thought in mind, almost all the cultivators headed toward the pillar of light. The two members of the Zhao family, being closer, arrived first. Soon after, more and more cultivators with streaks of light flew in from all directions. The cultivators with streaks of light had considerable cultivation, though none had reached the Yin Void realm, but most had reached the great perfection of the peak-seeking stage. Upon arriving, they all stopped at the 1,000-foot-wide circle of dust, not acting rashly, but constantly assessing it. Their eyes fixed on the gradually dissipating pillar of light within the 1,000-foot radius, their eyes filled with covetousness. However, after seeing Wang Lin, their expressions changed instantly. They could all sense a surge of primal energy emanating from Wang Lin. They all retreated, no one daring to step within the 1,000-foot radius. Wang Lin paid no attention to them. Even Li Yuan didn't pay much attention to these people. After a while, the pillar of light completely disappeared from everyone's sight. The moment the pillar of light dissipated, a black hole appeared where the formation was located on the ground. A surge of immortal power emanated from this place, and even those 1,000 feet away could clearly feel it. Every gaze, filled with intense longing, instantly focused on the inside of the black hole. A subtle aura arose in the hearts of the cultivators 1,000 feet away. If Wang Lin hadn't been there, these people would have immediately jumped into the black hole. For cultivators, this black hole truly held immense allure. Everyone present was unaware of what lay within, making this subtle feeling even more intense. In an instant, from the distant horizon, a furious sword energy roared, and a surge of heaven and earth elemental power surged towards them. It seemed that, to this person, the 1,000-foot-wide circular shield didn't exist. The eyes of the cultivators 1,000 feet away now shone with a strange light. The heaven and earth's elemental power surged wildly from the air, indicating that a second-stage cultivator was approaching. Elemental power permeated the air. On the horizon, a golden figure was rapidly flying towards them, riding on a screen of sword light. Above the screen of sword light stood a man. He wore a loose, flowing imperial robe that billowed in the wind, giving off an ethereal aura. With his cultivation level, his appearance made it impossible to discern his age. At first glance, he appeared to be only around 30 years old, with an ordinary face and narrow, elongated eyes that gleamed with cold light. The dense heaven and earth elemental power emanating from his body clearly indicated that his cultivation had reached the peak of the Yin Void realm. As he flew forward, everyone 1,000 feet ahead immediately dispersed, not daring to obstruct him. The distance to the 1,000-jang radius was getting closer and closer. He wasn't unaware of the dust surrounding the 1,000-jang radius, nor was he oblivious to its significance, but his speed didn't slow down in the slightest. He charged directly into this area. His surging elemental power caused the dust within the 1,000-jang radius to swirl. This scene immediately caught the attention of the surrounding cultivators, who all focused their gaze on him. In their eyes, Wang Lin was a cultivator with great divine abilities. Similarly, the young man in the yellow robe was also a powerful figure. A battle between the two was inevitable for that black hole. A fight of this magnitude was no ordinary feat. Some even harbored the sinister idea of having them fight to a draw so they could both suffer heavy losses. Li Yuan's expression suddenly changed. While he was hesitating, Wang Lin's calm voice reached his ears. "Brother Li, you go down first." Li Yuan said nothing, leaping directly into the black hole. As soon as he landed, the young man in the yellow robe was already close. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He raised his right hand and clapped towards the air. Instantly, a purple lightning bolt appeared, and the space was immediately filled with a purple mist. This mist rushed towards the young man in the yellow robe from both sides. The young man's pupils contracted. He hadn't failed to see Wang Lin, but he considered himself to have a special status, and with his family members rushing towards him from behind, he hadn't taken Wang Lin too seriously. At this moment, he chuckled, his right hand transforming into a claw. Immediately, 5 streams of black energy materialized, shooting rapidly towards the lightning bolt. These 5 streams of black energy fiercely enveloped the lightning bolt. "Swallow!" The young man in the yellow robe murmured softly. 5 streams of black energy transformed into 5 black dragons, their mouths wide open, devouring the lightning in a frenzy. In an instant, they completely consumed the lightning and circled around the young man. The 5 black dragons circled in the air, and in a flash, they all transformed into 500-foot-long giant dragons. This caused the young man's aura to suddenly surge. "Your divine abilities are not bad, fellow Taoist. Let's not fight yet." I am Tang Yanyan, and I wish for us to search for this artifact left behind by the immortal. Is that all right? The young man in the yellow robe said slowly. In fact, given his status, saying these words was certainly not pleasant. If he hadn't seen that Wang Lin's cultivation was higher than his own, and that he was also at the true young realm like his elder brother, he would definitely not have said this. As soon as he spoke, some cultivators 1,000 feet away changed their expressions. Some even whispered, "The Tang family." Could it be the Tang family of the southern region of Luotia? In this short time, the cultivators naturally had some thoughts. Wang Lin looked at this man coldly, calmly saying, "You are not qualified." Tang Yanyan was stunned. He thought the other party might refuse, but after hearing the name Tang family, his expression would change in various ways. But he never expected the person in front of him to be so arrogant. His expression darkened, and he sneered, "In that case, I, Tang, will not bother you any further." After saying that, he stepped back, thinking to himself, "This person's cultivation is higher than mine anyway. I shouldn't attack first. It's not too late to act when my brother arrives." Although the Tang family wasn't a major clan with a lineage from the immortal realm, their scale wasn't small either. This time, their trip to the Thunder Immortal realm was quite large, and they didn't separate but traveled together. He was merely the one leading the way to scout ahead. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he took a step forward. This single step instantly filled an area of 1,000 feet with dense heaven and earth elemental power. His speed wasn't fast, but he calmly walked step by step towards Tang Yanyan. Tang Yanyan's face immediately darkened, and he quickly retreated. At this moment, a calm voice came from Wang Lin's mouth. "You are not qualified to devour my lightning." The moment his voice rang out, the 500-foot-long black dragons beside Tang Yanyan let out agonizing roars. The lightning within their bodies immediately surged, and a continuous banging sound echoed. Immediately, with a loud bang, the body of one of the black dragons vanished. Next, 4 more earth-shattering explosions rang out, and the remaining 4 black dragons also exploded. Under this immense impact, Tang Yanyan's expression changed drastically. He formed a hand seal, and a black dragon mark flashed from his forehead. A surge of black energy emanated from this mark, enveloping his entire body. Only then did he temporarily overcome his fear of the impact. He took a deep breath, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, secretly resentful that the other party had attacked without reason. He questioned himself. He hadn't shown any hostility. So how could the other party have detected his thoughts? But before he could ask, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he raised his right hand, pointing forward. Immediately, the beast bone pattern on the back of his hand came to life, instantly beginning to writhe and transform. In an instant, a huge beast bone appeared in front of Wang Lin, its 4 sharp points radiating a cold light. As soon as this beast bone appeared, it flew straight towards Tang Yanyan. Tang Yanyan's expression turned grim as he retreated rapidly. The black dragon mark on his forehead flickered, and a black mist immediately appeared. This time, the mist contained primal energy. From within the black mist, the mark on Tang Yanyan's forehead directly transformed and emerged. A black dragon shot up from the mist, its mouth wide open, lunging towards the beast bones. This black dragon was about 1,000 feet long, and its appearance naturally generated a powerful pressure. Its jet black body was covered in scales, and a dense array of runes immediately appeared on its surface. With a single open mouth, it seemed to devour the entire world. Endless primal energy fluctuations emanated from the black dragon. "Primal dragon devour!" Tang Yanyan shouted softly, his body not stopping for a moment as he swiftly retreated. However, at the moment the black dragon began to devour, 2 streams of dark fire instantly erupted from the 2 enormous eye sockets of the skeletal beast. At this moment, the skeletal beast seemed to awaken, and a surge of killing intent suddenly erupted. This killing intent was intense, but it vanished in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. The black dragon, which had been charging to devour, suddenly opened its eyes wide and fled upwards. A look of terror even appeared in its eyes. Its enormous body seemed to freeze. A gray mass spread wildly from its tail. Almost in an instant, its entire body turned gray. The black dragon was condensed by magic into a gray, stone-like sculpture. Even the elemental energy surrounding its body seemed to have turned into yellow stone. With a loud crash, the black dragon fell from midair to the ground. This scene seemed to freeze the entire surrounding space, causing everyone who saw it to gasp deeply, their eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of magical artifact is this? Tang Yan stared in astonishment at the fragments of the stone sculpture on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. The cultivators 1,000 feet away felt their hearts pounding, seemingly unable to believe what they were witnessing. A whirlwind of fear swept through them. The 1,000-foot distance was no longer the same. They regarded the beast bones as a raging flood, a thunderous pool, not daring to take a single step closer. Almost simultaneously, all the cultivators who were at the first step retreated. It seemed the 1,000-foot distance ahead was too close. They feared being caught in the crossfire. Those cultivators who had previously hoped for a chance to profit from the two fighting each other now saw their hopes instantly dashed, leaving only cold sweat behind. Especially the Zhao brothers. They secretly thought they were lucky not to have ventured 1,000 feet ahead, otherwise they would have surely lost their lives by now. In their eyes, the 1,000-foot distance ahead was not just a distance, but a death zone. At this moment, the image of Wang Lin was deeply etched in the minds of the cultivators. Wang Lin had become deeply ingrained in their minds. Wang Lin took a step forward, raising his right hand to retrieve the beast bone, which merged into the pattern on the back of his palm. His speed did not decrease. In one step, he was in front of Tang Yan. Two fingers of Wang Lin's right hand contained a trace of primal energy, pressing directly towards the opponent. Tang Yan's body trembled, his eyes showing fear. Without hesitation, he flashed, intending to use teleportation to escape. At this moment, Wang Lin snorted coldly, and the area within 100 feet was immediately filled with the oppressive primal energy of heaven and earth, completely cutting off all possibilities of teleportation. This divine ability was developed by Wang Lin himself, using suppressive force to render teleportation ineffective. Wang Lin lowered his finger and placed it on Tang Yan's forehead. At that moment, several streaks of light suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, rapidly flying towards them. A deep, ominous shout came even faster than those streaks of light. "Kill him and you will be buried with him." Wang Lin frowned, channeling his power into his finger and bringing it down. Tang Yan's body instantly collapsed, turning into a cloud of blood mist that scattered. Even his primordial spirit shattered. Within this 1,000-foot radius, whoever enters will die. Wang Lin turned and walked towards the black hole. 1,000 feet away was his forbidden's territory. With him inside, no one from the outside dared to enter. At this moment, Wang Lin had the right to say such words. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from within the black hole. Immediately afterward, Li Yuan's figure rushed out. Upon appearing, he glanced at the shattered black dragon stone statue on the ground and immediately transmitted a message to Wang Lin. "Brother Su, I've obtained the treasure below. But I've also discovered a secret passage. I don't know where it leads." Several streaks of light descended from the horizon, transforming into 4 figures. These 4 included both men and women, among whom was a man with an extremely handsome appearance, but a gloomy gaze and pale lips. If Shen Gonghu were here, he would recognize this person with just a glance. Earlier at the main gate of the Thunder Immortal Realm, he had mocked Shen Gonghu's sect leader, Tang Yanfeng. 1,000-foot forbidden zone, who do you think you are? A middle-aged man standing beside Tang Yanfeng sneered, taking a step forward and entering the forbidden zone. Behind him, among the 4, there was a young man with a cold, arrogant expression, who also entered the 1,000-foot area. Wang Lin remained calm, turning to glance at the middle-aged man. Li Yuan's eyes flickered, and he retreated a few steps to the black hole, then sat down cross-legged. He placed his right hand in a hand seal at his forehead, and immediately a black line flew out, transforming into a cluster of restrictions surrounding the area. His cultivation level wasn't high enough to directly assist Wang Lin, but as long as he was given time to leave the restriction in place, he was confident that those outside wouldn't be able to enter in a short time. This was like opening a way out for himself. Wang Lin's glance was different from Shen Gonghu's gaze back then when he looked at the 3rd step. This time, Wang Lin's glance was also because his cultivation was higher than his opponent's, and he had once sealed the blood ancestor and killed 2 cultivators in the Yin Void Realm. A great deal of self-confidence and understanding of the Tao made this glance seem to encompass everything. The middle-aged man sneered, and under Wang Lin's gaze, his body not only didn't stop, but took another step. This step directly covered a distance of more than 10 meters, heading straight towards Wang Lin. It's truly ridiculous. Even in the Thunder Immortal realm, there's someone who dares to declare a 1,000-foot forbidden zone. However, his words stopped abruptly. At this moment, he saw Wang Lin's gaze. In that calm gaze, there was an icy coldness, as if he were looking at a dead man. But when it fell upon the middle-aged man, it was different. The moment his body froze, it was as if everything around him suddenly vanished. Only the other's gaze remained. There was no killing intent in that gaze, only calmness. But this calmness shook the middle-aged man's mind. His entire body's energy surged uncontrollably. It seemed only this could neutralize the danger emanating from that gaze. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. When the other person's gaze fell upon him, he immediately felt as if his entire body was being seen through, as if he were naked. This sensation was incredibly intense. Eventually, he even felt as if his skin had vanished, his internal organs and soul completely exposed to the other person's eyes. Furthermore, this feeling intensified, as if his soul had completely transformed under the other person's gaze, as if his spirit had disappeared, turning into a mass of vital energy. He had never experienced such a sensation since he began cultivating. It seemed as if his entire body and soul were vanishing one by one under the other person's gaze. Finally, he even had the feeling that his own existence was merely an illusion. A gush of fresh blood surged from his chest. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes regained their clarity, but within that clarity, a look of terror was revealed. From the moment Wang Lin's gaze fell upon him until the middle-aged man vomited blood, everything happened in just a few short breaths. It was so fast that no one else had time to notice what was happening. At the moment the middle-aged man spat out the blood, Wang Lin moved. He took a step forward, a step that landed silently on the ground, but the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he quickly retreated backward. He didn't know why, but with each step his opponent took, he felt as if his primordial spirit was instantly trampled upon. This indescribable feeling violently shook his mind. Initially, he dared to step forward because he thought his side had 4 people, plus the presence of Tang Yanfeng, so he wasn't afraid. But at this moment, he felt as if he were alone facing a powerful expert at the true Yang realm. It seemed that if he didn't retreat, he would undoubtedly die. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. After placing his foot down, he took 10 more steps, approaching the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face grew even paler. In his perception, each step of his opponent was like a thunderclap in his ears, almost shattering his mind. He almost lost control of himself and instinctively retreated. He could even hear his own heart pounding in his chest, rising and falling with the rhythm of his opponent's footsteps, becoming faster and more intense. Eventually, it almost became a continuous series of beats. After 10 steps, Wang Lin stopped, one foot lifted. In his icy gaze, this foot stomped down. This single stomp instantly caused the middle-aged man to spit out a large mouthful of fresh blood, his whole body seemingly going mad, rapidly retreating backward. He didn't even realize he had already left Wang Lin's 1,000-foot forbidden area. At the moment the final step of Wang Lin's right foot landed, the middle-aged man's heart pounded to its limit. Thump, 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 thump. His heart instantly collapsed. His elemental power, now uncontrollable, surged through his body, leaping into his primordial spirit, shattering it on the spot. Silence reigned all around. Tang Yanfeng's gaze revealed extreme caution. Since he began cultivating, apart from the senior masters, very few among his peers had been able to capture his attention. At this moment, he was not only cautious but also sensed a powerful threat. He questioned himself, defeating that middle-aged man in an instant would be easy. But to cause someone to collapse with just a glance and a few dozen steps, such divine power made him take a deep breath. With his knowledge, he naturally saw that the middle-aged man's death was related to elemental power. The opponent had obviously used elemental power to an extremely skillful degree, using it to suppress the surroundings, creating a powerful pressure that instantly shattered the middle-aged man's heart. The beautiful woman beside him now wore a somber expression. She was just one step away from the 1,000-jump forbidden zone, yet she dared not take another step. It seemed that at this moment, the 1,000-jump forbidden zone had officially become a death zone. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the dead middle-aged man and focused it on the young man who had followed him, the second to enter the Thousand Zhang Forbidden Zone. The young man's face suddenly turned pale. His cultivation was several levels lower than the middle-aged man's, having only just entered the Yin Void realm. His internal energy was not abundant and still unstable. Upon seeing Wang Lin, he immediately retreated 1,000 feet, hastily bowing and saying, "Please, senior, do not blame me. I know I was wrong. From now on, whenever you appear, I will absolutely not take another step within the Thousand Zhang Zone. If you violate this promise, you'll end up like this finger." He finished speaking, raised his left hand, and channeled the primal energy within his body. Immediately, a loud crack echoed, and his little finger turned into a cloud of blood mist. Glancing at the young man, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, his heart filled with terror. But compared to this little finger, his life was more important. The exhilaration of becoming a Yin Void cultivator had completely vanished. He kept telling himself that he must be extremely careful in the future. Wang Lin ignored the people 1,000 feet away and turned towards the black hole where Li Yuan was, stepping inside. Just then, Tang Yanfeng suddenly spoke. "Please leave your name, fellow Taoist." "Sumu," Wang Lin's voice echoed from within the black hole. And immediately the light above the Forbidden's formation flashed, completely sealing the entrance. "Sumu, I will definitely remember that." Tang Yanfeng wanted to take action, but ultimately held back. He wasn't really sure he could win Sumu. Besides the clansmen accompanying Tang Yanfeng, the first stage cultivators surrounding them from 1,000 feet away instantly memorized this name, never to forget it for the rest of their lives. The Su family. The woman beside Tang Yanfeng frowned slightly, her expression somber. Tang Yanfeng's expression remained unchanged as he stared at the underground cave sealed by the formation, slowly saying, "You also think?" The woman nodded, saying, "In the Luotia Star Domain, there are many people with the Su family, but most are unknown. Only the Su family in Donglin Star could produce a cultivator at the Young Realm, and one as powerful as this. The successor of this generation in Donglin Star hasn't appeared for many years. Could it be that this person?" The woman's pupils contracted, and she stopped speaking. Tang Yanfeng pondered for a moment, then calmly said, "He is very strong. Even if he is not a descendant of the Eastern Forest Star, he is certainly not far behind. This person is someone our Tang family should not casually provoke." "What about those two deceased clansmen?" The woman looked at Tang Yanfeng. The dead are dead. Tang Yanfeng's expression was icy cold as he turned and walked away, even ignoring the cave within the formation. The woman nodded and followed. As for the young man who had just entered the Yin Void, he also hurriedly followed, secretly rejoicing in his correct decision. Someone who could make the young master so wary was not someone to be trifled with. Sumu, after Tang Yanfeng and his group left, the cultivators all around became hesitant. Although Wang Lin had entered the underground cave, these cultivators still dared not step within 1,000 zhang radius. It seemed that this 1,000 zhang wide Forbidden's area, though no longer possessing the source of their fear, still resembled a death trap. After a long while, these people all retreated, flying away together, ultimately no one choosing to take the risk. After all, the previous scene had left them trembling. The name Simu followed them as they left, slowly spreading through their fellow cultivators. Only the formation mark on the ground remained, emitting a faint, lingering aura of restriction. After a long time, the aura gradually dimmed, finally becoming completely unresponsive, a dead formation. Li Yuan had already calculated before setting up this Forbidden's formation. First, he would prevent others from entering, and after the first person entered, they would automatically become a dead formation and dissipate. The cave beneath the Forbidden's formation wasn't large, but deep inside there was a passage, pitch black, yet the cultivators' eyes could see everything clearly. Li Yuan led the way, Wang Lin followed behind, the two of them continuously advancing through the passage. "Brother Su, I can confidently say that after the collapse of the Immortal Realm, we were absolutely the first to enter. Look at the surrounding walls. There are still traces of immortal power on them. If many people had entered, and the passage had been open for a long time, these traces would definitely not be present." Li Yuan's eyes gleamed as he spoke. Wang Lin said nothing, but spread out his divine consciousness, extending it forward, but not too far. After all, this place was left behind by immortals, so he needed to be careful. Otherwise, it was easy to trigger some of the restrictions. Brother Sue, earlier inside this cave, I discovered 3 treasures, but these 3 treasures are a bit strange. I'll take them out later, and you and I can analyze them. Li Yuan's voice carried a hint of doubt as he spoke quickly. Okay, after Wang Lin finished speaking, his divine consciousness extended further into the passage. This passage had no branches, only a single bend leading deep downwards. It seemed bottomless. The 2 of them traveled at high speed for half an hour without reaching the end. Li Yuan couldn't help but be astonished. How deep is this place? Could this be where the fragments are piled on top of each other? With a look of doubt, Li Yuan quickened his pace. Wang Lin followed, his brow furrowing as he continued forward. He vaguely felt a strange sensation, like an invisible hand placing a finger between his eyebrows, causing an inexplicable pain in his forehead. The further they descended the passage, the more intense this feeling became. After about half an incensed stick's time, Wang Lin's eyes widened. He grabbed Li Yuan, who was ahead, and stopped abruptly. Li Yuan was startled and turned to look at Wang Lin. Brother Li, do you feel a strange sensation? Wang Lin said in a low voice. Li Yuan shook his head and said, I don't feel anything. What do you mean, Brother Su? Wang Lin pondered for a moment, looked at Li Yuan, his gaze fixed on his forehead, and suddenly said, Brother Li, please disperse the heart-binding spell on your forehead. Li Yuan nodded. His forehead was the source of the heart-binding spell. At this moment, his heart stirred slightly, but as soon as he dispersed it, Li Yuan's face immediately turned pale, his eyes widened violently, and bloodshot veins appeared. He held his breath, adjusted the heart-binding spell, slowly recovered, and his eyes showed surprise. He said in a low voice, I can feel it. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he slowly said, It seems I'm not the only one who feels this. After saying that, he raised his right index finger, channeled the elemental power in his body, and drew in the void. The winding curves, following Wang Lin's index finger, gradually appeared before the 2 men. These curves emitted a fluorescent glow, slowly forming a strange symbol as Wang Lin drew them. However, the end of the line was broken, as if the symbol was incomplete. Brother Li, do you recognize this symbol? Wang Lin asked in a low voice. It's somewhat familiar. Li Yuan stared at the symbol, his eyes filled with contemplation. After a long while, he sat down cross-legged, carefully recalling his years of study and the ancient books he had read, searching for similar symbols. Half an incense stick later, Li Yuan frowned and said, There are 4 similar symbols, but this one isn't complete. I can't determine which one it is. Brother Su, where have you seen this symbol before? Wang Lin didn't answer, but cautiously extended his divine consciousness throughout the passage. After a long while, he raised his right hand and placed it at the end of the unfinished mark in the middle of the air, and began to continue drawing. Li Yuan stared at the symbol, his expression becoming increasingly serious. Finally, his eyes showed a look of terror. He recognized this symbol. Brother Li, this symbol is the path in the passage we're in. I've only sketched it out like this by spreading my divine consciousness, Wang Lin said slowly. Brother Su, you mean someone built a passage in the shape of this symbol? Li Yuan stood up. His cultivation wasn't sufficient. Even though his divine consciousness had spread out, it couldn't penetrate the passage, but he didn't doubt Wang Lin at all. Brother Su, this symbol is a type of immortal forbiddance formation. Even though it's one of the immortal forbiddance formations, this symbol is extremely rare. It cannot be used alone. It can only be combined with other symbols to form a forbiddance formation. What kind of effect does that restrictive formation have? Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he asked. Li Yuan shook his head and said, Unless we reach the end of this passage and see the final stroke of this symbol, it's truly impossible to determine the nature of this restriction. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, looking at the passage ahead, and slowly said, If that's the case, let's go take a look. Having said that, he moved forward. Li Yuan followed, his left hand forming a hand seal, constantly calculating. Their speed wasn't fast, but they didn't stop. The further they went, the heavier the feeling in Wang Lin's forehead became, making him appear somewhat gloomy. After another half hour, Wang Lin's gaze settled. His divine consciousness had reached the end point. After his divine sense clearly perceived the situation, Wang Lin took a deep breath. his body swiftly darting forward. He suddenly turned at the bend in the passage ahead, instantly stopping. Li Yuan, behind him, had also seen the end of the passage, his eyes showing a pensive expression. At the end of the passage was a whirlwind as tall as a person. This whirlwind emitted a five-colored radiance, rotating and enveloping everything in its halo. Li Yuan stared at the whirlwind, his left hand calculating briefly, and said in a low voice, "Brother Su, I've figured out that the restriction created by this symbol has only one effect: healing. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, there are probably not just one passage with these symbols, but 9. Therefore, these 9 symbols will form a gigantic healing array. This array would cost an enormous price to create in the Thunder Immortal realm." Li Yuan said this, his eyes gleaming as he looked towards Wang Lin. He didn't say anything, but he believed Wang Lin understood. The Great Healing Formation Brother Li's meaning is that within this formation, there's someone who has been using this formation to heal their wounds for countless years, Wang Lin said calmly. Brother Su is right, only this answer can explain everything. However, whether there is someone healing or not, I can't guess. But if there really is, then it must be an immortal. Wang Lin's eyes showed a strange expression as he slowly spoke. Although this vortex is said to lead to the formation's eye, it has been sealed by someone inside. This is indeed a bit strange, but I'm confident I can open it. Li Yuan stared at the vortex, his eyes showing a strange expression, slowly approaching and raising his left hand. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. Li Yuan wasn't the kind of person who didn't know right from wrong. How could he be so reckless? He took a step forward, directly approaching Li Yuan and reaching out to grab him. Li Yuan turned around, looked at Wang Lin, a strange light flashing in his eyes, and slowly said, "Brother Su, aren't you the one who wants immortal techniques? Who can understand immortal techniques better than an immortal? Perhaps that immortal is extremely weak right now. We just need to move forward, and we can capture him." He condensed a forbidden spell in his left hand, and while speaking, he directly advanced. Wang Lin's eyes widened. He directly crushed the forbidden spell that was being unleashed, and his right hand poured out immortal power, immediately striking Li Yuan's body. Li Yuan's body immediately swayed, and he fell unconscious. Having finished, Wang Lin turned around, looked at the whirlwind, pondered for a moment, then embraced Li Yuan and slowly retreated. Just as they had retreated less than 3 meters, the whirlwind suddenly stopped spinning, a gloomy aura emerged, and an eye appeared in the center of the whirlwind. At the same time, a strange voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. "What immortal technique do you want to learn?" Wang Lin stopped, staring at the eye that appeared in the whirlwind, speechless. "Let your friend unleash that immortal forbiddance technique, and I can teach you a set of immortal techniques." "Who are you?" Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Learn or not learn," the voice didn't answer Wang Lin's question, but slowly spoke again. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He embraced Li Yuan and retreated further, heading straight towards the back of the passage. Regarding the voice that had just appeared within his mind, Wang Lin was not unmoved, but he was cautious in his dealings with people, and this matter was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Moreover, and most importantly, even if he truly learned immortal techniques, given Wang Lin's character, after having previously cultivated the slaughter immortal technique, he wouldn't make the same mistake a second time. Immortal techniques can only be cultivated by oneself. If others give them to you, you absolutely cannot take them. Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. His entire body's energy circulated, guarding against the gaze within the vortex, and he quickly left with Li Yuan. Not long after Wang Lin left, the vortex, which had been in a state of stillness, slowly began to rotate. The eye at the center revealed a gloomy expression, staring intently in the direction Wang Lin had disappeared, then slowly retracted. "I don't like cautious people." A red light flashed from the eye, shooting straight ahead. Finally, the eye disappeared into the vortex, leaving no trace, and the surroundings returned to normal. Only that red light, like a lightning bolt, pursued Wang Lin and Li Yuan through the passage. Wang Lin moved with incredible speed, carrying Li Yuan through the passage back to the underground cave. He repeatedly tapped Li Yuan's chest with 2 fingers, causing Li Yuan's body to tremble. He opened his eyes, a feeling of dizziness rising within him, but it quickly vanished, and he regained his senses. "Thank you, Brother Su. I must have been affected by the strange gravitational pull from the vortex just now." Li Yuan pondered for a moment, then realized the reason for his strange behavior. This place is too eerie. Let's leave quickly. Wang Lin turned his head to glance at the passage behind him, frowning. Li Yuan nodded, not asking any further questions. He formed a hand seal with his left hand, casting a protective spell at the cave's exit. At that moment, Wang Lin's expression changed. He formed hand seals with both hands, and the lightning power within his primordial spirit surged out, forming a large ball of lightning in his hand. Without hesitation, Wang Lin pushed forward with both palms, and immediately, lightning bolts accompanied by thunderous explosions simultaneously blocked the entrance to the passage. At this moment, a red light flashed, and the lightning bolts dispersed, the red light rushing out and heading straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. Within that red light, there was a feeling he recognized very clearly, a feeling emanating from deep within his soul, causing his eyes to narrow in an instant. This is the extreme realm. Without thinking, he quickly retreated, his entire body merging with the surroundings as he retreated. The red light flashed and directly entered Wang Lin's body. At the same time, the Forbidden's formation at the entrance opened. Wang Lin retreated, grabbing Li Yuan, and directly flew out, not even having time to close the Forbidden's formation, quickly teleporting away through the void. Thousands of miles away on this fragmented continent, the figures of Wang Lin and Li Yuan materialized and landed on the ground. Wang Lin's body flicked, his face pale, and he spat out a cloud of earth and sand. This cloud of earth and sand quickly enveloped a square block, forming a large seal. Waves of oppressive power swirled around him. Wang Lin immediately sat down cross-legged, raised his right hand, and the beast skeleton on the back of his hand instantly materialized, swirling around his body. Waves of dark light emanated from it, enveloping him densely. "Brother Li, please protect me," Wang Lin said, then closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and placed them on his knees. The elemental power in his body surged wildly, continuously flowing into his consciousness. Li Yuan's expression was serious. He potted his storage bag, and 9 immortal swords immediately flew out, scattering in all directions. His eyes shone brightly as he protected Wang Lin. Although he didn't know what kind of calamity Wang Lin had encountered, he had never seen him in such a serious state since meeting him. What kind of divine ability is that crimson light? Li Yuan pondered. Inside Wang Lin's primordial spirit, the crimson lightning wreaked havoc, emitting a dense aura of killing intent. But just as it was about to unleash its full power, it was immediately enveloped by the immense heaven and earth elemental force within Wang Lin's body, preventing the red lightning from fully displaying its true power. However, this was a supreme realm item. Its power was too great. Although the elemental force had surrounded it, it was rapidly dissipating, obviously becoming completely ineffective soon. Wang Lin's understanding of the supreme realm was naturally profound. At this moment, he didn't panic but continued to circulate his immortal power, enveloping it. He understood the extreme realm very well. Although his primordial spirit had merged with the ancient thunder dragon, the events of that year meant his primordial spirit wasn't completely powerless against the extreme realm. After all, he had once been an extreme realm cultivator. Therefore, he was able to prevent the red lightning from instantly obliterating his primordial spirit, giving him a chance to resist. If it were someone else, even with a higher cultivation level than Wang Lin, they wouldn't have a chance to resist and would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, the primordial energy absorbed by Wang Lin's body was extremely concentrated at this moment, so he didn't worry about depletion. He steadfastly and continuously enveloped the red lightning, layer after layer disintegrating, finally catching up with the rate of disintegration within his primordial energy. While Wang Lin was dealing with the extreme realm, thousands of miles away, beside an underground cave, a cultivator approached cautiously with a hesitant expression. This person was indeed one of the cultivators who had previously stood a short distance away from Wang Lin, observing him. He hadn't completely left, but was still lingering around, hoping to obtain some discarded magical artifacts he could use after Sumu left. He had hesitated for a long time after seeing Wang Lin and Li Yuan rush out, and only now dared to approach. He stared intently at the cave, gritted his teeth, and cautiously entered, continuously advancing along the passage. Several hours later, he reached the end of the passage and was stunned when he saw the vortex. But then, a strange glint flashed in his eyes, and he slowly advanced, getting closer to the vortex. At that moment, an eye suddenly appeared in the center of the vortex. "Come closer, come here, come here." A deep, ominous voice echoed within the cultivator's mind. He continued to move closer, completely mesmerized. After a long while, a deep, rumbling sound echoed through the passage. The monk led his primordial spirit to the vortex and exploded. His flesh and blood were completely absorbed into the vortex, his entire body vanishing without a trace. The vortex, having absorbed his flesh and blood, exploded again, gradually showing signs of breaking apart. The seal within it, in particular, began to crack, and after a long time, the cracks multiplied until they were completely shattered. A crimson light shot out from the vortex, instantly filling the entire passage. Inside the crimson light, the passage rapidly contracted, eventually becoming a tiny, shrunken symbol, flashing briefly before being enveloped by the crimson light and sucked into the vortex. The vortex slowly disappeared. 9 seals, 5 have been broken after several years. With my current strength, I can finally open the remaining 4 seals slightly, luring people to break them. The deep, resonant sound carried a hint of joy as it slowly faded away. At the same time, among the many fragments of the Thunder Immortal Realm, 4 fragments emitted powerful immortal energy fluctuations. Under the attraction of these fluctuations, cultivators gradually gathered towards them. However, the areas where these fluctuations occurred were sealed, and breaking them would require a master of forbiddance techniques equivalent to Li Yuan. Otherwise, it would take considerable time. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, his entire body was drenched in sweat. His face was pale, and he took a deep breath. He placed his right hand on the ground. At this moment, a mere thought could force the red lightning enveloped in elemental energy out of his body. But his eyes flashed, and he withdrew his right hand. To eliminate this trace of extreme realm energy like this would be too wasteful. It's better to leave it within my body. At a crucial moment, it might become my life-saving treasure. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, leaving a trace of the extreme realm within his primordial spirit. He had expended a great deal of his primordial power to surround it, but compared to that, the value of this trace of the extreme realm was truly immense. Wang Lin was deeply moved, remaining silent for a while before making his decision. He stood up, put away his magic weapon, and at that moment, suddenly felt a strong tremor in the ground. This tremor was coming from the passage tens of thousands of miles away. Li Yuan, seeing Wang Lin recover, hadn't had time to approach and ask, but he also noticed the tremor in the ground. Without saying a word, they immediately flew away. Brother Su, inside that passage while flying, Li Yuan turned his head and glanced into the distance. "Let's talk about this later. It's better to leave here quickly," Wang Lin said in a low voice, increasing his speed as he and Li Yuan gradually flew towards the edge of this fragmented continent, leaping into the void. "Brother Li, I want to go to a place called the Treasure Pavilion. If there are any restrictions, I hope Brother Li can assist me." Inside the void, Wang Lin looked ahead and spoke slowly. Instead of searching everywhere for immortal mansions to investigate, it would be better to go directly to the treasure pavilion mentioned in the old man Yao's memory. There must be immortal techniques there. Li Yuan nodded and said, "I will do my best to assist." He didn't know why, but after the journey through the passage just now, a terrifying feeling had arisen in his heart, as if some great event was about to happen. This feeling was vague, but like a sharp thorn, it had taken root deep in his heart, always present. "Thank you," Wang Lin said calmly, recalling the location of the treasure pavilion in the old man's memory. Wang Lin changed direction, his internal energy spreading out, and he and Li Yuan flew through the void at an extremely fast speed. According to that old man's memory, the treasure pavilion has a seal formed by the combined efforts of the 4 great families. Without someone from one of the 4 great families, it's impossible to enter. "I hope Li Yuan can this seal," Wang Lin thought to himself. Under the surging energy of Wang Lin, the 2 transformed into a rainbow, flashing through the void. Not heading towards any fragment of a continent but towards the center of the majority of the fragments in the Thunder Immortal Realm, constantly approaching. Extreme Realm, who is sealed inside the 5-colored vortex? How could they possess the Extreme Realm? While rapidly flying through the void, Wang Lin's heart was restless. Although his outward expression remained calm, a fierce terror was rising within him. The ultimate level of the extreme realm is the nascent soul stage, but in my entire life, the first time I encountered the extreme realm was with Naada of the 5 Element Star. He possessed the extreme realm, and even said that this extreme realm was a gift from a friend before his death. Besides him, this is the second time I've seen the extreme realm. Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression, piercing through the vast void, straight to the center of most of the fragments in the Thunder Immortal realm. Could it be there really is a method to upgrade the extreme realm? Wang Lin's heart pounded, and his mouth even felt dry. Hundreds of years spent with the extreme realm had given him a profound understanding of this elusive divine ability. Extreme, Dao, water. Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression. He knew too little, and his mind couldn't analyze it. After a while, he sighed inwardly, no longer thinking about this, and focused his attention on the treasure pavilion. Traveling through the void was incredibly tedious. After all, the void was vast, and the vast majority of ordinary cultivators spent most of their time on the fragments of the continent. Traveling through the void was merely a temporary journey. However, after Wang Lin and Li Yuan had been traveling for half a month, they began to see streaks of sword light, sometimes near, sometimes far, constantly passing by. At first, Wang Lin didn't pay much attention, but as they continued moving forward, gradually, after a month, they saw more and more cultivators in the void. The vast majority of these cultivators were at the peak-seeking stage, with only occasional yin void cultivators. They traveled in groups, either alone, in small clusters, or as a family, quickly passing by. This phenomenon gradually attracted the attention of Wang Lin and Li Yuan. These cultivators displayed different expressions, but their eyes all held an astonishing excitement. These cultivators, constantly passing by, also saw Wang Lin and Li Yuan. They clearly recognized Wang Lin's cultivation level had surpassed the peak-seeking stage, their eyes showing fear, and they hurriedly passed by, not wanting to cause trouble. Brother Su, something's not right. Has something big happened? Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression. Along the way, he had seen too many cultivators. This was extremely unusual in this void. Furthermore, as the two continued towards the center of the majority of the fragments, they witnessed more and more cultivators. It seemed that all the cultivators who had entered the Thunder Immortal realm were converging from the fragments of the continents all at once. Not just one direction. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, "But for directions. What exactly happened?" Li Yuan frowned, his gaze fixed on the cultivators flying past in the distance. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then stopped speaking and, taking Li Yuan with him, increased his speed. Just then, suddenly, in the distance, more than 10 streaks of sword light, accompanied by thunderous roars, flew rapidly across the void. Boundless heaven and earth elemental power surged forth, causing the surrounding cultivators to dodge, not daring to stand in front. The more than 10 streaks of sword light flew swiftly, their momentum astonishing, almost sweeping across all directions, filled with an overwhelming aura of arrogance. Even some groups of cultivators from various families, upon seeing these more than 10 streaks of sword light, their expressions changed slightly, and they immediately retreated. Not to mention the cultivators flying alone. Almost immediately upon seeing these more than 10 streaks of sword light, they stopped, not daring to compete for the attention. In a short time, within the vast void before Wang Lin, almost all the cultivators turned their eyes towards the more than 10 streaks of sword light rapidly approaching, quickly dodging. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He glanced at the more than 10 streaks of sword light without saying anything. These more than 10 streaks of sword light did not stop, directly rushing through the void. But just as they flew far away, about to disappear, suddenly one of the streaks of sword light stopped, changing direction and flying straight towards Wang Lin. At the same time, the other streaks of sword light also stopped, transforming into a group of male and female cultivators. These cultivators, without exception, had all surpassed the peak-seeking stage, with the vast majority being yin void, and only a few rare individuals reaching yang solid. Now, after revealing their forms, they all looked towards the streaks of sword light flying towards Wang Lin, their eyes filled with doubt. Not only them, but even the other cultivators in the void, whether alone or with their respective clans, all gazed at that beam of sword light following its movements. Li Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his left hand, secretly creating a protective barrier. Only Wang Lin remained calm and composed, glancing at the rapidly approaching beam of sword light. The sword light stopped 10 meters in front of Wang Lin, its radiance dissipating, transforming into a person. This person appeared to be around 30 years old, with a fair and smooth face, somewhat handsome, but his phoenix eyes revealed an incongruous, effeminate look. He wore a purple gold robe, stood upright, and bowed to Wang Lin with utmost respect, saying, "Junior Zan Kongli greets Senior." As soon as he uttered these words, almost everyone present, without a word, simultaneously turned their gazes towards Wang Lin. At this moment, there weren't many cultivators around, but the attention he commanded was no less than that of a multitude. The concentrated gazes didn't cause Wang Lin's expression to change in the slightest. He remained calm and composed. Zan Kongli's reputation was immense, and some of the surrounding cultivators recognized him. Even those who didn't recognize him could sense the intense spiritual power emanating from him, and hearing his words, immediately knew that this person was Zan Kongli of the Southern Heaven Star Domain. Who is this person? His cultivation level is not much higher than Zan Kongli's, so how could he be called senior by Zan Kongli of the Luotia Star Domain? Zan Kongli is said to have become an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Could the person he considers senior be an elder of the Thunder Immortal Palace? All sorts of thoughts were swirling in the minds of the cultivators around them, especially the more than 10 people accompanying Zan Kongli, their eyes filled with disbelief as they all looked towards Wang Lin. They were all outstanding individuals from various cultivation families, and just now, when they were flying past, Zan Kongli had suddenly changed direction without saying a word, which had already surprised them. Now, hearing him call this person senior only fueled their speculations. It's worth noting that Zan Kongli's cultivation was arguably at the pinnacle among them. Moreover, they all knew that this person was incredibly arrogant, an arrogance that wasn't outwardly displayed but inwardly ingrained. Even the elders of his family were usually disregarded by him. Someone who could make him willingly address someone as senior with such respect was truly rare. At this moment, Zan Kongli was extremely respectful, a respect that came from the bottom of his heart, without a hint of pretense. For Wang Lin, he was clearly completely in awe. Now, seeing Wang Lin, he naturally noticed Wang Lin's young cultivation level, and his heart was even more moved. As expected of a senior back then, his cultivation was suppressed to the peak inquiry stage, and I couldn't see through the deception no matter how hard I tried. Now, he's raised his cultivation to the young cultivation level, and I can't detect even a hint of hidden cultivation. The reverence in Zan Kongli's eyes deepened. After he left, he had felt a surge of emotion, and his heart was filled with admiration for Shen Gonghu. Even after returning to his family, he hesitated, unsure whether he should seize this rare opportunity like Shen Gonghu. When he had this thought, he heard that Shen Gonghu had been forbidden by his family and later abandoned by the Thunder Immortal Palace, leaving him with mixed feelings. If he hadn't experienced this, he would have definitely laughed heartily, secretly rejoicing at someone else's ridiculous misfortune. But after what happened at Leiqi, he felt a deep sympathy for Shen Gonghu's actions, a sadness he felt as if he were experiencing himself, and he even felt immense admiration for Shen Gonghu. Li Yuan stared blankly at Wang Lin, his mind a blank. He knew the name Zan Konglai. Among the younger generation in Luotia Star Domain, Zan Konglai, along with Shen Gonghu and Tang Yanfeng, were known as the 3-star domain heroes. All of them, in a very short time, had reached the sky-high young realm cultivation level. But now Zan Konglai was calling Sumu senior, which momentarily startled Li Yuan. Wang Lin looked at Zan Konglai, frowned, and said, "Where are you rushing off to?" Seeing Wang Lin frown, Zan Kongli's heart trembled, and he spoke even more respectfully, hastily saying, "In the Thunder Immortal Realm." Intense fluctuations of immortal power have appeared throughout the fragments of the continent, but there are protective restrictions, and they cannot be lifted in the short term. However, once the seal is broken, a treasure will appear. After learning about this, I intend to go there to search. Wang Lin looked around. It was clear that the cultivators he had encountered along the way had somehow learned about what Zan Kongli had just said, which explained the recent events. Protecting restrictions. Wang Lin's eyes widened. After a moment of contemplation, he lightly waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, I hope you can obtain everything." Zan Kongli hesitated for a moment, then respectfully said, "I'm not entirely sure, senior. I wonder if you have some free time besides. I and brother Shen Gong have already made an agreement to meet on the fragment of the continent on the left, to join forces to seize the treasure." Wang Lin frowned even more, saying, I have important matters to attend to. If I have time, I will come and take a look. Zhang Kongli nodded hastily, his eyes showing excitement. This expression, except when facing Wang Lin and a few members of his family and the Leishan Palace, he couldn't show. Since Senior has said so, I am 10 times more confident in seizing this treasure. Zhang Kongli thought to himself, bowing and retreating, transforming into a sword light, returning to the group of cultivators accompanying him, flying ahead to lead the way. The accompanying cultivators followed closely behind with puzzled expressions. It wasn't until they had flown far away that a woman in white couldn't hold back any longer and whispered, Brother Zan, that person just now hearing this. Zan Kongli smiled slightly. His eyes still filled with respect, and said in a low voice, that was a senior expert. Meeting him was a great fortune for me. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding cultivators, Wang Lin's figure flashed, stepping into the void and flying away. Li Yuan followed closely behind, and the two disappeared into the void. Along the way, Li Yuan had repeatedly wanted to ask questions, but ultimately restrained himself, never mentioning Zhang Kongli. Li Yuan was shrewd. He knew that many things shouldn't be asked, and everyone had their own secrets. Time flew by, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. The two continued to approach the central area, encountering more and more cultivators. Their speed didn't slow down at all, and one day, they finally reached the center of the majority of the fragments in the Thunder Immortal realm. After arriving at this place, he finally saw no more cultivators. Looking around, he saw only darkness, not a soul in sight. Standing in midair, Wang Lin carefully surveyed his surroundings. In the old man Yao's memory, this was the place where the treasure pavilion was sealed. Brother Li, look, can you find any clues? As soon as Wang Lin stopped, Li Yuan raised his left hand and formed a hand seal, his eyes gleaming as he deduced the forbiddance technique. After a moment, he nodded solemnly and said, there is indeed a ripple of forbiddance technique here. Although it's very faint, with my forbiddance technique, I can sense that this technique is similar to the immortal forbiddance technique, but with some differences. He then pressed his left hand forward, and immediately a forbiddance technique flew out, splitting into 18 parts and stopping in the void before him. In an instant, only a fleeting, illusory outline flashed in the void before instantly vanishing completely. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just now, when that outline appeared, he had vaguely seen a translucent continent suddenly emerge from the void. On that continent, there was a towering building, but the continent had just appeared and then immediately vanished, no longer clearly visible. Brother Su, I need some time, Li Yuan said in a low voice. A confident aura emanated from him whenever he dispelled a restriction. After saying this, he sat cross-legged in the void, his left hand continuously forming hand seals, unleashing various restrictions, combining them in front of him. Occasionally, he would press his forehead, and a black thread would flash out. Each time, the black thread would surge forward, the previously unleashed restrictions forming an extremely complex mark, suspended in the void. In an instant, the illusory continent reappeared, only to vanish just as quickly. This speed was incredibly fast. There wasn't enough time to jump inside. Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry, but as soon as the continent flashed into existence, he focused his gaze. Gradually, Li Yuan's restrictions became faster and faster, and the number of times the continent flashed into existence increased. Wang Lin watched intently, slowly examining the continent. In the center of the continent, that enormous building resembled four sharp spikes suddenly rising from the ground, looking like two pairs of buffalo horns piercing the sky. 4 figures sat cross-legged on these 4 horns. They remained motionless, seemingly unaffected even by Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin's pupils narrowed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Brother Su, if we completely remove this restriction, it will take at least several months. But if we don't remove it, and only bring you in with your speed combined with my restriction, we have an 80% chance of success. Brother Su, you decide, Li Yuan said in a low voice. Wang Lin took a step forward, walking to the side of the continent, and slowly said, if so, let me in, Brother Li, hide carefully. This place is dangerous. We shouldn't stay long. After we obtain the immortal technique, we will leave. Li Yuan didn't say much. He pointed his left hand at the center of his eyebrows, and immediately several black strands flew out, intertwining to form a mark. At the same time, he unleashed a large amount of forbidden spells, all of which merged into the mark. The mark immediately emitted bursts of black light. Li Yuan's eyes flashed, and he quickly pointed his left hand forward, shouting, "Heart Forbidden's seal dissipates." The forbidden seal immediately flew away, stopping in the void in an instant, and the fragments of the continent reappeared. However, at this moment, the continent flickered incessantly, disappearing and reappearing only to vanish again. This continuous process made everything before their eyes appear strangely colored. As for the mark, it consistently emitted a dark light, while the fragment of the continent flickered continuously, instantly expanding and unexpectedly forming a circular passage. However, this passage was unstable, seemingly on the verge of collapse at any moment. "Enter!" As soon as Li Yuan shouted, Wang Lin's body shot out, seemingly transforming into a flash of lightning, directly rushing into the circular passage. The moment he entered the circular passage, it collapsed, and both the fragment of the continent and Wang Lin vanished into the void. "I hope Brother Su can gain something," Li Yuan pondered for a moment, his left hand forming a hand seal, his body gradually disappearing into the Forbidden's formation, not letting out a single trace of his aura. The surrounding void fell silent again. Wang Lin's body was like lightning, appearing on the fragmented continent. As he rushed forward, his divine consciousness immediately spread out. Behind him, instead of emptiness, there was a halo of Forbidden's light. This very Forbidden's light had separated this continent from the Thunder Immortal realm, making it a Forbidden's area for the 4 cultivation families. As soon as his divine consciousness spread out, it focused on the pavilion in the center of the continent ahead. At the same time, a person sitting on the horn of the pavilion opened their eyes, coldly glancing into the distance. With a flash, their figure disappeared. Wang Lin's speed was extremely fast, flying straight towards the pavilion in the distance. Just then, a sudden surge of immortal power appeared ahead, and then a person emerged. This person appeared to be a middle-aged man, dressed in black, with a cold and harsh expression. After appearing, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and pressed it towards Wang Lin. "I have been observing you for a long time. Trespassing into a Forbidden's area, you only deserve death." With a flash of his hand seal, a powerful force attacked. Wang Lin immediately retreated, his right hand striking forward. The two men's elemental forces collided, emitting a resounding explosion that spread in all directions. The man in black's eyes were icy cold. He had long since realized that Wang Lin's cultivation was the same as his own, both at the Young Realm. He stepped forward, his right hand pointing to the sky, muttering softly, and in boundless power suddenly descended from the heavens. Immediately afterward, a bolt of immortal lightning suddenly materialized in the air, striking down at Wang Lin. "This is the Thunder Immortal Realm. This treasure pavilion is where immortal artifacts are stored. Why can your 4 great families come here? But I cannot." Wang Lin coldly snorted, charging forward. At this moment, the immortal lightning descended from the sky. Wang Lin did not dodge at all. Instead, his primordial spirit appeared between his eyebrows, opening its mouth to swallow the lightning. Lightning instantly surged through his entire body, a terrifying sight. The man in black was stunned, his expression turning grim, clearly not expecting the other party to be able to absorb the immortal lightning. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of dust and sand, pointing it forward. This cloud of dust and sand instantly magnified, transforming into a fragment of a large seal, carrying immense pressure, and directly pressing down on the man in black. "You're not qualified." The man in black sneered, raising both hands and performing a series of hand gestures, but his expression changed drastically. Unexpectedly, his magic had no effect on the descending fragment of the seal. The fragment, carrying an astonishing momentum, crashed down with immense force, the pressure emanating from it making it impossible for the man in black to dodge. In an instant, the seal descended with a thunderous roar. The man in black's eyes showed terror. In the moment of danger, he bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately, his whole body flashed with blood-red light. Just as the great seal descended, he instantly escaped the pressure, appearing 100 yards away. As soon as he reappeared, his face turned pale, his eyes filled with malice, and without a word, he turned and walked away. Wang Lin raised his right hand, carrying the great seal, and chased after him. The two, one in front and one behind, headed straight towards the pavilion in the center of the continent. Still not attacking. The man in black flew to the pavilion and immediately shouted. The three figures on the four horns of the pavilion opened their eyes, and in a flash, stood beside the man in black, coldly staring at Wang Lin as he approached. These three were all the Young Realm. At this moment, four Young Realm cultivators stood together, forming a colossal aura focused on Wang Lin. A thick wave of killing intent permeated the air. The treasure pavilion doesn't belong to your four great families. Let me pass, and we can avoid a battle. Otherwise, even if I lose, half of you four will end up dead. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light as he slowly spoke. Except for Nirvana cultivators, no one is qualified to enter the treasure pavilion, one of them said coldly. They had clearly seen Wang Lin's cultivation level, especially after the scene just now, which had shocked them. But even with four of them working together, they didn't care about Wang Lin at all. At this moment, the black-robed man's aura had recovered. He snorted coldly and stepped forward, patting his storage bag. Immediately, a red flying sword appeared, flying straight towards Wang Lin. The other three also rushed out simultaneously. One of them clasped his hands together, and a whirlwind appeared, forming a vortex in front of them. The other two looked at each other, simultaneously performing hand gestures, their divine abilities transforming and manifesting into a yin-yang diagram. As it rotated, it emitted a strange power directed towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he immediately retreated, simultaneously thrusting his right hand forward. Immediately, fragments of the Great Seal flew up, fiercely pressing forward. Two of the four who had just manifested the yin-yang diagram instantly leapt up, pointing their fingers, and the yin-yang diagrams in their hands flew out to counter the fragments of the Great Seal. Those two then performed hand gestures again, unleashing their divine abilities, preventing the fragments from pressing down. The remaining two, like lightning bolts, wielded their magical artifacts and divine abilities, directly targeting Wang Lin, displaying their killing intent. As Wang Lin retreated, each step unleashed a powerful wave of primal energy, his entire body seemingly merging into the air. While continuously backing away, he suddenly stopped and took a step forward. After this single step, Wang Lin's entire body vanished, reappearing behind the man in black. The man in black was startled, suddenly turning around. His red flying sword, accompanied by a howling sound, hurtled straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm, his right hand pointing forward, and he softly shouted, "Freeze!" Unexpectedly, the man in black and the flying sword instantly stopped, becoming completely silent. Without hesitation, Wang Lin disregarded the flying sword and stepped in front of the man in black, directly pointing a finger at the man's forehead, unleashing a torrent of primal energy. The black-robed man's body instantly collapsed, his soul flying out of his body, filled with terror, attempting to flee. Just then, the Kanji Immortal appeared, sweeping around him, causing the black-robed man's soul to let out a pain cry and release a large amount of vital energy. At this moment, the only remaining person among the four who hadn't dealt with the fragments of the Great Seal, wielding a boundless whirlwind, flew straight towards Wang Lin, clearly intending to stop him. Wang Lin didn't even glance at him. The beast bone on the back of his hand twitched, transforming into something ferocious as it charged towards the cultivator wielding the whirlwind. Simultaneously, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and the soul banner appeared, forming a large black mist that engulfed the black-robed man's soul. The black-robed man was about to retaliate, but immediately saw the ferocious blood ancestor's soul flickering within the black mist, shocking him. That familiar appearance caused his mind to momentarily relax, resulting in him being enveloped in a black mist. All of this happened swiftly and efficiently. After capturing the black-robed man's primordial spirit, Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and immediately 100 jang radius was enveloped in a black mist. His eyes gleamed with a strange light as he stared at the remaining three, saying grimly, "I want to enter the treasure pavilion." The two men, who were dealing with the Great Seal, were shaken. Before they could speak, they heard a terrified scream. The cultivator who had unleashed the whirlwind divine ability retreated rapidly. The beast bone in front of him emitted a dark light, its eyes flashing with an unimaginable, overwhelming killing intent that instantly permeated the heavens and earth. At this moment, the intensity of the killing intent reached its peak. Even Wang Lin, the owner of this magical artifact, felt a shock. The killing intent was truly too powerful, let alone the three men. The killing intent, having appeared, instantly vanished completely. But when the monk unleashed his whirlwind technique, his whirlwind instantly turned gray, transforming into a stone statue. Seeing the bone beast's gaze fixed upon him, the cultivator's face turned pale, and he immediately retreated. But at that moment, the intense killing intent suddenly appeared. The cultivator's eyes widened in terror. His right hand instantly turned gray, spreading widely throughout his body, posing an extreme danger. Without hesitation, he raised his left hand and severed his right arm, disregarding the gushing blood. He quickly retreated 1,000 feet, sat down cross-legged, and immediately began meditating and breathing exercises. Even so, despite having cut off an arm, the gray color did not disappear, but instead appeared on his left hand, spreading even faster. Despair filled the cultivator's eyes, gritting his teeth. As the gray color spread throughout his body, his primordial spirit flew out of his physical form, abandoning his body. When his primordial spirit flew out, his entire body instantly turned into a stone statue, devoid of any life. Only his primordial spirit remained in midair, utterly desolate. Complete silence reigned all around. I, Sue, wish to ask you a question. Do I have the qualifications? Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the two cultivators battling the Great Seal, his voice calm, yet revealing an icy chill. The cultivation families in the Fire Star domain had a hierarchical structure unknown to outsiders, not divided into 9 levels like in the Star Alliance. In the Star Alliance, a 7th-level cultivation star was considered the pinnacle. 8th-level cultivation stars were extremely rare, with only 3 in the entire Star Alliance. As for the mysterious 9th-level cultivation star, there was only 1 in the entire Star Alliance. The cultivation clans in the Luotia Star domain are similar. However, only those cultivation clans with long-standing traditions and enduring prosperity can survive permanently in the Luotia Star domain. In the Luotia Star domain, the most common are the cultivation clans on the main planets of the 4 major domains, East, West, South, and North. Their strength is generally comparable, with 3 or 4 cultivation clans often coexisting on a single cultivation planet. For example, the Tang family and the Zan family are among the top ranks. Above these cultivation clans, there are 4 more whose lineage originates from the immortal realm. They are the most powerful forces in the Luotia Star domain. Investigating the origins of this, the ancestors of these 4 cultivation clans were all immortals from the Thunder Immortal realm before its collapse, and their status was extraordinary. Furthermore, above these 4 cultivation clans, there are 2 other powerful clans. They usually behave modestly, but in the Luotia Star domain, they are a truly powerful force, even more so than the families inherited from the immortal realm. Having existed since ancient times and continuing to exist even after the collapse of the immortal realm, there are 6 such families inherited from the ancient cultivation world in the Luotia Star domain. The mysterious Su family in Donglan Star, Li Yuan's family, is one of them. But over the years, most of these ancient cultivation families have declined, the Li family being an example. Besides the Li family, 3 other families have also vanished. To this day, only 2 ancient cultivation families remain. Similar to the 9-tier cultivation nation in the Star Alliance, the Luotia Star domain also has an even more ancient cultivation family that existed even before the ancient times, the Ancient Ones. The ancient cultivation clans in the Luotia Star domain are extremely mysterious and powerful. Their existence dates back to ancient times, and their continued existence to this day is terrifying. The mere thought of them sends shivers down one's spine. On the surface, these clans have witnessed the events of the ancient times, the collapse of the immortal realm, the journey of the Thunder Immortal Palace, and all the changes in the Luotia Star domain. It's even possible that these ancient cultivation clans possess knowledge of the secrets of the ancient immortal realm, and their divine abilities and cultivation techniques alone are enough to dominate the land. Wang Lin, besides the 8th and 9th tier cultivation nations of the Star Alliance, already knows all of this. Traveling alongside Li Yuan has practically told Wang Lin everything related to these clans. Therefore, when faced with these 4 great families that inherited their lineage from the immortal realm, Wang Lin remained very calm. In midair above the ground near the treasure pavilion, 2 old men, who were jointly dealing with the fragments of the Great Seal, pondered for a moment. One of them smiled wryly and said, "Fellow Taoist, to possess such divine abilities and magical treasures, you are certainly not an unknown figure. I hope you will leave your name." Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he slowly said, "Sumu." The old man's eyes widened, and he said, "Fellow Taoist Su, although you haven't reached the nirvana stage with your strength, we cannot stop you. You are qualified to enter the treasure pavilion." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man beside him looked at Wang Lin and suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist Su, what is your relationship with the Su family of Donglin Star?" Wang Lin's expression was unchanged as he looked at the speaker. The old man hesitated for a moment, his eyes gleaming, and said, "If fellow Taoist Su is not from the Su family of Donglin Star, I, representing the Chen family, invite you to become a non-family elder of the Chen family." Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and a smile played on his lips. "This isn't impossible. However, my current goal is the treasure pavilion. I hope the three of you will help me." Wang Lin's gaze swept over the soul that had just escaped from the body. The cultivator who had lost his body sighed inwardly, his expression somewhat complex. Hearing Wang Lin's words, he could already confirm that the other party was extremely knowledgeable about the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion could only be entered after it had been opened, and the key to opening it was that at least two families needed to work together. The next step was simple. With the combined efforts of the three, they would open the treasure pavilion. The quadrilateral building slowly trembled, its four corners converging and touching. Immediately, a gentle light flashed, striking the four corners, and an oval-shaped light gate appeared. "Fellow Taoist Su, members of my Chen family have entered this treasure vault no less than 100 times. Obtaining immortal techniques depends on fate. Each person's experience is different after entering, but it's not impossible to find them. The longer you persevere inside, the more precious the immortal techniques you obtain. I hope fellow Taoists will be able to gain something." The person who had just invited Wang Lin to become a non-family elder of the clan now bowed and spoke, his voice somewhat sincere. Wang Lin nodded slightly. According to the memories of the old man surnamed Yao from before, he knew that the four great families did not have the ability to set traps inside the treasure vault. Everything was exactly as the old man surnamed Yao remembered, without a single discrepancy. Without hesitation, he put away his magic weapon, his body flashed, and he directly went to the front of the light gate, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. After Wang Lin entered, the old man who had lost his physical body sighed and said, "If we had known this person was so powerful, we wouldn't have intervened earlier and just let him enter directly. His cultivation is the same as ours. At most, he can only reach the 4th level. 4th level is the limit, however. Who could have imagined that this person's divine abilities and magical artifacts are so agile and sharp? His cultivation is the same as ours, but judging by his appearance, he clearly has more than one thing he hasn't revealed yet. I'm afraid if he hadn't known that opening the treasure pavilion required our combined efforts, he would have killed more than one person just now." Exactly. It seems his actions just now clearly aim to kill two people. If I hadn't acted quickly based on the situation, I'm afraid my soul would have collapsed just like my body. The old man who had lost his physical body said with a bitter smile. "Well, what's the point of talking about that now? If he's already gone in, let him be. The immortal techniques in the 4th level depend on his immortal destiny." The old man from the Chen family said slowly. "Brother Chen, do you really want this person to become a non-clan elder of the Chen family?" The old man who had lost his body asked. The old man from the Chen family nodded and said in a deep voice, "This person is very powerful. My Chen family greatly needs such a character. Please, to fellow Taoists, don't compete with me. If this person truly becomes a non-clan elder of the Chen family, please pretend you didn't know about Taoist Ya's death. As for Taoist Lu's body, my Chen family will compensate. Taoist Song, you and my Chen family will also share some of the profits. Of course, the prerequisite is that this person must join my Chen family." While the three were talking, Wang Lin's entire body moved into a strange space. Surrounded by a thick, dark fog, his consciousness couldn't spread out. Faint whispers drifted from all directions, reaching Wang Lin's ears, but he couldn't hear them clearly. Suddenly, the fog began to move rapidly, like a wave condensing in front of Wang Lin, instantly transforming into a figure. This figure was entirely composed of fog, obscuring their clothes, but their face was discernible. Their appearance was unremarkable, yet they possessed an aura distinctly different from the surrounding cultivators. Upon appearing, they calmly looked at Wang Lin, raising their right hand, palm facing outward, motionless. Wang Lin's gaze narrowed. According to the old Manyo's memories, although the opportunities for those entering the treasure pavilion varied, they all shared a commonality upon entry, a cultivation level test. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin took a few steps forward, approaching the other person. He raised his right hand and pressed it against the other person's palm. In an instant, a strange power surged from the other person's palm into Wang Lin's body, quickly circulating once before retracting. A low voice suddenly rang out, 8th rank Supreme Immortal. You can enter the 4th floor of the treasure pavilion based on your chosen immortal techniques. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand, his eyes flashing, muttering to himself, 8th rank Supreme Immortal. How exactly are these immortal realms divided? My cultivation hasn't even reached the peak of the young realm yet, so why am I ranked among the immortals? At this moment, the figure formed from mist began to slowly dissipate. Wang Lin knew that after this person vanished, he would be teleported to the 4th floor, and everything from now on would depend on his immortal destiny. However, even with great immortal destiny, he could only obtain immortal techniques within the 4th floor. Obviously, this treasure pavilion has countless floors, but the higher you go, the higher the level of immortal techniques will be. Perhaps even the most ordinary immortal techniques on the highest floor would become top-tier immortal techniques if placed on the lower floors. However, this cultivation level test cannot be fake. One's entire strength is also a kind of opportunity. Only those with profound cultivation can obtain precious immortal techniques. If one's cultivation is insufficient, then everything is useless. Seeing the figure formed from mist about to completely dissipate, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and an extremely bold idea suddenly arose in his mind. Almost immediately after this idea appeared, his heart pounded wildly, and he even felt a little dry-mouthed. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, patted his storage bag, and immediately took out a treasure pagoda. His eyes revealed a strange light, and his left hand patted the pagoda, and the white-robed female corpse immediately appeared in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a few steps back, his hands forming a hand seal. The elemental energy within his body circulated, guiding the white-robed female corpse to raise her right hand and touch the palm of the slowly dissipating mist figure. At this moment, Wang Lin's heart pounded, his gaze unwavering. In an instant, the mist figure unexpectedly showed signs of disintegration, its entire body trembling slightly. After a long while, that low, deep voice resounded, 9th rank Immortal Lord. You can ascend to the 9th floor of the treasure pavilion to study immortal techniques. Wang Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. He clenched his fists tightly, immediately collecting the female corpse into the treasure pagoda and placing it in his storage bag. His heart pounded, his rare composure now violently shaken. Acquiring immortal techniques through fortuitous circumstances and researching immortal techniques, the meanings in these two statements are vastly different. The figure vanished, and the mist transformed into a staircase, extending from in front of Wang Lin, its end invisible. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination, and stepped onto the staircase, moving forward. With each step he took, the steps behind him slowly disappeared. At this moment, on the fragment of the continent outside the treasure pavilion, the three old men were talking to each other when suddenly, a beam of light flashed from the treasure pavilion. This light grew increasingly intense, almost blinding. The old man from the Chen family looked up at the beam of light and calmly said, "This Daosu's fortuitous circumstances have begun. I wonder what kind of immortal techniques he will ultimately obtain on the 4th level." The monk surnamed Liu, who had just lost his physical body, nodded upon hearing this and said, "Cultivation and immortal destiny are somewhat related, though not greatly. But at certain times they do have some influence. This person is probably in the 4th level and may be able to obtain better immortal techniques." Finally, the monk surnamed Song, without saying anything, stared intently at the radiance in the treasure pavilion, his eyes blazing with brilliance, and said in a low voice, "That's not right." Chen and Liu were stunned, their eyes both turning towards the treasure pavilion, their expressions instantly changing. They saw that after the first golden light, another golden light appeared in the treasure pavilion, shining upwards at the same level, a small circular ripple spreading in all directions in the air. Looking up from the ground, this scene was extremely magnificent. 5 rays of light. This person has actually entered the 5th level. The monk surnamed Liu, who had lost his physical body, glared at the 5 rays of light, his eyes revealing disbelief. It seems we underestimated this Taoist Su. His cultivation is definitely at the peak of the Yang realm. Perhaps he's already taken half a step into the Nirvana realm, barely reaching the standard to enter the 5th level. The eyes of the cultivator surnamed Song couldn't help but flash. The cultivator surnamed Shen frowned and slowly said, if his cultivation has reached the Nirvana realm, he can't enter the Thunder Immortal realm, unless... Before he could finish speaking, suddenly 2 beams of light appeared on the treasure pavilion. This time there were 2 beams, directly shooting straight up into the sky, level with the 5 beams already there. 7 beams of light shone extremely magnificently, but the 3 people who saw them were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Impossible! 7 beams of light! This is the 7th level. It can't be. The old man surnamed Song stared blankly at the sky, muttering, his eyes showing fear. The primordial spirit of the monk surnamed Lu, having lost his physical body, stiffened and stared in astonishment at the 7 streaks of golden light, his mind completely blank. The monk surnamed Chen was also terrified, his eyes filled with intense fear. He whispered, to enter the 7th level, what kind of cultivation is needed? Su Mu's cultivation couldn't possibly be that high, or perhaps this person possesses some kind of unparalleled immortal destiny that allows him to ascend to the 7th level without even needing to be tested. While the 3 were staring in astonishment, 2 more rainbows shot out from the treasure pavilion. 9 rainbows soared straight into the sky, a scene that, in the eyes of the 3, was like a series of thunderclaps, resounding loudly. They were speechless, only able to stare blankly into the air. If it had been 5 rainbows, they could understand that Su Mu had concealed his cultivation. Entering the 5th level, while somewhat surprising, was still somewhat acceptable. But after the appearance of 7 rainbows, they were both terrified and couldn't believe that Su Mu had concealed his cultivation. Especially the appearance of the 9 rainbows at the end caused them to be greatly shaken. All of this could only be explained by an extremely great karmic connection. There was no other explanation. The appearance of the 9 rainbows was truly beyond their imagination. It's worth noting that even the ancestors of their families, when the Thunder Immortal realm first opened, could only reach the 8th level in this sealed fragment of the continent at most. No one had ever reached the 9th level. Wang Lin walked, reaching the last step of the staircase. He took a step, and immediately his eyes lit up. This was a pavilion. The pavilion wasn't large. The walls on both sides had more than 10 square wooden panels, each containing an immortal jade, emitting a gentle light. On the rock wall directly in front, a painting hung. In the painting, there was a tree, its leaves withered and yellow, and beneath its canopy sat a young boy, seemingly sitting cross-legged. In the upper left corner, there was a blank space on which a poem was written, commanding wind and rain, scattering beams to form an army, the earth splits and mountains crumble. The moon is full of affection. Looking at this painting, Wang Lin pondered for a moment, unable to discern any clues within. However, when he looked at the inscription, he found it very meaningful. Commanding wind and rain indeed refers to divine abilities, and scattering beams to form an army is also a divine ability. As for the latter half of the line, the earth splits and mountains crumble is similar to commanding wind and rain in the beginning. But what does the moon is full of affection mean? Unable to discern the hidden meaning, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and began observing the room. The room was extremely simple, lacking even a table. The only thing on the floor was a stone cushion, its surface deeply indented, clearly formed from years of sitting on it. Wang Lin took a few steps forward, carefully glancing at the cushion. It was extremely ordinary, unremarkable. Yet when Wang Lin touched it, he was surprised to find his hand penetrated it. Wang Lin frowned slightly, looking at the square compartments on either side. After a moment, his expression turned somewhat somber. His earlier joy vanished. Although there were immortal jade within these compartments, like the cushion, they were all illusory objects, not truly existing. After observing, Wang Lin smiled wryly. He discovered that all the items in this place could only be seen, not touched, as if they were inside an illusion. If I had known this earlier, I would have gone to the 4th floor. That place would definitely not be like this. Wang Lin frowned, examining the room, finally stopping at the painting in front of him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he sat down cross-legged, staring intently at the painting, his whole body sinking. Wang Lin carefully examined the painting again. As time passed, his composure slowly recovered. He was unwilling to remain on the 9th level without gaining anything. After analyzing it, this painting was very likely the key. He concentrated his thoughts, intently examining the painting, hoping to uncover the clues within. Gradually, Wang Lin's expression became calm. He almost didn't blink, his entire mind immersing itself in the painting, silently comprehending it. As time went on, Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes. Although his eyes were closed, the painting still appeared in his mind. He felt as if his whole being had entered and felt the painting. After a long while, he opened his eyes and murmured, "Something's not right. There's always a barrier preventing me from truly immersing myself in the painting." After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked up at the young boy under the tree. He clearly remembered that the boy had only been sitting and meditating before, with no hand gestures. But now the boy in the painting was indeed performing hand gestures. This discovery shocked Wang Lin, and he began to observe carefully. Time passed, and 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. After careful observation, Wang Lin discovered that the boy's hand gestures changed every 2 or 3 hours, but these changes were extremely subtle. If one didn't fully concentrate on the fingers, it would be very difficult to detect. During these 7 days, Wang Lin memorized all the hand gestures. On the 8th day, he sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands forming hand gestures, and immediately performed all the hand gestures. With each hand seal, the entire pavilion suddenly shook. Wang Lin, startled, immediately stopped, carefully observing his surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, he continued to perform hand seals. Simultaneously, as each hand seal appeared, the entire pavilion shook again, seemingly shrinking. This discovery greatly surprised Wang Lin. He quickened his hand seals, but after the pavilion shook a few times, it stopped. Unable to find an explanation after countless attempts, Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the painting. His hands moved faster and faster, his body gradually dissolving. His entire mind focused on sensing the painting. As he performed the final hand seal, Wang Lin felt a lag bang in his head, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground. His primordial spirit was shaken again, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. After hearing the explosion, Wang Lin's primordial spirit also violently trembled, staring blankly around him. Surrounded by a void, behind him stood a towering tree, its withered yellow leaves rustling in the wind. Looking down, Wang Lin realized he was wearing a Taoist robe. He had entered the painting and become its pupil. This scene was incredibly bizarre. Wang Lin stood up, gazing into the air. To his right, he saw several black ink marks. These marks clearly represented the poem he had seen outside the painting. Summoning wind and rain, scattering beams to form an army, the earth cracks, mountains crumble. The moon is full of affection. Under Wang Lin's watchful gaze, these words instantly transformed into droplets of ink, raining down from the sky in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding void vanished, replaced by a cacophony of sounds. From the void, figures materialized. Their faces were indistinct, but upon appearing, they immediately sat down cross-legged. Eventually, the entire area surrounding Wang Lin was densely packed with figures. A soft murmur of conversation arose from all sides. Strangely, Wang Lin could hear them, but couldn't make out the words clearly. After a moment, the commotion suddenly ceased, and a figure emerged from the void. This person was also indistinct, but upon their appearance, an aura of power permeated the surroundings. Their body hovered in midair, they sat cross-legged, seemingly smiling, and their voice was clear and resonant. Today, Diyaozi is painting for the first time for the Treasure Pavilion. The Immortal Lord will be inscribing the preface, and I have been sent here by order to admire it. I invite all immortal friends to gather and listen to my teachings while the painting is being done. My Tao is like this. After the other person finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and immediately a powerful gust of wind roared. This wind turned black, filling the sky, and with a single sweep, it transformed into 9 black dragons. Each dragon roar, along with their immense power, instantly caused the heavens and earth to change color. Moreover, as the black wind raged, the 9 black dragons simultaneously opened their mouths, spewing out a blast of icy wind. This incredibly powerful force made life feel like a flickering candle flame. Being blown by this wind would instantly kill anyone. It seemed as if tens of thousands of living beings in the world would perish upon being struck by this wind. The strange power contained within it was beyond Wang Lin's imagination. This is summoning wind and rain. The principle is simple. Summoning wind is like this extinguishing tens of thousands of flames of life. Wang Lin's mind was violently shaken, and unimaginable pain continuously surged through him, as if he were being torn apart, his primordial spirit instantly shattering and dissipating. At this moment, a gentle force materialized from the void, instantly engulfing Wang Lin's shattered primordial spirit. A clear, melodious voice chuckled, "The techniques of the immortal emperor are unlike those of ordinary people. I will use this wind summoning technique as inspiration, writing it onto a painting by Ziyaozi and placing it on the 9th floor of the treasure pavilion. Later, if someone has a bit of immortal affinity, they can enter the painting to contemplate it. Whether they understand this technique or not will depend on their immortal affinity." As soon as this voice appeared, Wang Lin's shattered primordial spirit, while being engulfed, seemed to become like ink, stirred by a brush, and two words were written, "Wind summoning." At the same time, a powerful force emanated from these two characters, causing Wang Lin's primordial spirit to once again condense, then be flung outwards. His vision blurred, and he flew out of the painting, returning to his body lying on the ground in the pavilion. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he opened his eyes, a look of horror in them. The echoes from the painting still lingered in his ears. This immortal destiny? Wang Lin took a deep breath, staring in astonishment at the painting on the wall. Everything that had just happened felt incredibly real. Immortal Emperor, Immortal Lord, and someone else painted the painting of Ziyaozi. Wang Lin stared at the painting, finally realizing that the scenery in the painting and the scene he had just witnessed in the space within the painting were clearly created by the same person. After a long period of contemplation, Wang Lin stood up, ignoring the immortal jade within the squares, and turned to leave. Compared to the immortal techniques he had just attained in his mind, the entire 9th floor instantly became dim and devoid of light. As he exited the 9th floor, a staircase appeared beneath Wang Lin's feet. He slowly descended, the look of panic still in his eyes, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the scene in the painting. Immortal technique, summoning wind, Wang Lin muttered to himself, descending the staircase to the lowest floor, then disappearing on the fragment of the continent where the treasure pavilion was located. After some time, Shen, Song, and Lu no longer looked terrified. However, they still couldn't quite believe what had happened. A feeling of envy arose in their hearts. This feeling gradually intensified until finally, it almost replaced their reason. Ultimately, they couldn't guess what the 9th level immortal technique was. But the more they couldn't figure it out, the more intense their desire to obtain it became. At this moment, the light gate of the treasure pavilion flashed, and Wang Lin's figure emerged from within, his expression one of astonishment. He walked past the three of them, step by step, heading into the distance. The three immediately noticed Wang Lin's unusual state, exchanging glances, each seeing ruthlessness and determination in the other's eyes. "Excuse me, Dao Su, but compared to recommending you to my family, I would rather obtain the 9th level immortal technique. Especially your current state. If you were calm, I might hesitate, but your current state of panic is a great opportunity bestowed upon me by heaven." The old man surnamed Shen's eyes revealed a murderous intent. Without hesitation, the three charged forward, each unleashing their most powerful magical artifacts and their most potent immortal techniques, all aimed directly at Wang Lin. A cluster of silver needles appeared before the cultivator surnamed Shen, each needle emitting a blue light. He formed hand seals, and a massive illusory figure instantly materialized around him. This figure was enveloped in immortal energy, and a single finger pointed directly at Wang Lin's back. The cultivator surnamed Song, holding the yin-yang diagram in his hands, unleashed it with all his might, causing lightning to flash incessantly within, producing a booming sound. A dense surge of heaven and earth elemental power emanated from within, causing the yin-yang diagram to flash and lunge towards Wang Lin. The person behind the yin-yang diagram made a strange hand gesture, and immediately a long, thread-like illusory figure appeared. As soon as this thread appeared, it naturally generated an oppressive aura, spreading out into a large, green mist. Finally, the monk surnamed Lu lost his physical body. He opened his mouth and spat out a small fin emitting a radiant light. As soon as it appeared, he began to dance, continuously spewing out the essence of his primordial spirit. Immediately, a purple flame surged, swirling around, transforming into 6 fire dragons that roared and scattered, intending to surround Wang Lin and prevent him from escaping. These 3 were clearly blinded by rage, all wanting to kill Wang Lin and obtain the 9th level immortal technique's essence from his mind. Their speed was extremely fast, and various divine abilities and magical artifacts quickly approached Wang Lin, almost instantly closing in on him. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were still filled with panic, his mind constantly preoccupied with the unbelievable transformations of the wine-calling immortal technique. When the divine abilities and magical artifacts of the 3 men came close to him, he almost instinctively turned his back to them, raised his right hand, and muttered, HMPH. As soon as the words were spoken, a black wind instantly emerged from Wang Lin's right hand. This wind instantly grew enormous, roaring and spreading outwards. At this moment, the sky darkened, as if trying to avoid this black wind. The entire ground suddenly trembled, and a dense aura permeated the heavens and earth. All of this was due to this black wind, because this was an immortal technique. It seemed as if the entire earth had recalled this technique, as if the sky had withered since its appearance. In the instant the black wind appeared, the immortal technique of the immortal emperor, lost for countless years, reappeared with this wind, flying straight towards the 3 people behind Wang Lin. The silver needle artifact of the cultivator surnamed Chen, upon touching this wind, offered no resistance and instantly shattered. As for the illusory figure that had transformed on his body, as soon as the black wind blew past, it was like a candle flame being blown away by the wind. The illusory figure instantly stopped and disintegrated. This is a 9th level immortal technique. The cultivator surnamed Chen's eyes showed fear. His scalp tingled. This black wind in his eyes was like a deadly, malevolent wind, causing his mind to tremble violently. He unexpectedly felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as if facing divine might. Without hesitation, he quickly turned and fled, instantly teleporting away. However, even with the teleportation, as the black wind blew past, his body flickered, suddenly reappearing, his eyes darkening, and his body collapsing with a thud. His primordial spirit was like a flickering flame extinguished by the black wind. All of this happened in an instant. Besides the cultivator surnamed Chen, the cultivator surnamed Song's magical artifact also suffered the same fate. The yin-yang diagram shattered in an instant, along with his body. As the black wind struck, his eyes showed terror, and his primordial spirit quickly left his body and fled. As for the monk surnamed Lu, having lost his physical body, the fin in his hand shattered in the black wind. He was originally a primordial spirit, and at this moment, terrified, he quickly retreated. Suddenly, the black wind vanished, as if it had never existed. Wang Lin's eyes showed no panic, but rather a calm composure. So this is the wine summoning immortal technique. He took a deep breath, his face extremely pale, turned and stepped forward, patted his storage bag, and immediately the soul-suppressing banner appeared, trembling and transforming into a black mist, chasing after the monk surnamed Lu. Meanwhile, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he spat out a cloud of dust, which transformed into a large seal, chasing after the primordial spirit of the monk surnamed Song. Almost instantly, the seal caught up and fiercely pressed down towards the ground. The monk surnamed Song let out a pained cry, his primordial spirit dissipating a large amount of vital energy, instantly becoming listless. His eyes showed fear as he tried to flee again, but the Karma Critical Staff Immortal appeared, wrapping around his primordial spirit, and Wang Lin directly captured him. Dao Su, please show mercy. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Ignoring the monk surnamed Song's pleas, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. With a flick, the monk's primordial spirit instantly shattered into a mass of primal energy, which Wang Lin swallowed. The immense primal energy circulated within his body, and Wang Lin's complexion was no longer pale and bloodless. He took a deep breath, his body flashed, and he chased after the primordial spirit of the monk surnamed Lu, who was surrounded by the soul-slaying banner, reaching out and grabbing it. The immortal staff immediately flew out, continuously striking down within the black mist formed by the soul banner. Finally, the soul banner trembled, absorbing the man's primordial spirit. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and he reached out his hand towards the soul banner, pulling at the primordial spirit of the cultivator surnamed Lu. If you kill me, my Lu family will never forgive you. The cultivator surnamed Lu shrieked, but his voice suddenly stopped. His entire primordial spirit was crushed by Wang Lin, transforming into primal energy, which Wang Lin then devoured. His complexion had regained some color, but he still looked pale. Without hesitation, he reached back into the soul banner and retrieved the primordial spirit of the black-robed man he had killed first. After being crushed, the primordial spirit transformed into primal energy and was also devoured by Wang Lin. Having devoured 3 primordial spirits in quick succession, Wang Lin immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. After a long while, his complexion gradually returned to normal, but even so, it was still somewhat pale. Wang Lin opened his eyes and exhaled a cloud of dark energy. Surprisingly, the energy he exhaled was black, extremely shocking. Indeed, a very powerful immortal technique. However, I've only just begun to comprehend a little of it. After using it, I couldn't control it. This immortal technique consumes too much primal energy, almost absorbing all the primal energy surrounding the extreme realm. If I don't replenish it quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable. This technique doesn't look like an immortal technique at all. Even calling it a demonic technique isn't enough. Furthermore, this technique requires too much primal energy. To use it, one must have several Yin Void Yang Realm primordial spirits on hand. Wang Lin stood up, took the storage bags of the people he had just killed, turned back to look at the treasure pavilion, and muttered to himself, "It's a pity this pavilion can't be taken away. Otherwise, with the power of the 4 great families, it would have probably been removed from the immortal realm long ago. But leaving it here is also unacceptable. If only I could take it away." While deep in thought, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. He recalled hearing the words in the painting Ziyazi painted for the first time for the treasure pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes brightened even more as he thought of the hand seal of the boy in the painting. "When I performed this hand seal before, I felt this pavilion tremble slightly." Wang Lin's heart pounded. He flashed his body and instantly went outside the treasure pavilion. He took a deep breath, his hands forming a hand seal, and performed the hand seal he had learned from the boy. In a short time, the quadrilateral treasure pavilion immediately burst with radiant light. In Wang Lin's eyes, the pavilion grew smaller and smaller, eventually shrinking to the size of his palm. After completing all the incantations, it flew into his palm. Staring at the treasure pavilion in his hand, even Wang Lin couldn't help but laugh heartily, his laughter revealing extreme joy and excitement. "Since I've made enemies with the 4 great families, I might as well be ruthless." Wang Lin's body moved slightly, and he set up extremely insidious restrictions along the main path of this fragment. He used all his abilities, using this continent as a foundation, to cast out one restriction after another. This process lasted nearly 10 days. Finally, Wang Lin flew out from the edge of this fragmented continent, the place he had entered before. The restrictions here only prevented outsiders from entering. Leaving was no obstacle. Half a month later, within the void, Wang Lin and Li Yuan transformed into 2 streaks of rainbow light, flying swiftly away. Li Yuan's left hand was aching terribly at this moment, and much of his internal energy had dissipated. Looking at Wang Lin beside him, he smiled wryly and said, "Brother Su, I've set up no less than 100,000 restrictions on the edge of that fragmented continent. With the combination of these restrictions, their power is immense. Perhaps unless a master from one of the 4 great families comes in person, it will be very difficult to completely break through." Half a month after Wang Lin left, Li Yuan immediately appeared. At Wang Lin's request, Li Yuan didn't use his family's heaven-shattering forbiddance technique, but instead used a different method of restriction to completely seal the continent where the treasure pavilion was located. "Brother Li, in this Thunder Immortal realm, my task is complete. Perhaps we should leave quickly now." Wang Lin patted his storage bag and took out a thunder cauldron. He had killed many people, and among the storage bags he had looted, there were also thunder cauldrons. "Brother Su, aren't you going to the fragment of the continent where the immortal power fluctuations appeared?" Li Yuan asked, unwilling to leave at this moment. Wang Lin shook his head, his gaze fixed on the void, and said in a low voice, "No." The 5-colored vortex in the passage earlier flashed through his mind, and a vague sense of unease arose in his heart. Moreover, the excitement of acquiring the treasure pavilion hadn't completely dissipated yet. Having obtained such a treasure, his first thought was to leave quickly. After all, this item was extremely important to these 4 great families. both in terms of prestige and practical use. Once they learned about it, they would likely launch a large-scale pursuit for Wang Lin. However, that fragment of the continent was sealed before, so the chances of outsiders knowing about this aren't very high. He hadn't told Li Yuan about obtaining the treasure pavilion. After all, such a momentous matter, given Wang Lin's cautious nature, he wouldn't reveal it unless he was absolutely certain. Li Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, if that's the case, then leaving is also an option. To leave, we need to go to a special location. In the entire Thunder Immortal Realm, only by going to the main gate can we use the Thunder Cauldron to return. Wang Lin nodded slightly. He had already heard about this from Shen Gonghu before. Having made their decision, they quickly flew through the void. The main gate of the Thunder Immortal Realm was located in the far west, a considerable distance from Wang Lin's location. While they were flying, astonishing changes occurred in the Thunder Immortal Realm. Most of the fragments of the Thunder Immortal Realm, particularly the 4 fragments where intense waves of immortal power appeared, were now teeming with cultivators. Almost all of the cultivators who came to the Thunder Immortal Realm had learned of the immortal power fluctuations through their own means and quickly arrived. Under the influence of the fluctuating immortal power, ancient forbidden formations appeared on the 4 fragments of the continent. Meanwhile, massive piles of ruins also emerged in the mountain ranges. The immortal power emanated from these formations, thus, among the gathered cultivators, there were undoubtedly masters of forbidden formations. After reaching an agreement, these masters of forbidden formations began to dismantle them. The 4 fragments of the continent with fluctuating immortal power were located in the 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. At this moment, on the western fragment, Shen Gonghu calmly gazed at the plain before him. On the plain, an ancient forbidden formation, spanning 1,000 yards, emanated a dense surge of immortal energy spreading out and merging into the distant horizon. Outside this 1,000-yard-wide formation, a large number of cultivators were gathered. They were usually in small groups, staring intently at the formation, some of the masters of forbidden formations attempting to break it. Shen Gonghu frowned. He clearly remembered being here a few months ago. Back then, there were no forbidden formations, so why had such a massive formation appeared in such a short time? As he pondered, an inexplicable sense of danger arose in his heart. At that moment, in the distance, a rainbow roared in the sky, and more than 10 streaks of swordlight, like lightning, flew straight towards the area, stopping around and transforming into a group of cultivators. Leading the way was Zan Kongli. He glanced around and immediately spotted Shen Gonghu. He stepped forward, approached Shen Gonghu, clasped his hands together, and smiled, saying, "Brother Shen Gonghu, you've arrived so early." Shen Gonghu frowned slightly and calmly said, "It's you who's late." Zan Kongli smiled faintly, standing beside Shen Gonghu, his gaze fixed on the formation in the distance, and said, "Brother Shen Gonghu, do you know who I met on the way?" "I don't know." Shen Gonghu's expression remained unchanged, showing no interest in these words. He simply gazed at the plain, his eyes filled with contemplation. Zan Kongli, knowing Shen Gonghu's temperament, said, "It was Senior." Shen Gonghu's eyes flashed upon hearing this. He turned to look at Zan Kongli and said in a low voice, "Is that true?" Zan Kongli smiled and said, "Absolutely true. Senior even said he would come here." Shen Gonghu's eyes showed a mixture of fear and joy. He found Zan Kongli much more pleasing to the eye, a smile appearing on his face as he said, with the sect master's temperament, "Perhaps he's also somewhat interested in the strangeness of this place." Zan Kongli looked at the plain before him, nodding and saying, "So, Brother Shen Gonghu has also discovered that the formation appearing here is extremely bizarre." He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly the plain before him flashed with dazzling light. Pieces of the formation suddenly dispersed, and cries of astonishment erupted from the cultivators all around. Immediately afterward, several people skilled in forbidden techniques flew out, casting forbidden spells and quickly breaking the formation. There were many experts outside the formation, all from various families who had never interacted before, but they worked together seamlessly in breaking the formation without any conflict. Along the main path of the 4 fragments, which were surrounded by formations that were constantly being dismantled, the northern fragment was the first to have its restrictions broken. A winding passage appeared before the cultivators in the northern fragment. The first cultivators began to enter. This passage was very long. After these cultivators, the rest also began to enter. constantly moving forward. Several hours later, the agonizing cries of the first cultivators who entered suddenly echoed throughout the passage. At the same time, a beam of red light appeared inside the passage, sweeping through it, and immediately the entire passage collapsed and vanished. This bizarre scene immediately terrified the cultivators inside the passage, who all rushed out. But when the red light swept over them, they all met a tragic end one by one. Only a few cultivators survived this dramatic event. At the same time, the restrictions on the eastern fragment were also lifted, and a large number of cultivators entered the passage, a similar scene unfolding. From the first cultivator to the last, upon seeing this five-colored vortex, their bodies exploded in a bizarre manner, causing the entire passage to glow red. These continuous events were not over yet. On the southern fragment of the continent, the tragedy repeated itself. In a short period of time, the Thunder Immortal realm was almost engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. Just then, on the western fragment where Shengonghu and Zongkongli were, the formation on the plain fluctuated violently. The fluctuations becoming increasingly intense as the cultivators breaking the restrictions unleashed their abilities. A moment later, the fluctuations suddenly transformed into countless streams of energy spreading in all directions, and the formation was broken. An underground cave appeared on the ground, from which dense immortal power surged out, forming a column of light that shone straight towards the horizon. Immediately, a cultivator, unable to contain his impatience, rushed out, disregarding the burning immortal power on his body, and directly entered the cave. With someone leading the way, the other cultivators followed suit. Shengonghu remained motionless, as did Zongkongli. The two looked at each other, both seeing a deep sense of doubt in each other's eyes. This formation was broken far too easily. Besides the two of them, several other cultivators around them didn't act rashly. Their cultivation levels had generally broken through to the great perfection of the Questioning Peak realm, hovering around the Yin Void realm. After a long while, more and more cultivators entered the passage. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from within, followed by a series of agonizing cries. The ground trembled, and in an instant, the passage collapsed, disintegrating and vanishing along with the cultivators. Shangonghu and the others' faces changed drastically. They all flew up, their eyes filled with terror. At this moment, the restrictive formations on the four fragments ceased. West, south, and north were completely broken, and the four passages collapsed one after another. An unimaginable surge of immortal power suddenly erupted, flooding the Thunder Immortal realm. Simultaneously, 9 fragments within the Thunder Immortal realm experienced violent tremors, and 9 different formation markings suddenly appeared on the ground. These 9 markings were deeply etched into the earth, emitting a dense red light and undergoing sudden, dramatic transformations, leaving the cultivators in the Thunder Immortal realm bewildered and filled with a deep-seated fear. Among the 9 fragments of the continent bearing these markings, one collapsed, not due to an external force surpassing the Nirvana realm, but rather from within, erupting a colossal aura far exceeding the Nirvana realm. Under the attack of this aura, the fragment of the continent crumbled layer by layer. A terrifying surge of energy shattered the center of the continent, and the nearby cultivators immediately showed expressions of horror upon discovering that the energy emanating from it was, surprisingly, a severed arm. This severed arm had obviously been sealed in this place countless years ago. Now that the 9 seals had been broken, the arm was free. After it flew out, it directly headed towards the center of the Thunder Immortal realm. As soon as the severed arm appeared, 7 of the remaining 8 continental fragments collapsed one after another. Finally, 2 severed arms, 2 legs, and a skull with only its left eye remaining, split into 3 parts, simultaneously flew out, converging towards the center of the Thunder Immortal realm. Especially the skull, with its vicious, snarling grin, would open its mouth and devour any cultivator it encountered. Immediately, the cultivator's body would collapse, their soul swallowed by the skull, causing the skull's left eye to grow brighter and brighter. Their speed was incredibly fast, flying past cultivators in the distance almost like teleportation, transforming into a blur in the void. Wang Lin and Li Yuan transformed into rainbows, flying straight to the far west through the void. As they flew, a gloomy aura immediately permeated the air. This aura was very dense, like an invisible mist spreading from afar. Li Yuan's expression changed slightly. He was about to spread his divine consciousness to investigate, but at that moment, a crimson light suddenly appeared in the distance in the void. This crimson light was extremely intense, attacking furiously. Li Yuan took a deep breath. He clearly saw a severed arm inside the crimson light. Wang Lin grabbed Li Yuan and pulled him back, stepping forward, his eyes like lightning, directly confronting the crimson light that almost illuminated the entire void in front of him. The arm inside the crimson light was entirely red, its 5 fingers dry and withered, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. Especially the sharp claws on the 5 fingers, as they lunged forward, seemed to want to tear through the void. When Wang Lin's gaze fell upon this arm, it seemed to possess sentience, recognizing Wang Lin and turning to charge straight at him. After reaching a certain distance, it swung its arm in the void, and immediately a deafening explosion resounded. 5 long cracks in the void quickly shot straight towards Wang Lin. This scene was like 5 tears suddenly appearing on a blank sheet of paper, all aimed at Wang Lin. It seemed that if he were touched, his body and soul would be torn apart like that blank sheet of paper. Wang Lin's pupils contracted, and he immediately retreated, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing forward. Instantly, his soul circulated, and a purple lightning bolt roared out, transforming into a raging thunderbolt that rushed towards the severed arm. The severed arm didn't bother to dodge, directly receiving the purple lightning. After a quick swipe, the purple lightning, containing Wang Lin's internal energy, suddenly shattered with a loud bang, and the energy was immediately absorbed by the severed arm. Seeing this, Wang Lin frowned, snorted coldly, and immediately spat out a cloud of dust and sand. This mass of sand transformed into a fragment of a massive seal. With a single gesture from Wang Lin, this seal instantly flew up, hurtling towards the attacking severed arm. With a loud crash, the fragments of the great seal descended. As soon as the seal landed, a fierce red light suddenly flashed on the severed arm. Unexpectedly, the seal was defeated the moment the red light appeared. Wang Lin's expression darkened, and he retreated. At this moment, the severed arm roared, already very close, and with a claw strike, 5 gashes instantly appeared in front of Wang Lin, threatening to tear his body apart. The stench of blood emanated from the arm, permeating everything as if it contained potent poison. Wang Lin immediately felt his body being corroded by this aura, and patches of burning heat appeared. He retreated once more, his heart filled with extreme fear. This sudden appearance of the severed arm was too bizarre. It could be said that since Wang Lin reached the Young Realm, this was the most perilous battle he had faced. Especially those 5 rifts, tearing violently and revealing a chilling wind that blew into him, unexpectedly causing Wang Lin's primordial spirit to momentarily stagnate. Seeing the 5 rifts rapidly approaching, Wang Lin's third eye, located between his eyebrows, opened without hesitation. A red light flashed, instantly erupting in a fun shape, enveloping the 5 rifts. In Wang Lin's eyes, the 5 rifts instantly seemed to return to their origin, quickly dissipating, finally transforming into 5 drops of dark red blood. In an instant, Wang Lin pointed his right hand forward, softly shouting, "Freeze!" At the same time, the beast bone on the back of his right hand twitched, instantly transforming and seemingly circling above Wang Lin's right hand. The beast bone blinked its black eyes, a dark light suddenly flashed, and a murderous aura immediately condensed in all directions, descending. This murderous aura was overwhelming. The 2 eyes of the beast's bones flashed with a sinister light. The 5 drops of dark red blood instantly turned gray, as if swirling dust was inside, and unexpectedly, another brilliant ray appeared. In an instant, 3 of the 5 drops of blood turned to stone, and the other 2 immediately retreated, flying back into the severed arm at an extremely fast speed. The severed arm stopped, immediately changed direction, no longer attacking Wang Lin, but quickly left. Wang Lin's face was grim. He glanced at the 3 petrified drops of blood floating in the air in front of him, grabbed them, and put them into his storage bag. With a flash of his body, he patted the storage bag, and a celestial sword instantly appeared in his hand. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he quickly gave chase. This severed arm was too bizarre. When Wang Lin saw this arm, the eye in the middle of the 5-colored vortex inside the passage flashed in his mind. These 2 things, to Wang Lin, seemed to share a common origin. This arm is incredibly powerful, equivalent to a peak-level Yangshai monk, and might even be close to reaching the Nirvana realm. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he gripped his immortal sword, chasing after it with all his might, fiercely slashing forward. The slaying Luo technique instantly unleashed a sword shadow, descending violently, as if severing the rules. Immediately, the void trembled, and a long crack suddenly appeared, its edges tearing open, heading straight towards the severed arm in front. The severed arm, in midair, stopped abruptly, unexpectedly forming a hand seal and pushing backward. Immediately, the entire void resounded with a banging sound. Within 100 yards of the arm, everything seemed to be struck by an immense force, collapsing. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and with a flick of his finger, fragments of the great seal flew out, descending in an instant, this time at a very fast speed. With a thunderous roar, they directly struck the arm. The arm immediately trembled, the red light on it seemed to soften, and its speed of escape increased. At this moment, a group of about 7 or 8 cultivators from a clan appeared ahead. Their faces showed terror. Their cultivation levels weren't high, only around the mid-stage and late stage of the nascent soul realm. They quickly flew towards this place, seemingly pursued by a powerful enemy. The severed arm immediately changed direction, flying straight towards the cultivators. Its speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneous, its claws tearing through the air, causing screams of agony to erupt from all sides. The severed arm ripped through the cultivators' bodies, seizing their souls, crushing them, and absorbing their vital energy. Many of them perished. The entire clan was wiped out. After absorbing the souls, the red light on the arm intensified, its injuries not only healing but also improving. Wang Lin, who was relentlessly pursuing, witnessed this scene, his expression growing even more grim, his eyes flashing. In the distance, a streak of crimson light rapidly approached from the void, and within that crimson light was a leg. Without hesitation, Wang Lin immediately turned and left. The severed arm seemed to hesitate for a moment, but did not pursue, instead flying away with the leg into the distance, disappearing into the void. Even after they had left, the thick, pungent smell of blood lingered for a long time. The entire Thunder Immortal realm was clearly in utter chaos. The 8 severed limbs that suddenly appeared each possessed power equivalent to the peak of the young realm. Moreover, any divine abilities or magical techniques used against them were not only ineffective, but also crushed and absorbed the vital energy. Only magical artifacts offered some effect, but even those were not significant. Furthermore, the blood-red light imbued with scorching toxins caused these severed limbs to fight and rage wildly. They didn't stop, but flew continuously at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, at the center of the Thunder Immortal realm, 8 streaks of red light flew in one after another, converging and combining, and a roar seemingly from ancient times suddenly echoed. The limbs merged together, forming a complete body, transforming into a person. This person had silver hair, a face covered with ferocious scars, and an unbearably damaged body. The right eye was missing, leaving only the left eye, which emitted a strong, cold light. Qing Shui, Immortal Lord, no matter how powerful your seal is, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. You dared not kill me, otherwise, why would you have set up a healing formation outside the sealing vortex back then? However, I must also thank you. If it weren't for this sealing vortex, when the immortal realm collapsed, I probably wouldn't have survived until today. Qing Shui, if I'm not dead yet, you obviously won't die either, unless you find another sealing vortex left behind by the ancient immortal realm. Otherwise, let's see how you can seal me again. The silver-haired man's face was ferocious, and he laughed maniacally as he stepped forward, heading towards the void. His speed was extremely fast, and he had a thorough understanding of the Thunder Immortal realm. After constantly moving back and forth, he suddenly arrived at a fragment of a continent. This fragment was the very place where Wang Lin and Li Yuan had previously broken the seal and found a passage in the underground cave. Standing on this fragment, he slammed his hand down, and immediately the entire fragment collapsed with a thunderous roar. This was the ninth seal. Along with the collapse of the fragment, an overwhelming and ferocious aura suddenly surged out from within. A red light flashed, and an eye instantly flew out, which he grabbed with his hand and placed in the right eye socket. The Supreme Realm was sealed in my right eye back then, and I also expended a great deal of energy in the Great War of the Immortal Realm. Replenishing it is extremely difficult, but not impossible. However, I have only just escaped, and my cultivation is only at 1/10 of its original level. I need to quickly restore my immortal essence. The man's eyes flashed with red light, and a cold, sinister smile appeared on his lips. Over the years, I must have produced quite a few descendants. Very well, I will devour them. Although I cannot completely restore my cultivation, I can recover some of it. But before devouring them, I must close the great gate of the immortal realm, preventing them from escaping." As he bared his fangs in a wicked grin, his body flicked, and he vanished into the void. Wang Lin, accompanied by Li Yuan, sped straight towards the main gate of the immortal realm. Along the way, they remained silent, lost in thought. Wang Lin's expression was extremely grim. He had a premonition that a great upheaval was about to erupt in the Thunder Immortal Realm. "We must leave here quickly." Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he increased his speed even further with Li Yuan. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators, all united by a single goal, the main gate of the Immortal Realm. Clearly, many shared Wang Lin's thoughts, preparing to leave this place. In the void, streaks of rainbow light, like shooting stars, flew westward. No one had time to speak. They all sped at maximum velocity. Gradually, the distance to the main gate of the Immortal Realm grew shorter and shorter. Even from afar, they could vaguely see enormous, seemingly endless red lightning bolts descending from the sky. At this moment, the cultivators on all sides were using their teleportation abilities, wanting to leave directly as quickly as possible. But just then, a mass of red mist surged from afar like a raging tide. A hoarse voice echoed through the heavens and earth. "No one can leave." From within the red mist emerged a figure. This person had silver hair, a gaunt body like a skeleton, and bloodshot eyes. He stepped forward, extending his right hand. Immediately, an unimaginably immense surge of immortal power erupted from the void. The peak-seeking cultivators in front showed expressions of terror. Their bodies instantly shattered, turning into a mass of flesh and blood that was absorbed by this person, completely sucked into his mouth. Even the souls of these cultivators could not escape being completely devoured. How come the cultivators nowadays have so little elemental power? After transforming it into immortal essence, there's almost no improvement. The silver-haired man frowned, his body flashed, and he flew straight towards the great gate of the immortal realm ahead. The scene that followed caused all the cultivators in the distance to change color. This silver-haired monster, almost as soon as he appeared, instantly killed more than 10 cultivators, absorbing both their souls and flesh. This terrifying sight made everyone gasp. Seeing the monster approaching, heading straight towards the gate of the immortal realm in the distance, the cultivators around dared not step forward to stop him. At this moment, a man in a golden robe, whose cultivation had surpassed the peak-seeking realm and reached the Yin Void realm, flew out from among the nearby cultivators. He potted his storage bag, instantly producing 13 flying swords. He pointed, and these flying swords shot straight towards the silver-haired monster. "Fellow Taoists, attack! Don't let this guy close the great gate. Then none of us will be able to escape." The cultivators behind him gritted their teeth and unleashed their magical artifacts, immediately charging forward. The silver-haired strange man chuckled, his body flashing and merging with the heavens and earth, instantly disappearing. When he reappeared, he was before the great gate of the immortal realm, an endless, gigantic red lightning bolt descending from the sky. As soon as he appeared, he immediately formed a hand seal and struck the spot where the lightning bolt had appeared. Immediately, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the space. The gate of the Thunder Realm closed. A hoarse voice, like a gust of wind, reached the ears of the cultivators all around. The enormous red lightning bolt, surprisingly, shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the cultivators all reacted. They quickly unleashed their magical artifacts and charged towards the silver-haired. Among them, there were fewer than 10 Yin Void cultivators. They were the main force, carrying an overwhelming momentum as they charged straight at the strange man. "The gate of the Thunder Realm is closing, and you will all become my food." The silver-haired monster's eyes gleamed with a sinister look. Completely disregarding the attacks from the surrounding cultivators, he flashed his body, appearing behind a peak-level cultivator with unbelievable speed. This cultivator was an old man, his face contorted with terror. Before he could even turn, the silver-haired monster's right hand pierced his chest, seizing his soul. The old man could even hear his chest shattering, his vision darkened, and he quickly lost his life. His soul was instantly devoured by the silver-haired monster. Too weak. The silver-haired monster's body flashed again, disappearing completely. Then he reappeared right in front of the golden-robed man who had just attacked. The man's face turned pale. Without thinking, he quickly retreated, but it was too late. A strange, cackling laugh rang out, and the silver-haired monster lunged forward, transforming into a mass of blood-red shadows that leapt directly into the golden-robed man's body. His body immediately emitted a rumbling sound, then blood splattered everywhere, and he disintegrated in an instant. From within the blood, the silver-haired monster reappeared, grabbing the man's soul and devouring it. His eyes gleamed, and he laughed. Not bad. This is a true Czech cultivator. He licked his lips, and his figure vanished again. There were over 100 cultivators around, and more were arriving from afar, clearly intending to leave. As the number of cultivators increased, the monster thrived, its figure flashing continuously, its attacks incredibly ruthless. In a short time, it had killed several more people. However, the cultivators from all sides still did not join forces. Gradually, an aura of fear permeated the air, especially as the gate of the immortal realm was shrinking, seemingly about to completely disappear. This feeling of fear became even more intense. It's unclear if this person was leading the charge, but the cultivators from all sides abandoned their attack on the strange figure and scattered, running towards the closing gate of the immortal realm. The silver-haired strange figure chuckled sinisterly. After devouring several cultivators, he formed a hand seal and softly shouted, "Immortal transformation technique." In an instant, the silver-haired strange figure's body split in two, then two into four, and so on until in the blink of an eye, 32 clones appeared. These 32 clones rushed forward, instantly merging into the heavens and earth, and upon reappearing, were within 1,000 feet of the gate of the immortal realm. Screams of agony echoed from all directions. All the cultivators who entered within 1,000 feet were instantly annihilated by the clones, their bodies shattered and their souls devoured. Their resistance to the clones was completely ineffective. They often died before they could even strike. Even so, many cultivators still rushed into this 1,000-jang radius, heading towards the great gate of the immortal realm. After all, this gate was their only way to survive. Interesting. I want to see which of you junior Czech cultivators can escape. The silver-haired strange figure laughed heartily, his body flashing, reappearing before a yin void cultivator, grabbing him. The yin void cultivator's eyes flashed with cold light, and without hesitation, he self-destructed his primordial spirit, even his body dissolving into elemental energy. Under circumstances where escape was impossible, death was certain. If that's the case, then one must choose a dignified way to die. This way is self-destruction. Amidst the deafening explosion, the silver-haired frowned, still sucking strongly, drawing all the elemental energy from the self-destruction into his mouth. What a spirited Czech cultivator! A fierce slaughter ensued, and the great gate of the immortal realm was about to disappear. The battle had reached its climax, yet cultivators continued to frantically rush into the 1,000-foot radius of the gate, trying to escape. Nevertheless, this door remained their only hope. However, within that 1,000-jang radius, of the 32 clones of the silver-haired monster, only those who allowed the Yin Void cultivators to enter within 100 jang had perished. As for the few Yin Void cultivators who managed to get within 100 jang, their fate was the same. They were all killed by the silver-haired monster's manifested body. Sinister laughter emanated from the silver-haired monster's mouth. With the relentless devouring and killing, his originally thin and emaciated body gradually swelled, something seemingly stirring within, making him look incredibly terrifying. The aura emanating from his body also grew stronger. It seemed that with each cultivator he devoured, his body became slightly stronger, and the red glow in his eyes intensified. A stench of blood permeated the air. Despair was evident in the eyes of most of the cultivators present. The great gate of the immortal realm, formed by the red lightning, was on the verge of completely dissipating, seemingly about to vanish in an instant. Once the lightning disappeared, the thunder immortal realm would be completely sealed. At this moment, 10 streaks of sword light flew from the horizon. These sword lights radiated a dense surge of primal energy, swirling and whistling as they hurtled forward. Within the sword lights, Zhang Kongli's eyes gleamed with cold light as he charged forward. All 10 people behind him, all Yin Void cultivators, simultaneously rushed towards the silver-haired figure. At the same time, several streaks of rainbow light also flew from another direction. Leading this group was Tang Yamfeng. His expression was grim. Behind him, besides members of the Tang family, were cultivators who had a good relationship with him. Although there weren't many of them, they were all yin void cultivators. The two groups moved with incredible speed, charging towards the frenzied silver-haired monster. Before they even reached him, various divine abilities, elemental powers, and magical artifacts surged towards him like a raging flood. Those accompanying Tang Yanfeng and Zhang Kongli didn't hesitate, launching a full-scale attack. The silver-haired monster's eyes glowed red, and he grinned, completely disregarding the divine abilities and magical artifacts. With a flash, he appeared among Tang Yanfeng's ranks, grabbing one person. The cultivator's eyes showed determination. His body instantly self-destructed, scattering into a large wave. The silver-haired monster snorted coldly, about to open his mouth to absorb the energy, when suddenly a fierce sword light struck from afar. The sword light contained a dense thunderous power. It was Shen Gonghu. Surround him to the death, Tang Yanfeng shouted, retreating. Hearing this, the cultivators outside the family immediately unleashed their full power to surround the silver-haired monster. At the same time, Zhang Kongli rushed out, a bronze cauldron appearing in his hand, carrying intense killing intent, as he charged straight towards the silver-haired monster. Tang Yanfeng, at this moment, also disregarded his grudge against Shen Gonghu, waving his sleeve, and immediately a cloud of white mist appeared, enveloping everything around him. His eyes flashed, and he dashed forward. Shen Gonghu and Zhang Kongli didn't hesitate, immediately leaping into the mist. The three young realm cultivators simultaneously attacked the silver-haired monster. The Tanyan Void cultivators surrounding him didn't retreat either, unleashing their divine abilities and magical artifacts to encircle the monster. Although the young realm cultivators were few in number, it wasn't just Shen Gonghu and his two companions. Two others also jumped into the white mist without hesitation, unleashing their most powerful elemental abilities. With someone leading the way, the cultivators all became more enthusiastic, wanting to join the attack. But at this moment, 32 clones of the silver-haired monster rushed forward, slaughtering them ferociously. Among the cultivators, there was a quick-witted old man who intended to seize the opportunity to jump into the main gate of the immortal realm and escape. Many others had similar intentions, but they usually only managed to get 1,000 feet before being instantly killed by the frenzied silver-haired monster's clone. Even so, more and more cultivators tried to rush towards the main gate of the immortal realm. Especially now, with the increasing number of cultivators arriving from afar, the situation had almost reached its peak. From the moment the silver-haired monster appeared, Wang Lin had pulled Li Yuan behind him. This single step covered 1,000 miles, and from afar, he could see countless cultivators screaming in agony. Wang Lin's expression was extremely grim. He also saw Shen Gonghu and his group appear, and hesitated slightly. He glanced at Li Yuan beside him but did not attack. Li Yuan, still standing beside him, said with a pale face, "Brother Su, I'm afraid we can't leave this place." Wang Lin pondered. That silver-haired strange person was too powerful. Wang Lin secretly compared him to the blood ancestor, and inwardly judged that this person's cultivation was probably even higher than the blood ancestors. That wasn't the most important point. The most important thing was that this silver-haired could devour cultivators to increase his cultivation. Therefore, Wang Lin couldn't even figure out what realm this person's cultivation ultimately belonged to. "Brother Li, do you trust me?" Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and suddenly asked. Li Yuan was slightly startled and nodded, saying, "Brother Su, do you have a way to leave? I naturally trust Brother Su. I do have a divine ability, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. If I bring people along, there's a high possibility of trouble. If you agree, I can try once." Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, then slowly said. Li Yuan pondered. He had witnessed the immense power of the silver-haired monster firsthand and knew he couldn't possibly resist it. Even Sumu, who was by his side, feared he wouldn't be able to protect himself under its attack, let alone help him. Staying here meant certain death. This feeling was incredibly intense, almost completely consuming his mind. "Brother Su, please unleash your divine power. I, Li Yuan, am willing to take a gamble." Li Yuan's eyes flashed with determination as he spoke in a deep voice. Wang Lin nodded. He and Li Yuan had met in the Thunder Immortal Realm, and many things had happened along the way. Their friendship remained unchanged. They could be considered companions in hardship. Without Li Yuan, Wang Lin admitted that under the pursuit of the blood ancestor, he would surely have died. Therefore, Li Yuan could be considered his savior. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin slowly retreated, his mind wandering, recalling the feeling of merging with the heavens and earth. With each step he took, a ripple emanated from his feet. He retreated dozens of steps, but the feeling of merging with the heavens and earth still didn't appear. Seeing the gate to the immortal realm in the distance shrinking to its limit, seemingly about to disappear completely at any moment, and hearing the agonizing cries of dying cultivators, Wang Lin suppressed his anxiety, calming his mind. He didn't think about anything else, only trying to remain calm, calmly retreating step by step. As Wang Lin retreated, the feeling of merging with the heavens and earth became increasingly clear. After an unknown amount of time, this feeling of merging, so tightly bound that it was inseparable, reappeared in Wang Lin's heart. At this moment, he had the illusion that he had become the heavens and earth. His gaze froze, carrying a calm, placid expression. Wang Lin's feet no longer retreated but advanced forward. His steps were extremely leisurely. Ripples appeared beneath his feet, slowly spreading in all directions. Wang Lin's body seemed to merge into the void, moving towards Li Yuan to grasp him. Li Yuan felt a powerful force emanating from Wang Lin's arm like a whirlwind, causing him to become dizzy and unable to see clearly. It was as if his body had been absorbed into the endless years, stretched infinitely. Grasping Li Yuan's arm, Wang Lin's gaze remained calm as he advanced. His figure and Li Yuan's disappeared together, officially merging into the void. In the swirling white mist, attacked by 5 young real cultivators and more than 10 yin void cultivators, and surrounded by numerous peak-level cultivators, the silver-haired strange man laughed maniacally, his hands forming a hand seal, and immediately a red screen appeared around his body. All the divine powers and magical artifacts that struck this barrier had no effect. They simply couldn't shatter it. Shen Gonghu's flying sword, carrying intense lightning, struck the barrier and immediately trembled, gradually disintegrating. The immense recoil caused Shen Gonghu to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body recoiling. Not only him, but Zhang Kongli, Tang Yanfeng, and the 2 remaining Yang-type cultivators also spat out blood, their bodies pushed back. As for the Yin-type cultivator, even his primordial spirit trembled, his body as if struck by a great force, sent flying backward. The silver-haired monster in the light barrier laughed bloodthirsty, his voice hoarse. All right, this is what a real battle looks like. However, you juniors are far too weak compared to the 5 great immortal lords of the immortal realm back then. You don't even have the qualifications for me to use my extreme realm. As he spoke, he pushed his hands out in all directions. Instantly, the bright screen rapidly expanded, pushing away all the white mist that was engulfing everything in all directions in the blink of an eye. The cultivators on all sides had to hastily retreat. Some who retreated a little too slowly, upon touching the light screen, immediately let out a scream of agony. Their bodies visibly shriveled, turning into dried corpses, their souls shattered and absorbed by the screen's energy. From the outside, all that could be seen was the terrified cultivators rushing out, fearing their speed was too slow. The silver-haired monster chuckled, his figure flashing as he appeared behind a yin void cultivator, crushing his body and intending to devour his soul the moment it self-destructed. But suddenly, he turned sharply, his eyes showing surprise and gravity for the first time. The Tao merges with heaven and earth. As he shifted his body, the soul of the cultivator who had lost his physical form simultaneously self-destructed. The silver-haired strange figure paid no heed whatsoever. His body flashed, unexpectedly merging into the heavens and earth. He took a step forward, ripples appearing beneath his feet, and then his body instantly vanished. To be able to achieve the Tao of merging with heaven and earth, even in the immortal realm of yesteryear, there were few. However, this person hasn't fully mastered it yet. The silver-haired body appeared 100 yards before the great gate of the immortal realm, his eyes revealing strange glints. His right hand suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void. Come out for me. 5 enormous fissures instantly appeared in the heavens and earth. These fissures were very deep, accompanied by sharp, screeching sounds, as if carving out 5 gaps to search within the heavens and earth. A force completely different from immortal power and primal power erupted from the silver-haired body, rushing madly through those fissures into the heavens and earth. In that instant, the surrounding cultivators felt as if the world was collapsing, the heavens and earth seemingly flashing violently. Shen Gonghu's face turned pale. Beside him, Zhang Kongli also became gloomy. Tang Yanfeng clenched his fists. The three looked at each other, seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. A soft groan emanated from the void before the silver-haired monster. Immediately afterward, more than 50 feet away from the main gate of the immortal realm, Wang Lin's figure appeared. He pushed Li Yuan aside with his right hand. At this moment, Li Yuan was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his eyes dull and lifeless, revealing a look of bewildered panic. The moment he appeared, Li Yuan's body spewed out a large cloud of blood mist, obviously due to the divine power Wang Lin unleashed, which he could not withstand. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he did not hesitate for a moment and threw Li Yuan in his hand forward. A massive surge of primal energy flooded Li Yuan's body, causing him to move like lightning towards the now tiny, almost dissolving gate of the immortal realm. The silver-haired strange man sneered, taking a step forward, his figure instantly vanishing. The moment he disappeared, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full primal energy, forming a stream of primal energy around his body. His primordial spirit within him emitted an even more powerful thunderous force, instantly sending countless lightning bolts from his body into the stream of primal energy. Explode! Wang Lin roared without a second, at the moment the silver-haired vanished. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The sound was so loud it instantly caused cultivators all around to gasp. Shen Gonghu's eyes widened in shock, staring intently at Wang Lin, a mixture of joy and fear in his gaze. Not only him, but Qin Kang Liat was the same. It's him! Huang and Genfeng raised his eyebrows. He recognized Wang Lin as Sumu, the one he hadn't been sure he could defeat before. The energy flow outside Wang Lin's body shattered, and the figure of the silver-haired monster reappeared, but was immediately engulfed by the collapsing energy. His eyes gleamed with strange light, and he laughed loudly, fiercely sucking in the energy. Immediately, the energy flow was drawn into his mouth. Wang Lin quickly retreated, chasing after Li Yuan, pushing him aside while shouting, "Li Yuan, quickly open the thunder cauldron." This voice was like a thunderclap in Li Yuan's head, jolting him out of his stupor. Subconsciously, he brought out the thunder cauldron. The moment the thunder cauldron appeared, his body had already reached the small, fist-sized gate of the immortal realm. A beam of light flashed from within the thunder cauldron, enveloping Li Yuan's body before disappearing. At the same time, Wang Lin also brought out the thunder cauldron, intending to leave. Just then, the silver-haired's eyes flashed, and he whispered, "Close the door." As soon as these words were spoken, the immortal realm's gate, which was already as small as a fist, instantly disappeared completely. Wang Lin held the thunder cauldron, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and without looking back, he quickly teleported far into the void. The silver-haired chuckled, taking steps to chase after him. "I remember now, you're that cautious Czech cultivator." The silver-haired's speed was incredibly fast. In just a few steps, he caught up with Wang Lin. He reached out his hand towards Wang Lin. "I don't like cautious people. Even a Supreme Realm expert couldn't kill you. I want to see how you can escape this time." The silver-haired's eyes turned red, and with a swift movement of his right hand, a piercing wind instantly sealed off all of Wang Lin's escape routes. Shen Gonghu's eyes widened in anticipation. "Lord, take action." Zhan Kongli also had the same feeling, staring intently, thinking to himself, "That strange person is too powerful. I wonder who is stronger, him or the senior." Tang Yanfeng secretly sneered, staring at Wang Lin, secretly mocking him. "This person is strong." But even the 5 of us and countless Yin Void cultivators couldn't defeat this silver-haired strange person. With his young true cultivation like mine, he's bound to die. I want to see how he dies, so I don't have to bother taking action myself. At this moment, Wang Lin was the focus of attention. Not only were Shen Gonghu and Zhan Kongli, both with young true cultivation, already intimidated by him, but now cultivators from the 4 major families of the Luotia Star domain were also concentrating on Wang Lin. All of this was because Wang Lin appeared 50 feet from the main gate of the immortal realm. Crucially, he had successfully brought Li Yuan into the main gate of the immortal realm, becoming the first person to escape. In that instant, Wang Lin became the focus of the entire scene. Wang Lin's expression was grim. He could sense that all his escape routes had been surrounded by the silver-haired monster who had been chasing him. This encirclement wasn't visible to the naked eye, but rather felt as if countless sharp blades were pointing at his body from the outside. No matter which direction he went, he was met with blade-like attacks. Even teleportation was impossible, leaving him completely trapped. The silver-haired monster grinned, his right hand snapping, moving with lightning speed, instantly launching itself behind Wang Lin, aiming fiercely at his heart. 5 spatial cracks appeared, tearing through the air with a howling sound as they hurtled towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hair stood on end. In this critical moment, without hesitation, he pointed forward and whispered, "Wind." In an instant, a black wind suddenly appeared from Wang Lin's right hand, seemingly instantly transforming into a colossal entity, filling the heavens and earth, as if covering the entire world. This black wind, upon appearing, immediately swept across. At this moment, Wang Lin, standing within the black wind, suddenly turned around. His eyes emitted a dense, dark light, his hair fluttering behind him. At first glance, he didn't look like an immortal at all, but rather like a demon lord. His gaze, like a sharp sword, fell upon the silver-haired, ghostly figure. In that very instant, the black wind roared, transforming from outside Wang Lin's body into a black dragon. The black dragon's body was somewhat ethereal and seemingly unstable, but after transforming, it immediately opened its mouth wide towards the silver-haired and roared, spewing out a gust of wind. This gust of wind seemed capable of extinguishing the spiritual flames of all things. The silver-haired monster's eyes widened, a strange light flashing in them as he stared at Wang Lin, who stood within the black wind, and slowly said, "This is the summoning wind." That's right, this is indeed the summoning wind. What is your relationship with the immortal emperor by fan? Wang Lin didn't answer, but instead formed hand seals. The elemental power in his body surged powerfully. The black wind roared and rushed straight towards the silver-haired monster. The 5 spatial rifts trembled under the impact of this wind, their speed significantly slowed down. At the same time, a gust of wind shot out from the black dragon's mouth, striking directly at the silver-haired monster's face. For the first time, his eyes showed a serious expression as he stared at the black dragon formed from the black wind, forming hand seals and pushing towards it, shouting, "Crack!" A deafening tearing sound echoed, reverberating in all directions. At the same time, a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of the strange figure, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. This rift was incredibly deep, hurtling through the air towards Wang Lin, colliding with the black dragon formed from the black wind. A deafening explosion reverberated everywhere. The black wind surrounding Wang Lin's body completely burst out, colliding with the rift. His body instantly recoiled like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, the silver-haired strange figure took a step, instantly closing in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. As he retreated, he unhesitatingly pointed his right hand to the side. Immediately, a red lightning bolt shot out from his hand, piercing into the void. The dark wind dissipated, and the gap seemed to be held back by an invisible hand, preventing any further progress. Immediately afterward, it collapsed and shattered. The silver-haired strange man was about to pursue, but his eyes widened in shock, staring intently at the red lightning bolt unleashed by Wang Lin. His body flashed, and in an instant, he chased after the lightning bolt, grabbing it and staring intently. His speed was truly astonishing. After absorbing the lightning bolt, his body vanished with a single step, reappearing right behind Wang Lin. The moment he reappeared, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of earth and sand. This cloud of earth and sand instantly grew larger, transforming into a piece of a large seal. With a single gesture from Wang Lin, it fiercely struck towards the silver-haired. The silver-haired's eyes flashed, and he grabbed at the void with his right hand. The piece of the seal immediately rumbled, unable to descend any further. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand formed a hand seal and pressed forward. Immediately, the beast bone pattern on the back of his hand moved, then transformed into a huge beast bone. Its eyes flashed with a dark light, its 4 sharp fangs bared, and a thick aura of killing intent emanated from it as it charged straight towards the silver-haired monster. Xiao Zimuku. The silver-haired monster's eyes showed disbelief. The beast bone's eyes flashed with a dark light, and a strong aura of killing intent emanated from it. Immediately, a cloud of gray energy appeared beneath the silver-haired monster's feet, quickly spreading throughout his body. The monster chuckled sinisterly, taking a step forward, and rumbling sounds emanated from his body. The gray energy surrounding him instantly dissipated. "You're quite an interesting Czech cultivator." The silver-haired monster's eyes showed bloodlust, and with a single step, he transformed into a blur, aiming at Wang Lin. Without hesitation, Wang Lin immediately retreated, patting his storage bag, and his immortal sword appeared. He raised his sword and slashed forcefully backward. The slaying Luo technique instantly appeared. The surrounding void seemed to vanish completely in an instant, leaving only this single beam of sword light. Under this single sword strike, the space behind Wang Lin seemed to be split in two. The silver-haired S body, which had just reappeared, changed color once again. This is the sword technique of the immortal sword of the martial world. The silver-haired S eyebrows furrowed, and he extended his right hand forward. Immediately, a thunderous explosion resounded, and the slaying Luo technique shattered. Wang Lin's face was extremely grim. As soon as the slaying Luo technique shattered, his body retreated backward. The silver-haired sneered, taking a step towards him. In just one step, he appeared right in front of Wang Lin, grabbing at him from a distance. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he patted his storage bag. Instantly, half of the blood body appeared, resting neatly in his hand. Under the suction force, a large amount of primal energy flowed into his right hand. Without hesitation, he pushed the primal energy out through his pores, forming a vortex around his body. Explode! A loud shout rang out, and the vortex outside Wang Lin's body immediately collapsed, transforming into a colossal force that struck. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Lin quickly retreated. He held half of the blood body in his right hand, his left hand forming a hand seal, his eyes flashing with madness. This silver-haired strange person was truly too powerful. All his various divine abilities and magical artifacts were ineffective. At this moment, he pointed to the sky and shouted, "Wine!" The immense primal energy that had just flowed into his right hand instantly transferred to the seal on his left hand, transforming into a divine ability. Immediately, a massive black wine, several times larger than before, suddenly appeared outside Wang Lin's body. Still not enough. Wang Lin, trapped within the black wine, continuously retreated, his right hand increasing its suction force. Immediately, the half-body of the blood-red figure became sluggish. Half of its original power had been frantically absorbed by Wang Lin, disregarding the fact that his body couldn't withstand it. Instantly, the black wine surrounding his body grew several times larger. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be filled with black wind. Wang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, "Summon wine!" His roar echoed from within the black wine like a howling gale. In an instant, the black wine transformed into two extremely ferocious black dragons. Upon appearing, they immediately flew out, circling the silver-haired figure and spewing out enormous gusts of yin wind. The silver-haired figure trembled slightly under the yin wind, but then his eyes revealed a murderous intent. At this moment, Wang Lin inwardly shouted, "It's still not enough. I must absorb more." The half-body of the blood-red figure in his right hand quickly shrank. At the same time, rumbling sounds emanated from Wang Lin's body, clearly indicating that his body could not withstand the enormous amount of elemental energy being channeled. Black wine surged from Wang Lin's pores, frantically condensing around his body. Almost instantly, another black dragon materialized from within, roaring and lunging to surround the silver-haired monster, spewing out dark wind. No matter how the silver-haired monster dodged, the three black dragons continued to encircle him. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. Without hesitation, while the three black dragons were still encircling the silver-haired monster, he threw the half-blood body, whose elemental energy he had absorbed and was now disintegrating, towards the monster. Just as the blood body reached him, Wang Lin softly shouted, "Explode!" A red light flashed on the blood body, and the elemental energy within it instantly shattered, creating a chain reaction. In a short time, it emitted a dazzling red light, and with a loud bang, it exploded. This was an unimaginable force. The blood body exploded, shattering the three black dragons within the yin wind. The entire space vibrated violently, even showing signs of spatial collapse. Wang Lin quickly retreated, retracting all his magical artifacts. As he retreated, ripples appeared beneath his feet. He struggled to suppress his emotions and calm his mind, allowing his body to merge with the heavens and earth. His battle with the silver-haired monster, though short, was incredibly intense. Especially the transformation into the 3 black dragons at the end and the self-destruction of the blood body brought the battle to its climax. The cultivators on all sides continuously retreated as Wang Lin fought. They watched the battle, their hearts pounding with intense shock. Wang Lin's figure seemed to be etched into their minds, never to fade away in their lifetimes. Shen Gonghu's eyes shone with excitement as he stared at Wang Lin retreating, his heart filled with immense reverence. Zhang Kongli was the same, his eyes fixed on him without blinking. Tang Yanfeng's face changed drastically. He took a deep breath, staring directly at Wang Lin, his eyes showing fear. The power of that black wind far exceeded his imagination. Fortunately, I didn't intervene that day, otherwise, if I had been struck by this black wind. Tang Yanfeng's face darkened, not daring to think further. This person is too powerful. He absolutely cannot die. I must retreat quickly. The ripples beneath Wang Lin's feet intensified. His body merged with the heavens and earth, and with a powerful step back, his entire body instantly dissipated. But at this very moment, his body suddenly froze, as if someone had grabbed him. Unexpectedly, his state of merging with the heavens and earth could no longer dissipate, but gradually solidified again. Little fellow, you are destined to be with me. Don't leave so quickly. I don't have time to split myself into right now. I'll borrow your body for a moment. An old voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. At the same time, a force only he could sense emanated from the void, somehow severing Wang Lin's connection with his physical body. Under this force, Wang Lin's primordial spirit was instantly compressed within his body. Meanwhile, a strange force frantically condensed within him, instantly transforming into another primordial spirit. The form of this primordial spirit was identical to that of the mysterious old man who had taken his thunder beast before. The old man's primordial spirit moved, instantly taking complete control of Wang Lin's body. In that instant, Wang Lin's entire being transformed. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Wang Lin, at this moment, seemed like an outsider watching his own body take a step forward, twisting and turning, seemingly adapting to his new body. At this moment, in the collapsed space, after the destructive force dissipated, a dark, fully black statue appeared. Cracking sounds emanated from within it. A fissure appeared on its forehead. The fissure multiplied, growing larger and larger, until suddenly two arms emerged from the cracks, pulling forcefully to either side. Immediately, the fissure widened. A middle-aged man with black hair slowly stepped out. He was unharmed, but his eyes radiated intense killing intent. This person's appearance was extremely similar to the silver-haired monster, seemingly much younger. As he spoke, he patted the statue beside him with his right hand. Immediately, the statue vanished, finally transforming into a black spear that fell into his hand. Why all this nonsense? He's just a celestial lord, isn't he? Even if he is, so what? Besides, your current cultivation is only that of a celestial king. Wang Lin looked at his own body and spoke in a condescending tone. However, his voice seemed to falter. As he spoke, his body instantly took a step forward, and he clapped his right hand. The entire world seemed to tremble, and streams of white energy instantly appeared, frantically condensing into a fist-sized white sphere that directly struck the middle-aged man. You can harness the power of heaven and earth. Who are you? The middle-aged man's expression turned serious. He swung his spear, drawing an arc. Immediately, countless crimson lights appeared in the surrounding void, merging into this arc. In an instant, it condensed into a crescent moon, hurtling straight towards the light sphere. The light sphere and the crescent moon collided without a sound, instantly dissipating. But at the center, countless spatial rifts appeared, rapidly spreading outwards. Some cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were even struck by these rifts, their bodies trembling before disappearing. Wang Lin's pupils narrowed slightly. He took a step forward, seemingly unimpeded, completely merging with heaven and earth without dissipating. In this state, he made a hand gesture, pointing a finger towards the sky, and shouted, "Immortal fire!" In an instant, a silent flame suddenly appeared, spreading across the air, descending from the sky. This flame, appearing unexpectedly, contained an extremely terrifying aura. As soon as it appeared, it covered half the heavens and earth. Cultivators all around hastily retreated, fearing being caught in this terrifying fire that seemed capable of refining the entire world. Even cultivators from the Firestar domain couldn't cause such terror among the surrounding cultivators. The immense power permeated the heavens and earth, causing Wang Lin's figure to flicker between light and darkness under the flames. But no one dared to look at him directly. He raised his right hand, pressed it down, and softly shouted, "Flame!" Immediately, the flames covering the heavens and earth erupted under Wang Lin's wave of his hand, condensing wildly around the middle-aged man. At the same time, it transformed into countless roaring flame dragons, carrying waves of heat as they lunged towards him, tearing at him. The middle-aged man's expression turned serious, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he released the spear in his right hand. The spear instantly shattered into countless small pieces, swirling around his body. At the same time, he placed his right finger over his right eye. A dense red light suddenly emanated from his eye. I didn't expect that among the younger generation of Czech cultivators, there would be someone who has reached this level. Not simple. You are worthy for me to unleash my extreme realm. As he spoke, the red light in his right eye flashed. Immediately, a red lightning bolt shot out from his eye. As soon as it appeared, an overwhelming wave of icy energy condensed and rushed straight towards Wang Lin. This icy energy, along with the red lightning bolt, extinguished the surrounding flames, creating a long, straight line that reached Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was serious. He formed another hand seal, pointing forward, and shouted, "Flame!" A series of thunderous explosions followed. The flames surrounding the middle-aged man instantly rose, forming a massive fireball at its center. This fireball contracted rapidly, seemingly wanting to incinerate everything within it. It burned not only tangible objects, but also the void, causing it to crumble into fragments. It seemed that nothing in the world could withstand this fire. Only the extreme realm flashed forth, emerging from the fireball and charging directly towards Wang Lin. In the instant the fireball contracted, the red lightning formed by the extreme realm penetrated Wang Lin's body. A destructive force exploded. Wang Lin could clearly see that the old man's primordial spirit shattered upon entering, but then instantly reformed. However, it shattered again shortly after reforming. In a short time, the old man's primordial spirit was shattered and then reformed countless times. Each time it reformed, the old man's primordial spirit weakened a little. That period of time seemed endless to Wang Lin. He quickly channeled the primordial energy within his own spirit, and without hesitation, attacked while the old man's spirit was reforming. Wang Lin had no choice but to help him, otherwise, if the old man's spirit were truly shattered, the opponent could simply walk away. At that point, only Wang Lin would be left, and he wasn't sure he could withstand this extreme realm attack. After all, the previous extreme realm attack, when the silver-haired monster was still sealed, was still very powerful but had been greatly weakened. Like a tree that had lost its roots and had no vitality left. The current extreme realm was many times stronger. The moment Wang Lin's primordial spirit intervened, he instantly felt the terrifying attack of the extreme realm. The primal energy was like a thin sheet of paper, but the extreme realm was like a sharp sword, easily piercing through. Fortunately, the struggle with the old man earlier meant that the moment the sharp sword struck Wang Lin's primordial spirit, it was finally suppressed, swallowed by the spirit, and continuously sealed with primal energy. For Wang Lin, this time seemed long, but in reality, it was only a blink of an eye. Even the surrounding cultivators couldn't detect anything unusual. Dangerous. As expected of the Qingshui Immortal Lord, the extreme realm is truly astonishing, and my calculations weren't in vain. It's a pity my true body couldn't be here at this moment. I almost miscalculated. I didn't expect the Qingshui Immortal Lord, after being sealed for so many years, to still possess such strength. The old man's weary voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, the fireball was shrinking significantly. Immediately afterward, the fireball shattered, and the power within it instantly erupted. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth were enveloped in flames. Even from a great distance, the light was visible. A dazzling radiance filled the surroundings. Wang Lin stood within this light, his figure radiating majesty. The excitement in Shen Gonghu's eyes reached its peak. He gazed at Wang Lin's figure, thinking to himself, "This is the true strength of the venerable lord." My previous guess was correct. Zhang Kongli stood in the void, watching the crimson flames in the distance. Even from afar, he could feel the heat waves crashing against his face. He was somewhat agitated, looking at Wang Lin standing in the flames, and the same thought arose in his mind as Shen Gonghu. Senior's cultivation is unfathomable. Clearly, he previously suppressed his cultivation to the young realm, and now it has increased countless times, and this is not even his highest level. Meanwhile, Tang Yanfeng, standing beside him, had a pale and somber expression. He had been utterly shocked by the battle between Wang Lin and the silver-haired monster. He couldn't believe Wang Lin possessed so many divine abilities. However, despite his fear, he could still somewhat accept this reality. But now, upon seeing the flames, he took a deep breath. His mind was shattered by the shock, and all that remained was panic. Who is he? Tang Yanfeng murmured to himself. Shen Gonghu sneered, glancing at Tang Yanfeng, and calmly said, Tang Taoist, do you remember how you mocked me outside the Thunder Immortal Realm? The person you see before you is the one I, Shen Gonghu, willingly bowed to. Even at the cost of my family's retribution and the Thunder Immortal Palace's isolation, Tang Yanfeng was stunned, staring at the figure in the flames, speechless for a long time. At that very moment, a low, deep voice echoed through the void. To survive below the extreme realm, you are very strong. A statue appeared in the flames. The statue then cracked open, and a young man emerged. His appearance was extremely handsome, yet he exuded a strong aura of evil. This silver-haired eccentric always transforms into a statue after escaping danger, becoming much younger. Initially an old man, then a middle-aged man, and now a young man. This bizarre sight sent chills down the spines of the surrounding cultivators. Wang Lin's physical body showed a solemn expression as he stared intently at the young man emerging. Upon appearing, the young man pressed his right hand against the crumbling statue. Immediately, the statue shattered into countless pieces, which in an instant transformed into a long spear, falling into the young man's hand. The young man looked at Wang Lin, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His body flicked, and he merged into the heavens and earth, disappearing in a flash. Immediately afterward, this young man mysteriously appeared behind a void realm cultivator. The cultivator's face changed drastically, and he instantly teleported. Not only him, but the cultivators all around also hastily moved aside. The young man's smile grew even more sinister. He thrust his spear into the void, causing a ripple to appear not far away. The void realm cultivator's body was forced to reveal itself. His face turned pale, and just as he was about to flee again, his body swayed, and with a loud bang, he turned into a pile of blood and flesh. Even his soul was sucked into the young man's mouth by a powerful force. Not a single bone or piece of flesh remained. This was all over in the blink of an eye. The young man's body flashed again, his figure unpredictable and elusive, weaving through the surrounding cultivators. Each time he appeared, another cultivator perished instantly. The mysterious old man controlling Wang Lin's body snorted coldly. His body flashed, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he rushed forward. Simultaneously, he formed a hand seal, pointing towards the sky, and shouted, "Condense!" Immediately, streaks of purple light materialized from the void, rapidly condensing in Wang Lin's right hand. In an instant, a purple light sphere appeared, intensely glowing with purple light, surrounded by a thin mist, incredibly dazzling. "Disperse!" A hoarse voice emanated from Wang Lin's mouth. Immediately, the light sphere trembled and shattered, transforming into a ripple that then intensified into a raging wave spreading in all directions. This wave seemed to engulf the heavens and earth. At this moment, cultivators of all levels felt a powerful force striking their bodies. This force was so immense that it caused all the cultivators to tremble and retreat at an extremely rapid pace. Even Shen Gonghu and Zhang Kongli were like that. In an instant, a void appeared within a 10-mile radius, leaving only Wang Lin and the young man. The young man pursed his lips, his complexion slightly flushed. Although the time that had passed wasn't long, he had managed to devour no fewer than 20 cultivators. At this moment, his body flashed, not fighting Wang Lin, but instead rushing towards the cultivators who had been pushed away in the distance. Wang Lin clearly heard the old man's primordial spirit within his body muttering a curse, and his body flashed again, chasing after him, shouting loudly, "You, the dignified Qing Shui Immortal Lord, resort to devouring junior cultivators just to restore your cultivation. If you have the real ability, come here and fight me, don't scare the juniors." The young man's body froze. He turned around, his eyes filled with killing intent, and slowly said, "I am not Qing Shui." "Damn it, you are Qing Shui, Qing Shui, Qing Shui." The old man's voice within Wang Lin's body continued to emanate. The killing intent in the young man's eyes intensified, and with a cold snort, he turned and chased after the fleeing cultivators. I never imagined that the immortal Lord Qingshu would forget even his own name today. Truly pathetic, the old man within Wang Lin sighed, but found the young man unmoved. His figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing to continue devouring cultivators. Wang Lin could clearly see the anger on the old man's primordial spirit's face. He took a step into the void, merging into the heavens and earth, and reappearing beside a peak-level cultivator in the distance. You want to devour? I'll chase. Wang Lin's body, upon reappearing, kicked the terrified peak-level cultivator. Instantly, a powerful force propelled the cultivator's body away. Unexpectedly, his entire being merged with the heavens and earth, disappearing in an instant. Wang Lin didn't stop. Almost immediately after the cultivator was kicked away, he vanished, reappearing beside another cultivator, and kicked him away again. In this way, Wang Lin and the young man abandoned fighting, both unleashing their speed, one chasing, the other devouring, competing to see who was faster. Shen Gonghu, while fleeing, continuously teleported, but was stopped in an instant. His body emerged from the void. At the same time, the young man, radiating evil energy, appeared beside him, his right hand grabbing directly at Shen Gonghu's head. A cruel expression appeared on Shen Gonghu's face. He was originally an arrogant man, and at this moment, he formed a hand seal, and a bolt of lightning instantly appeared in his palm. This lightning bolt was a deep red. As soon as it appeared, it caused ripples in the surrounding void. Countless tiny, silken threads of lightning converged from all directions. This lightning was Shen Gonghu's Dao, the culmination of his entire cultivation, and the result of Wang Lin's guidance years ago. In recent years, he had pursued the origin of lightning, continuously refining it within his body. After so many years, he had finally condensed this Dao, and even then, it was incomplete, so he had never used it in battle before. This lightning was his greatest secret. It could even be said that it was because of this Dao of lightning that Shen Gonghu revered Wang Lin even more. Because Wang Lin had given him extremely accurate guidance on lightning power, he was confident that if he cultivated this Dao of lightning for a long time, one day he would be able to find the origin of lightning himself. But at this moment, facing a life or death situation, he no longer hesitated and unleashed this lightning bolt. Even the young man, full of malevolent energy, let out a soft "ow" upon seeing this lightning bolt, but the coldness in his eyes didn't dissipate in the slightest. He still lunged forward. Shen Gonghu shouted loudly, pushing the lightning bolt in his hand. As soon as it left his hand, it immediately emitted a deep red light, radiating intensely, flashing briefly before exploding. The young man snorted coldly, and with a flick of his right hand, he instantly grabbed the exploding lightning bolt and crushed it. Shen Gonghu seized this opportunity and quickly retreated without a second thought. At this moment, Wang Lin, in the distance, caught sight of Shen Gonghu. Although his body was uncontrollable, his primordial spirit could still communicate with the old man. Save him, Wang Lin's primordial spirit transmitted a divine thought to the old man. The old man's primordial spirit snorted softly, not refusing at all, but instead kicked away a cultivator beside him. His body then flashed, merging into the void, instantly appearing outside Shen Gonghu. His right hand formed a hand seal, colliding with the evil-spirited young man from a distance. A thunderous shock wave spread out. The young man retreated several steps, and Wang Lin also retreated, but while retreating, he kicked Shen Gonghu with his right foot. Shen Gonghu's face was filled with excitement and frenzy. His body was immediately kicked away, merging into the heavens and earth in midair before disappearing. The evil-spirited young man coldly glanced at Wang Lin, his body flashing. Immediately, several clones split from his body. These clones continued to split, and in an instant, the 32 clones from before reappeared. The clones, upon appearing, immediately dispersed, speeding towards the distance, chasing after the fleeing cultivators. Wang Lin clearly sensed the old man's primordial spirit within his body faltering. The old man roared in anger, controlling Wang Lin's body to lunge in one direction, pushing out with both hands, causing a tremor. A vast surge of primal energy erupted from his body, merging into the heavens and earth. Under this continuous merging, it seemed as if this primal energy had replaced the very heavens and earth. It was as if Wang Lin had become the heavens and earth at this moment. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he whispered, "Immortal technique, dispel." In an instant, primal energy condensed around the bodies of the fleeing cultivators. "Immortal technique, disperse," Wang Lin's voice rang out once more. Immediately, all the cultivators outside his body merged into the heavens and earth, as if an invisible hand had pressed them in. At this moment, if viewed from above, it was clearly visible that the figures of these cultivators were rapidly disappearing. Almost in the blink of an eye, there was not a single cultivator left in the surroundings. Finally, only the young man remained among the 32 clones. Wang Lin clearly felt that the old man's primordial spirit within his body was extremely weak, on the verge of dissipating at any moment, like a lamp about to run out of oil. "I'm exhausted now," the young man's eyes flashed with red light as he strode straight towards Wang Lin. "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." The spear in his hand was thrown forward, instantly transforming into a black beam of light aimed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp tingled. The old man's primordial spirit within his body reluctantly controlled his body to flee. The young man, full of malevolent energy, followed closely behind, constantly closing the distance. The mysterious old man's primordial spirit controlled Wang Lin's body, merging into the heavens and earth, flashing and disappearing. But the young man, full of malevolent energy, also merged into the heavens and earth, relentlessly pursuing them by sensing their presence. The speed of the two was incredibly fast, almost traversing countless continents in a short time. Gradually, a cold smile appeared on the young man's face, and he slowly said, "From the moment you appeared, I knew your purpose was to lure me to your true form. Very well, I will comply with your wishes and devour your true form. There are countless cultivators here. They will surely help me restore my cultivation." At this moment, Wang Lin used teleportation but consumed very little of his elemental power, almost entirely drawing from the heavens and earth. Wang Lin found this divine ability similar to absorbing the spiritual power of all things, but it was distinctly different, clearly far more profound. However, the variations of this divine ability surpassed Wang Lin's current cultivation level. Although he seemed to have grasped something, a thin barrier still separated him, preventing him from fully comprehending it. At this moment, the old man controlling Wang Lin's body swiftly sped away. Wang Lin didn't have time to ponder this divine ability. He could sense that the mysterious old man's primordial spirit within his body was rapidly dissipating. Only half an incense stick's worth of time had passed, yet the old man's primordial spirit had already dissipated by more than half. A complete sacrifice of spiritual energy for speed. Wang Lin didn't know how fast this speed was. His body merged with the heavens and earth, and in an instant, he had traveled far into the distance. The road ahead seemed to stretch for countless years. He felt as if he were traveling through time rather than moving through the air. This was entirely an illusion, but Wang Lin was at a loss for words to describe this transformation. Wang Lin had now begun to understand the divine ability of a second-stage cultivator shrinking the earth into inches. Although he couldn't do what the old man did, completely merging with the heavens and earth with each step without wasting any time, as naturally as breathing, he could still perform it if given time to prepare. If it were other cultivators, even though their cultivation had reached the young realm, they wouldn't have understood the technique of shrinking the ground into inches. A divine ability that integrates with heaven and earth. When the old man controlled their bodies, their primordial spirits would immediately be unable to withstand the sudden drastic changes, suffering serious injuries at best, or even complete collapse. Even Wang Lin himself, having understood this divine ability, still found it difficult to control his movements. His body, controlled by the old man's primordial spirit, barely stepped outside the heaven and earth, remaining in a state of fusion. It seemed as if his body and primordial spirit were divided into countless tiny particles, becoming a part of heaven and earth. He could reach any location in this world in a short time. However, it was clear that this great divine ability still had some limitations. Otherwise, the old man, under this fusion, would have directly gone to his main body instead of rushing like this. For Wang Lin, half an incense stick's worth of time felt like 100 years. This 100 years transformed into a powerful whirlwind. He seemed to become a leaf in the vortex, constantly spinning and struggling to avoid being torn apart. This state was extremely painful, but for Wang Lin, it offered unimaginable benefits. His primordial spirit struggled within the whirlwind, deepening the feeling of merging with heaven and earth, eventually imprinting itself on his very being. A feeling he could never erase for the rest of his life. If other cultivators knew Wang Lin's state at this moment, their hearts would surely pound like drums. The second step in cultivation, besides primordial power, is understanding, grasping, and controlling the rules. But everything is so vague and elusive, impossible to comprehend clearly. Therefore, merging with heaven and earth becomes a necessary method of understanding. Only by truly merging with heaven and earth can one comprehend the rules of power. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit, with the unintentional assistance of the mysterious old man, was like a pair of large hands grasping him, forcefully merging with heaven and earth. Painful as it was, the benefits were immense. His primordial spirit merged even more closely with heaven and earth, seemingly becoming a part of it, inseparable. In this state, Wang Lin's understanding was also stimulated, gradually confirming the primordial spirit and the great Tao of cause and effect of heaven and earth. Besides his primordial spirit, Wang Lin's body also benefited greatly. His body, having undergone a series of previous transformations, was no longer separate from the primordial force. Now, under the old man's control, prolonged integration with heaven and earth made his body resemble his primordial spirit, which had merged with heaven and earth. That wasn't the most important point either. The most important thing was that during the process of merging with heaven and earth, his body had to disintegrate. This wasn't like the body disintegrating upon death, but rather a state that allowed his body to condense at any location within heaven and earth. In this state for an extended period, his body naturally merged completely with the primordial energy of heaven and earth. It seemed as if every muscle fiber, every drop of blood contained the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Of course, this wasn't intentionally caused by the old man. If it weren't for the certain conditions already present in Wang Lin's body, it's likely that after the old man emerged from heaven and earth and returned to his original body, Wang Lin's body would instantly disintegrate, and his primordial spirit would also die immediately. Wang Lin and the young man full of evil energy sped away in this state of merging with heaven and earth. Soon, Wang Lin's figure appeared in the sky above a vast continent in the northern part of the Thunder Immortal Realm. The moment his body appeared, the old man's primordial spirit completely dissipated, disappearing into his body. Immediately, Wang Lin regained control of his body. In that instant, without hesitation, Wang Lin channeled his entire body's primal energy, releasing it through every pore, forming a stream that instantly self-destructed. With a loud bang, his body, propelled by the force of the exploding stream, shot out at incredible speed. The moment his body shot out, the right hand of the evil-infused young man struck the spot where he had just been. Wang Lin, without stopping, instantly transformed into a rainbow and flew away. At the same time, he potted his storage bag, immediately grabbed his immortal sword, and without hesitation, unleashed 8 consecutive slashes of the Zanluo Ju. Cracking sounds echoed, and countless cracks appeared in the sky surrounding Wang Lin. A restraining force had just appeared when Wang Lin's slaying Luo technique instantly tore it apart. Wang Lin's expression darkened, and he sped out even faster. He had been sealed off on all sides before, and he wouldn't let that happen again. The young man's eyes, filled with malevolence, flashed with cold delight as he glanced at the continent below, his brows slightly furrowed. This is the Chaosian platform of the Thunder Immortal Realm from back then, the center of the Thunder Immortal Realm. Considered the closest place to the ancient Immortal Realm before its disappearance. It's said that when the ancient Immortal Realm still existed, the first step for ancient immortals descending to the mortal world was to establish themselves here. A person with strength equal to mine, bringing me here, what is your purpose? After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Wang Lin's figure in the distance, raised his right hand, and pointed forward. A red sphere of light immediately appeared before his finger. At the same time, countless tiny threads suddenly appeared in all directions, rapidly converging into a sphere of light. Immediately, this sphere of light shone with a dazzling red light, like a lightning bolt, hurtling towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hair stood on end, and he inwardly groaned in despair. If it weren't for that mysterious old man, he would have fled long ago. At this moment, half of the blood ancestor's blood body was already used up, leaving him no chance to escape. In this perilous situation, Wang Lin gritted his teeth. Escaping was impossible. He simply turned around, opened his mouth, and spat out a fragment of the Great Seal, shielding himself. The red sphere of light then directly collided with the Great Seal, causing a deafening explosion. The fragment of the Great Seal began to tremble violently, but it didn't shatter. Instead, a powerful force emanated from within, directly striking Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face instantly turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body, along with the Great Seal, immediately retreated backward. The danger was far from over. From within the fragment of the Great Seal, an immense power surged forth, like a wave crashing against Wang Lin's body. As he retreated, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood, but a fierce expression remained on his face. "You won't find it that easy to kill me." Wang Lin held the fragment of the Great Seal in one hand, and with the other, he potted his storage bag, instantly causing a screen to appear. The screen flashed, and the mountain and river map on it instantly filled the surroundings. It seemed as if the entire world had turned black and white, becoming a watercolor painting. And boundless power emanated from the landscape. Standing amidst this scene, Wang Lin felt his strength dissipate. An infinite power emanated from the mountains and rivers, continuously merging into the fragment of the Great Seal, canceling out the terrifying power within. Mountain and river map, the young man with the sinister aura was stunned for a moment, but then he sneered. "It's just that the waterfall, seal spirit, is a fake." He raised his right hand and fiercely tore forward, immediately producing a crisp tearing sound. The landscape between heaven and earth twisted and warped, and a moment later, Wang Lin's body was forced out from within, his face pale. After reappearing, he retreated backward. "This mountain and river map was studied by me for thousands of years. Even if you possess the real thing with your insignificant high-level immortal ranked cultivation, I can still break it." The young man with the sinister aura laughed coldly, taking a step forward, intending to pursue. But he immediately stopped, his eyes flashing with cold light as he looked down at the ground beneath his feet. He saw that this fragment of the continent instantly began to tremble, and not just this place, but all the continents were shaking violently. Almost in an instant, countless mountains on this continent collapsed with a thunderous roar, as if a giant hand had swept across, leveling everything. Immediately, these fragments of the continent suddenly flew up. The speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly reaching the young man with the sinister aura who was in the air. His eyes widened in shock, and he immediately flew upwards. As for Wang Lin, he immediately retracted his magic weapon and quickly flew away, his eyes calm. He didn't look at the ground, but continuously flew backward, intending to merge with the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a roar of a thunder beast echoed from all directions. Along with the fragments of the continent flying into the air, the chains on the outer edges shook violently. On each end of the chain was a thunder beast, constantly roaring and stomping its body on the void. These continents were clearly lifted by the immense power of many thunder beasts. At this moment, not only the continent where Wang Lin and the evil-looking man were located shook, but all 49 fragments of the Thunder Immortal Realm simultaneously shook and flew into the air. This was a grand formation, centered around the fragments where Wang Lin and the evil-spirited man were located, forming a plum blossom shape to create an unparalleled array. These 49 fragments of the continent were all connected by chains, each chain topped with a roaring thunder beast, propelling them into the air. Therefore, the entire Thunder Immortal Realm seemed to be filled only with the sounds of the moving fragments of the continent. Under the immense power of the thunder beasts, these 49 fragments not only vibrated, but also rotated around the central fragment. The remaining 48 fragments moved slowly, initially at a leisurely pace, then accelerating rapidly. The chains on the edges connecting the fragments of this unparalleled formation had now broken, rendering their movement unstoppable. Gradually, the speed became completely comparable to that of a flying monk. Under this movement, a whirlwind immediately appeared. This whirlwind was enormous. On the surface of each of these continental fragments, entire mountains collapsed, shaking violently, instantly causing a dramatic upheaval throughout the entire Thunder Immortal Realm. Especially the whirlwind created by the movement of the 49 continental fragments seemed to form an extremely deep cavern, generating an unimaginable gravitational pull. Under this gravitational pull and tremors, the entire Thunder Immortal Realm trembled and began to truly collapse. This wasn't the collapse of a single continental fragment, nor the collapse of the void in some place, but the entire Thunder Immortal Realm, after years of shattering into countless pieces. This was the second large-scale collapse. In the sky, terrifying cracks appeared across the heavens. From within those cracks, gusts of icy wind blew out, as if tearing apart countless fissures, constantly expanding, seemingly the end of the world. The cultivators in the Thunder Immortal realm were now in a state of panic, unable to speak. Even the evil-looking man was completely stunned. He couldn't have imagined that the person who led him here would perform such a grand act. Using fragments of the collapsed Thunder Immortal realm to form a formation judging by appearances. The formation is probably not that simple. Could this person be planning to refine the Thunder Immortal realm into a magical artifact? The evil-looking man regulated his breathing. With his knowledge, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Crazy!" Wang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The roars of the void cracks and the thunderous explosions of the Thunder Immortal realm echoing from afar, as if countless fragments of continents were colliding. He was rapidly retreating when he suddenly slowed down. Cracks appeared all around him, and a destructive aura, as if wanting to devour everything, emanated from within, causing his mind to tremble and his scalp to tingle. A long, arrogant laugh echoed through the heavens and earth. At the same time, the figure of the mysterious old man materialized in the sky. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke. "I have been to the Thunder Immortal realm hundreds of times before, preparing for tens of thousands of years. Is there any cultivator in this world as decisive as me, Yanlei, to refine the Thunder Immortal realm? Even the illustrious Qingshu Immortal Lord of Yesteryear wouldn't dare do such a thing, ha ha. I will use half of the Thunder Immortal realm as my treasure. In this Luotia Star domain, who can be my opponent? With this treasure, I will open the spatial barrier. From now on, cultivators in the Luotia Star domain will no longer need Luotia stones and can freely enter the Alliance Star domain. Zhang Xuanzi, you forced me to leave all those years ago. But one day, I will lead the cultivators of the Luotia Star domain to raise the Star Alliance to the ground." 49 fragments of the Thunder Immortal Realms continent, swirling and being swept away by this vortex, collapsed and shattered on a massive scale. The immense gravitational pull of the vortex spread throughout the entire Thunder Immortal realm. The large-scale collapse continued relentlessly, becoming increasingly violent. Cracks appeared in the sky, spreading everywhere in an instant, like sharp swords slashing from within, rapidly extending. If one stood close, this scene would be shocking, and they would immediately be swallowed up. At this moment, a strange light shone in Yanlei's eyes. His entire body hovered in midair, his palms outstretched, and immediately the fragments of the continent beneath his feet began to move slowly. "The Thunder Immortal Great Formation has been recreated by me today." Yanlei laughed loudly, his hands forming a hand seal. Immediately, his entire body emitted a powerful surge of primal energy, merging with the ground beneath his feet, spreading out in an instant as if without end. Wang Lin's mind was greatly shaken, his expression grim. Floating in the distant air, he stared at Yanlei, remaining silent. The young man, radiating malevolent energy, his eyes flashing, slowly said, "Refining the immortal realm into a magical artifact is indeed interesting. However, if it's simply that, without a spirit, what good is it?" Yanlei, high in the sky, laughed heartily, saying, "Who says there isn't? Spirit, appear." He then opened his mouth and spat out a stream of gray energy. Inside the gray energy was a palm-sized piece of old glass. This piece of glass instantly lengthened in the wind, rapidly increasing in size several times, forming a large circular mirror taller than half a person. A ripple spread across the surface of the mirror, and a primordial spirit emerged from within. As soon as this primordial spirit appeared, a dense surge of primal energy filled the air. The primordial spirit of an yin void cultivator, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. A fourth-grade supreme immortal, the young man with the malevolent aura glanced at the primordial spirit. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he wanted to see how this self-proclaimed Flame Thunder Sun intended to refine the Thunder Immortal realm. Moreover, with his cultivation level, he could clearly see at a glance that the Flame Thunder Sun in the sky wasn't his true form, but merely an illusory clone. A hazy look filled the primordial spirit's eyes. When he appeared, Flame Thunder Sun softly shouted, "49th God, go!" As soon as the words were spoken, the primordial spirit's eyes lit up, as if a divine consciousness flashed, and it bowed to Yanlei. Its body flicked, merging into the ground, instantly transforming into a mass of primal energy and disappearing. In a way that Wang Lin couldn't understand, this primordial spirit instantly arrived at a spot beside the 49 fragments of the continent, completely merging into them. Immediately, the 49 fragments of the continent seemed to come alive. Their spirituality greatly increased. Not stopping there, under Wang Lin's watchful gaze, ripples appeared on the mirror's surface. One by one, primordial spirits flew out. Yan Lei let out a soft shout, and the newly appeared yin void primordial spirits immediately merged into the ground, disappearing completely. Very quickly, 18 of the 49 constantly rotating fragments of the continent now contained the spirits of magical artifacts. Magical artifacts continue to appear. A look of excitement flashed in Yan Lei's eyes. Immediately, the mirror rippled violently, and another primordial spirit flew out. As soon as this primordial spirit appeared, it instantly radiated primal energy, more powerful than the 18 primordial spirits before. Wang Lin immediately regulated his energy, recognizing it as Yangxi's primordial spirit. A 9th grade supreme immortal, not bad. The young man with the sinister aura remained calm, his expression unchanged. Following closely behind Yangxi's primordial spirit, 13 more primordial spirits merged into the ground and disappeared. 49 fragments of the continent formed an unparalleled formation. Immediately, 42 of these fragments suddenly transformed, not only increasing their spiritual power, but also seemingly reaching the peak of the entire formation's power at this moment. Reappear. Yan Lei laughed maniacally, for he had been preparing for this day for tens of thousands of years. The ancient mirror vibrated, and after about 10 breaths, a primordial spirit slowly emerged. This primordial spirit was extremely old, appearing somewhat weary, but after its appearance, an incredibly vast surge of primal energy, far surpassing the 42 previous primordial spirits, surged wildly in all directions. This is Wang Lin's pupils contracted. This immense power was incredibly terrifying, almost comparable to that of the illusion family's ancestor from before. It's the primordial spirit of a nirvana cultivator, a 3rd grade heavenly immortal. The young man with the sinister aura's eyes widened, licking his lips as he slowly spoke. After the primordial spirit appeared, it looked up at the sky, its eyes hazy as if recalling the past. Then, Yan Lei let out a low shout, and the primordial spirit trembled, fear appearing in its eyes. Its body flashed, merging into the ground and disappearing. Immediately, the 7th fragment of the immortal realm Great Formation suddenly erupted with a powerful pressure, greatly increasing the power of the entire formation. And that wasn't all. As the mirror rippled in all directions, a pair of large hands reached out from within, as if wanting to tear the mirror apart, and a primordial spirit emerged from within. This primordial spirit was a middle-aged man, his face filled with murderous intent. The moment it tore open and emerged, it immediately raised its head and roared, its murderous aura instantly surging to the heavens, unexpectedly materializing into a red whirlwind. Wang Lin involuntarily recoiled, his eyes showing fear. He couldn't discern the cultivation level of this primordial spirit, only feeling that this person was no less powerful than the blood ancestor. 9th grade heavenly immortal, the man with the sinister aura showed greed in his eyes, but he didn't rush forward to seize it. Yan Lei looked at the middle-aged man, his eyes showing a hint of regret, and slowly said, "This is the 4th person destined to meet me. What a pity." 6th spirit, return to your position. The man with the intense, murderous aura turned sharply to stare at Yan Lei. After a moment of silence, his body flashed, carrying his murderous aura, and he directly rushed out, merging into the ground. Immediately, a dense aura of killing intent emanated from the 6th continental fragment. The entire immortal realm formation was instantly enveloped in this killing intent, its power increasing. Before the lingering effects of the killing intent had dissipated, the mirror suddenly emitted a cracking sound. A crack suddenly formed on the surface of the mirror, and at the same time, ripples appeared above it, and another primordial spirit emerged. This primordial spirit was an old man. After his appearance, the heavens and earth here immediately changed, as if the sky was collapsing due to the appearance of the crack, then suddenly stopped. No elemental power surged out, but the appearance of this old man caused Wang Lin's body to recoil. The pressure emanating from him was terrifying. A 2nd grade immortal king. A glint of light flashed in the eyes of the evil man. This old man's primordial spirit was not dazed but truly alert. After appearing, he glanced at the heavens and earth, finally nodding slightly at Yanlazi, and transmitted a sorrowful divine thought, "Remember your promise." After uttering this sentence, the old man's primordial spirit merged into the ground and disappeared. A colossal aura erupted from the fifth fragment. A cracking sound echoed again. The cracks on the glass shard deepened, and after a long while, another primordial spirit emerged. This spirit was entirely crimson, overflowing with blood-red light, and filled with intense hatred, which erupted the moment it appeared. Blood Ancestor. Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. He recoiled, his eyes fixed intently. However, after a moment, upon closer inspection, he realized that although this spirit was the Blood Ancestor, its eyes were dull and lifeless, devoid of any vitality. After appearing, the Blood Ancestor's primordial spirit silently descended to the ground, merging into the earth. But just before completely vanishing, it looked up at Wang Lin, giving him a quick glance. Fourth God, return to your position. Sixth rank Immortal King. The evil-looking man's eyes flashed, a sinister smile appearing on his lips as he slowly said, "Interesting. I just don't know if there are any immortal lords here." "Yes." Yanlazi, suspended in midair, spoke with an arrogant air and a deep voice. The cracks on the glass surface deepened instantly, not just one, but several, making the glass appear as if it were about to shatter. A light flashed on it, and at that moment, two primordial spirits simultaneously emerged. An unimaginable surge of primal energy, almost materialized, filled the heavens and earth. These two primordial spirits were incomplete and somewhat dim, with a sail between their eyebrows emitting a faint light. As soon as these two primordial spirits appeared, the young man with the evil aura changed his expression, staring intently at them, and slowly said, "First rank Immortal Lords." Wang Lin's face turned pale, his eyes filled with gravity. He sensed a powerful aura similar to that of Tia Yunzi emanating from these two primordial spirits. Inside, Yanlazi's expression showed caution. He clasped his hands together, pointed his finger, and shouted, "Third spirit, second spirit, return to your positions." The two primordial spirits coldly glanced at Yanlazi, slowly descended to the ground, merged into it, and disappeared. As soon as they vanished, the mirror shattered, the cracking sound growing louder, and in an instant, it broke into countless fragments. As it shattered, the primordial spirit of a middle-aged man emerged from within. This middle-aged man looked extremely ordinary, without even a trace of elemental energy fluctuation. But as soon as he appeared, a heaven-shattering killing intent erupted from his body. This killing intent merged with the heavens and earth, as if becoming one with them, to yet one. Wang Lin immediately spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, circulating his entire body's primal energy, and quickly retreated. But this killing intent still lingered in the heavens and earth, his face pale, his eyes showing fear. Martial Immortal Realm, 6th rank killing Immortal Monarch. The young man with the evil aura changed his expression, staring at the middle-aged man, his eyes flashing with cold light. The middle-aged man was extremely calm. After appearing, he glanced at Yanlazi. Yanlazi pointed to the ground beneath his feet and shouted, "First God, return to your position." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. His body flashed, and he landed on the ground, disappearing completely. But immediately, the first fragment at the center of the Immortal Realm Great Formation instantly erupted with killing intent. This killing intent permeated, instantly enveloping all the fragments of the continent. Immortal Formation, retract. Yanlazi's eyes showed excitement as he shouted. The 49 primordial spirits he had prepared originally didn't include the Blood Ancestor, but after obtaining the Blood Ancestor's primordial spirit, he changed his mind and temporarily replaced it. Following Yanlazi's words, a dramatic change occurred in the Thunder Immortal Realm. The 49 fragments of the continent containing the spirit artifacts seemed to possess sentience, instantly shrinking into 49 small, hand-sized fragments converging around Yanlazi. Each fragment emitted a divine consciousness, quickly merging into Yanlazi's body. After absorbing all 49 divine consciousnesses into his body, Yanlazi's body glowed with light, beginning to materialize. Yanlazi's primordial spirit, which had previously split into 49 clones to refine the Thunder Immortal Realm, had merged with the fragments of the continent to gain complete control. Now, he retracted his primordial spirit and reassembled it, instantly forming his true form. At this moment, 49 fragments swirled around his entire body, and an incredibly powerful aura emanated from these 49 fragments, making Yanlazi appear incredibly majestic. Very spectacular. The young man with the sinister aura looked at Yanlazi and slowly said, "This immortal formation artifact is powerful, but it lacks a certain flexibility and sharpness. So that's why you led me here." Yanlazi stared at the young man with the sinister aura and said in a deep voice, "Qingshui, Immortal Lord, I want your supreme realm." The man with the sinister aura frowned and calmly said, "I am not Qingshui. I have been to the immortal realm hundreds of times, searched through all the secret scriptures of the immortal realm, and finally found out that there is a person named Qingshui in the lay immortal realm. This person has profound cultivation and possesses the legendary supreme realm. He is the crown prince of Qingshui Kingdom in the ancient cultivation world. After ascending to the immortal realm, this person arrived in the Thunder Immortal Realm and eventually became an immortal lord. However, before the destruction of the immortal realm, for unknown reasons, this person underwent a drastic transformation, completely changing their daily behavior, as if possessed by a demon, causing a massacre. The immortals of the immortal realm surrounded and attacked them, but this person possessed supreme realm divine power, killing countless enemies. Finally, Immortal Emperor Baifan had to intervene, and although victorious, he couldn't bring himself to kill him. In this dilemma, it seemed as if his consciousness returned, and the events of the past were merely a dream. Upon waking, he realized he had killed many immortals. Among those he had killed were friends, disciples, and even his descendants. Most importantly, one of his companions on the path of cultivation for tens of thousands of years was also among them. This scene filled him with such grief and anger that he wanted to die. Killing his relatives and friends with his own hands created boundless karmic debt. At this moment, his demonic thoughts revived, and just as he was about to lose his sanity, he struggled and drew his sword to commit suicide, his primordial spirit and body collapsing. To prevent the extreme realm from reviving him, he used his whirlwind sealing artifact to seal his entire primordial spirit and body into 9 parts. Immortal Emperor Baifan was heartbroken, and he arranged a healing formation on these 9 seals. He hoped that one day this person could fully awaken. Immortal Emperor Baifan did this because Qingshui was his only disciple, and in the Thunder Immortal Realm, he was the only one with the hope of becoming an immortal emperor. After saying this, Yanlazi potted his storage bag and immediately took out an immortal jade. This immortal jade was very old, obviously having existed for a very long time. This is something left behind by Immortal Emperor Baifan. It's Qingshui's immortal scroll from his lifetime. Anyone who sees it will know. He threw it, and the immortal jade flew straight to the evil-looking young man. The man caught the immortal jade, and in silence, his eyes showed a dazed expression. In that dazed state, his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty look. In an instant, a bloodthirsty light burst from his eyes, immediately engulfing his entire body. He grabbed the immortal scroll, swallowed it whole, and looked up at Yanlazi, his face showing a ferocious expression. Yanlazi inwardly groaned, realizing something was wrong. He quickly slapped his right hand forward, instantly sending 49 fragments flying. At that moment, Qingshui raised his head and let out a roar. The sound was incredibly loud, yet it contained a surge of power from heaven and earth. A thunderous roar, as if leveling the ground, resounded. Numerous cracks immediately appeared in the void in front of Qingshui, tearing and twisting, heading straight towards Yanlazi. Simultaneously, within those cracks, a fierce, howling wind, like the wrath of heaven and earth, formed a whirlwind, aiming directly at Yanlazi. Yanlazi's face darkened. With a cold snort, the 49 fragments in front of him instantly spun, and a colossal suction force appeared. Regardless of whether it was the cracks in the void or the blowing wind, everything was sucked into this whirlwind of fragments. Yanlazi shouted loudly, "Qingshui, I showed you the immortal scroll to help you remember what happened before. I had no ill intentions." Wang Lin, who was far away, almost instantly retreated, his hands forming hand seals and unleashing streams of elemental force, fleeing from this dangerous place. His face was pale, and he stared intently ahead. "I must kill you," Qingshui ferociously charged forward. His speed was too fast. As he rushed out, his right hand struck out a claw into the void, directly tearing through the void and appearing behind Yanlazi. His eyes were bloodshot, and he ferociously unleashed a claw attack. 49 fragments of Yanlazi instantly appeared behind him, meeting Qing Shui's claw attack. A loud explosion resounded, and even with Qing Shui's strength, he was pushed back 100 feet. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body seemed to fall into a strange state. With a roar, he charged forward once more. Yan Lazy frowned. He hadn't expected such a turn of events when he showed the immortal scroll to the other party. This caught him off guard, especially when he saw the other party's current state, his heart sinking. Could it be that this person is now like me back then, experiencing a transformation, possessed by demonic thoughts? Yan Lazy was secretly furious. As Qing Shui charged forward, he formed hand seals. Immediately, 49 fragments outside his body scattered outwards, and golden light flashed above them. These golden lights intertwined, forming a formation. Immortal formation. Spell transformation. Yan Lazy shouted softly. The golden light of the formation flew up from the 49 fragments, quickly encircling Qing Shui as he charged. Qing Shui, amidst his screams, was instantly imprisoned. At this moment, Yan Lazy's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Immortal Blade!" In an instant, the golden light formation spun rapidly, and countless golden spikes suddenly appeared within the circle, frantically piercing into Qing Shui's body. The golden light contained a destructive aura, which Wang Lin could feel even from a great distance. Piercing through by countless spikes, the ferocity on Qing Shui's face intensified. "I had already forgotten what happened back then, but you've made me remember again." A deep sorrow, seemingly undiminished even after tens of thousands of years, emanated from Qing Shui's eyes. Summoned, Qing Shui raised his right hand, pointing to the sky. His eyes widened fiercely, and a black wind roared out. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind enveloped his body, forming a whirlwind that suddenly tore outwards. The golden light formation collapsed in an instant. A torrent of black wind raged, transforming into 8 black dragons soaring through the air. These enormous figures merged with the void, only their dragon heads visible, gaping towards Yan Lazy as if to devour him. A series of chilling gusts swept through, as if the heavens and earth had vanished, everything before him shattering. Yan Lazy's expression grew even more grim. He retreated, his right hand forming a hand seal, shouting, "Immortal formation, gathering essence." The 49 fragments surrounding his body immediately surged with immense power. In an instant, the power condensed into 49 rainbow-like beams, all flying out simultaneously, directly towards the chilling wind emanating from the cracks. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resounded. Wang Lin's body continuously retreated, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Each drop of blood shook his mind, but his eyes remained incredibly clear, observing intently without blinking. Summon wind, that's the true power of the wind summoning technique. After 49 explosions, Yan Lazy retreated several meters, his face slightly pale, and activated his formation. For him, this wasn't too difficult. The battle with Qing Shui wasn't supposed to be this arduous. The difficulty lay in the opponent's incredibly powerful divine abilities. This isn't an ordinary immortal technique. Yan Lazy, who had previously manipulated Wang Lin's body, had never seen Wang Lin use this technique. Seeing it for the first time, he was utterly shocked. Back then, when the Thunder Immortal Realm collapsed, it was rumored that Immortal Emperor Bai Fan perished. "You are a disciple of Brother Bai. Why didn't you find the reason and avenge your master?" Yan Lazy frowned. He truly didn't want to fight this Qing Shui Immortal Lord unless absolutely necessary. This was outside his plans. A murderous glint flashed in Thenthi's eyes. He took a step forward, immediately giving chase, simultaneously forming hand seals and striking his chest. The seals instantly transformed, and he pointed to the sky, shouting, "Transform the rain." In an instant, within a 1,000-foot radius, the entire sky and void were filled with countless crystal-clear raindrops. These raindrops resembled fresh blood, a deep crimson color emitting a crimson light that illuminated the 1,000-foot radius. At the same time, Thentri pointed his hands forward, shouting, "Transform the rain." I seal a series of crackling sounds erupted, and the raindrops within a 1,000-foot radius instantly transformed into snowflakes, extending towards each other, almost instantly connecting and surging out, heading straight towards Beam Light T at the center. The Immortal Lord's transformation that year, losing his sanity and committing countless murders. Doesn't the Immortal Lord have any doubts about the reasons for all of this? As Yan Lazy shouted. 49 fragments surrounding his body immediately swirled and spun, forming a vortex. Simultaneously, these fragments magnified, almost instantly increasing in size several times and spreading outwards. As far as I know from researching ancient texts, when the Immortal Lord loses his sanity, the Immortal Lords in the other three immortal realms also experience the same. Perhaps the answers to all these matters can be found within the Cultivation Alliance. Even if the answers don't exist, I promise to do my utmost to assist the Immortal Lord in the Wind End Palace realms in searching for the cause. The 49 fragments outside Yanlazi's body spun wildly, forming a massive vortex that immediately dispersed in all directions to counter the rapidly approaching snowflakes. I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to fight you. The reason you were able to break the seal was because of my secret assistance. Qing Shui, don't force me. Yanlazi also flared up in anger, shouting loudly. Qing Shui suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes, looking at Yanlazi and calmly saying, "Give me a reason to hand over the extreme realm to you." Yanlazi's gaze was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "If the Immortal Lord wants to restore his cultivation, he needs to devour our vital energy, devour the cultivators of the Luotia Star Domain. Or perhaps you could come with me to the Star Domain Alliance in the Immortal Realm. There are many cultivators with greater divine abilities there, and I believe it won't take long for the Immortal Lord to restore his peak state from back then." "That reason alone isn't enough," Qing Shui said calmly. After the Immortal Lord was sealed, the Immortal Realm suffered a catastrophe, and all four great Immortal Realms collapsed. Doesn't the Immortal Lord want to know the cause of all this? It is said that there is a place in the Star Domain Alliance in the Immortal Realm where immortals still reside. If the Immortal Lord follows me, he will certainly be able to learn everything. Qing Shui's eyes showed a pensive expression, and after a long pause, he slowly said, "It's still not enough. When I was young, I served as an elder in the Cultivation Alliance. In the Cultivation Alliance, there was a scroll rumored to have fallen from the sky after the collapse of the Immortal Realm, emitting a trace of the ancient immortal aura. When I left, no one in the Cultivation Alliance had been able to open it. But it said that the scroll recorded the official mysterious reason for the collapse of the Immortal Realm. Everything is related to the great upheaval you experienced back then. These events are too coincidental. The Immortal Realm collapsed less than 100 years after you killed the Immortals. If you say this has no connection, I absolutely don't believe it, Qing Shui. We are not enemies. If these reasons still don't convince you, then so be it. Let's fight. I will no longer hold back, unleashing the full power of this immortal formation artifact." A murderous glint flashed in Yanlazi's eyes. The 49 fragments of the continent surrounding his body suddenly stopped rotating, but an extremely terrifying aura immediately surged out. Qing Shui's icy gaze fixed on Yanlazi, a red light flickering in his eyes. A chilling aura slowly permeated the surroundings. Yanlazi's heart sank, and he sighed inwardly. He had done his best. For tens of thousands of years, he had researched the ancient texts of the Immortal Realm, learned the causes and consequences, devised a plan to refine the Immortal Realm, obtain the Supreme Realm, and sought help. Unfortunately, he never expected to encounter such a result. "If you utter a single lie, I will detonate the Supreme Realm," Qing Shui said calmly. Immediately, a bolt of lightning shot out from the red glowing mountain. The instant this lightning appeared, the ice crystals surrounding Yanlazi's body vanished. The lightning bolt struck a small fragment outside his body. Immediately afterward, 49 lightning bolts, imbued with the power of the Extreme Realm, shot out from Qing Shui's eyes, merging into each small piece. The entire immortal formation instantly emitted a chilling aura, its surface flashing with red light, containing the divine power of the Extreme Realm. "Immortal Lord, rest assured, I absolutely do not lie a single word." Yanlazi laughed loudly, his right hand forming a hand seal and pressing forward. Immediately, the 49 small pieces rotated. Suddenly, a gigantic black hole appeared in the sky. "Immortal Lord, follow me to meet the fellow Taoists of the Luotia Star Domain, and then we will open a passage to the Star Alliance," Yanlazi said, taking a step into the black hole. Qing Shui followed without hesitation. At this moment, Wang Lin gritted his teeth and shouted from afar, "Senior's immortal formation has taken shape. I hope you will return the Thunder Beast to me." Yanlazi's footsteps halted. He turned to look at Wang Lin and smiled, saying, "I still need the Thunder Beast for a few more days. After the passage is open and we go to the Star Alliance, I will return it to you." You are destined to meet me. If you can leave this Thunder Immortal realm with your own strength and reach the Thunder Immortal Palace within a year, and hold my token, then I will give you a chance to go to the Star Alliance with me. He potted his storage bag, and immediately a 3-inch long purple gold horn flashed and flew towards Wang Lin. Yan Lazy turned and stepped into the black hole. Qing Shui followed. Before completely entering the black hole, he turned back to look at Wang Lin, his eyes revealing a strange light. He transmitted a divine thought, and then his figure disappeared into the black hole. In an instant, the black hole dissipated. Only Wang Lin remained in the void. On your body, I can sense a familiar aura. You have learned the wine summoning technique, which means you are now a successor to my master after many years. Strive to comprehend it. It is one of my master's 6 great divine abilities throughout his life. Don't let it fade away in your hands. Holding the purple gold horn in his hand, Wang Lin remained silent, the divine thoughts of Qing Shui still echoing in his ears. After a long while, Wang Lin glanced at the purple gold horn in his hand, put it into his storage bag, and then his body flashed, flying into the distance. At this time, 49 continents suddenly disappeared from the Thunder Immortal realm. However, the flow not only did not stop but became even more intense. The wailing and sobbing sounds, like ghosts and wolves howling, echoed incessantly throughout the Thunder Immortal realm, shaking the mind and chilling the heart. While flying, Wang Lin was unable to merge with the heavens and earth, only carefully avoiding spatial cracks. In the Thunder Immortal realm, his flight was aimless. The gate of the Immortal realm is closed. How can I get out? And that Qing Shui Immortal Lord, could he possibly have seen through my past existence in the Extreme Realm? Wang Lin's figure flashed, dodging a spatial rift. Suddenly, a flash of lightning seemed to strike his mind, and his eyes brightened. He remembered a saying Shen Gonghu had made when introducing the Thunder Immortal realm years ago. I must find Shen Gonghu now. Wang Lin closed his eyes, sensing the Tao soul within Shen Gonghu's primordial spirit. Based on this subtle sensing, his body flashed a moment later, changing direction and flying away. Shen Gonghu was rapidly flying through the void. Although the gate of the Thunder Immortal realm had been destroyed, he knew there was another way out. It was the only teleportation array arranged by the Thunder Immortal Palace within the Thunder Immortal realm. And it was through this teleportation array that the Thunder Immortal Palace's messengers could enter, without passing through the gate of the Immortal realm. This teleportation array belongs to the Thunder Immortal Palace. While it can help people leave, it has significant limitations. Not only can it not teleport multiple people at once, but except for the Thunder Immortal Palace's envoys, no one else can enter. Anyone who attempts to enter will be killed without mercy. The teleportation array, once set up by the Thunder Immortal Palace in the Thunder Immortal realm, has always been strictly enforced. Even unintentional intrusion usually results in immediate death. The authority of the Thunder Immortal Palace cannot be violated by anyone. His relationship with the Thunder Immortal Palace had already been strained, which is why he couldn't use this teleportation array and had to go through the main gate of the Immortal realm instead. However, now that the main gate is closed and the Thunder Immortal realm is collapsing on a large scale, Shen Gonghu's speed has slowed considerably, forcing him to choose the Thunder Immortal Palace. I wonder where the Venerable Lord is right now, Shen Gonghu mused. He had always believed that his Venerable Lord would not lose. Zhang Kongli was also flying through the void. As the newly appointed envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, he naturally knew the location of the teleportation array. He was now rapidly flying towards it. He had previously considered using the teleportation array when traveling with Shen Gonghu, but he was worried about Shen Gonghu's safety and didn't mention it, instead accompanying him to the main gate of the Immortal Realm. The battle outside the main gate of the Immortal Realm had invigorated Zhang Kongli. Although the Thunder Immortal Realm was in turmoil, his heart remained as steadfast as Shen Gonghu's, completely believing that Wang Lin would not lose. I wonder where Shen Gonghu is right now. Perhaps he, like me, is also on his way to the Thunder Immortal Palace's teleportation array. Zhang Kongli's body flashed, dodging a suddenly appearing spatial rift. In fact, before arriving at the main gate of the Immortal Realm, Zhang Kongli had discovered that although there were many cultivators there, apart from himself and Shen Gonghu, there were no envoys from the Thunder Immortal Palace. He knew then that all the envoys from the Thunder Immortal Palace had probably already fled to the teleportation array. Zhang Kongli and Shen Gonghu were flying towards the Thunder Immortal Palace's teleportation array. In the void at this moment, Wang Lin's figure was like a rainbow across the sky, constantly approaching based on the spiritual sense within Shen Gonghu's primordial spirit. However, the Thunder Immortal realm was collapsing even more violently, with spatial cracks constantly appearing in the sky. A slight carelessness would lead to being swallowed inside. Therefore, the speed couldn't be too fast. Every moment required attention to the changes in the surroundings. While flying, besides the wailing and sobbing of heaven and earth, one could also hear rumbling and rumbling sounds. This sound was even clearer when Wang Lin passed over a collapsing continent. Along the way, he saw two continents completely collapse, turning into large fragments of rock, as if being swept into a spatial rift by a raging whirlwind. Some other parts were struck by powerful forces and scattered in all directions. Some of these fragments directly hurtled past Wang Lin, carrying an extremely strong gust of wind, no different from a full-force attack from a peak-level cultivator. This kind of attack wouldn't be fatal to a cultivator in the second stage, but if one was unlucky and a spatial rift appeared nearby while dodging, it would be a life-or-death situation. For Wang Lin, this was not a concern. Whether it was the body-fixing technique or other divine abilities, he could easily dodge them. While flying, Wang Lin's expression was clear, his figure flashing as he dodged a spatial rift in front of him, moving forward. However, the further he went, the more spatial rifts appeared, eventually becoming so dense that space itself seemed riddled with countless holes ready to be crushed into tiny pieces at any moment. Wang Lin frowned. He vaguely sensed that the distance between himself and Shen Gonghu was such that, at his current speed, he couldn't catch up in a short time. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his right hand formed a hand seal, pressing against his forehead, and immediately he spat out a cloud of earth and sand. This cloud of earth instantly grew to over 100 feet in size. This object has been continuously refined during the heavenly tribulation, and even the previous attack from the Azure Water Immortal Lord couldn't destroy it. Surely these spatial rifts can't shatter it either. Wang Lin pointed his right hand forward, and immediately the 100-foot-wide continent flew out. He stared intently at it without blinking. He saw the continent hurtle through the air, instantly striking the countless spatial rifts. In an instant, a tearing force emanated from these rifts, spreading across the continent. But this tearing force couldn't cause the continent to change in the slightest. It continued straight through. As it passed, the spatial rift was compressed to only half its original size, temporarily losing its tearing force. Wang Lin's eyes widened in surprise. He stepped forward, immediately entering the 100-foot-wide continent, sitting cross-legged, his hands forming a hand seal, and the primal energy in his body surged powerfully into the continent. The entire continent shone brightly, its speed increasing exponentially as it hurtled forward. Thanks to this, Wang Lin's speed was significantly faster than before. He only needed to pay attention to the cracks over 100 feet wide. The smaller ones were irrelevant. In the Thunder Immortal realm, this continent spat forward at an extremely high speed. After half an hour, Wang Lin remained calmly looking ahead. But at this moment, his expression changed slightly. He saw a rainbow approaching from afar. Within this rainbow was a woman, beautiful but pale-faced, her eyes filled with terror. As she flew, she constantly dodged the spatial cracks, narrowly escaping being swallowed several times. Wang Lin's small fragment, less than 100 feet in size, was extremely eye-catching in midair. The woman, upon seeing it while flying, showed a mixture of joy and fear on her face. Just as she was about to fly towards it, a spatial rift, more than 10 feet wide, silently appeared before her, like the gaping maw of a demon, unleashing a howling gale. The woman's face turned ashen. She tried to dodge but couldn't, her eyes filled with despair. Wang Lin remained calm, averting his gaze. Given his nature, he wouldn't save someone without a reason. The small fragment, less than 100 feet in size, flashed and flew straight forward without stopping. "Senior, save me! Zhang Kongli is my clan brother." In her despair, the woman struggled to break free from the spatial rift, hastily speaking. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. He had met this woman before. That day, Zhang Kongli and 10 others were flying in the void. Upon seeing him, they respectfully greeted him. This woman was one of those 10. At that time, this woman's cultivation had only just reached the Yin Void realm, But now her cultivation had plummeted, and the elemental power in her body was almost completely depleted. Judging by her appearance, she probably couldn't unleash the full power of her peak-level cultivation. The 100-foot-long fragment beneath him suddenly changed direction, hurtling straight towards her, almost instantly reaching her and striking the 10-foot-wide crack. The moment of impact with the crack, the woman jumped out and fell into the fragment. Her face was pale, still terrified, and she looked at Wang Lin gratefully, whispering, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." Wang Lin frowned, glanced at the woman, and calmly said, "Do you have any immortal jade?" The woman was startled, then quickly nodded. 100,000 immortal jade is the reward for saving my life. Another 100,000 will allow you to stay here for an hour. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly spoke. The 100-foot-long fragment beneath him sped off into the distance. The woman remained silent, a barely perceptible hint of contempt in her eyes. She hadn't expected the senior that her brother Zan spoke of to be such a person. If she hadn't personally witnessed this person fighting the silver-haired monster, she would never have believed that the person demanding immortal jade at this moment was a high-ranking senior. Without saying a word, she threw the storage bag to Wang Lin, saying, "Inside are 50,000 immortal jade. Please count them, Senior." Wang Lin accepted it, erased her divine consciousness, opened it, and glanced through it. Seeing that it was roughly correct, he put it away, ignoring the woman and closing his eyes to meditate. The woman was surprised that Wang Lin actually counted them, her contempt growing even stronger. She sighed inwardly, sitting quite far from Wang Lin, staring blankly into space. "Brother Zan, where are you?" The 100-foot-long fragment, larger than a person, was unaffected by its speed, hurtling forward rapidly. The woman, now fully alert, watched the 100-foot-long fragment hurtle through the spatial rifts, taking a deep breath. What kind of magical artifact is this? It's terrifying. She had witnessed it traverse almost every spatial rift, its power unaffected by the immense tearing force within. At that moment, her gaze froze. In the distance to her right, a rainbow-like beam of light was approaching. Within this beam were two men and a woman, their faces grim, their eyes filled with anxiety. "She's Yi Feng." The woman in the fragment immediately stood up. The three, having flown from afar, instantly noticed this, their eyes filled with a mixture of joy and fear. Without hesitation, they swiftly rushed forward, dodging a spatial rift and heading straight towards the 100-foot-long fragment. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and his speed didn't slow down even a little. He continued flying forward swiftly. The three men were clearly unable to catch up. "Zan Yuan, wait a moment." The woman named Shi Zifeng, one of the three, immediately shouted anxiously. The woman on the small fragment hurriedly said to Wang Lin, "Senior, please stop for a moment. My friend wants to come along." Wang Lin opened his eyes, a hint of impatience in them, ignoring the other party. The woman's surname's Zan stomped her foot, patted her storage bag, and a pink silk thread flew out. With a tremor, it directly flew towards the three men chasing the 100-foot-long fragment. The woman, Shi Zifeng, immediately grabbed it, her body flashing as she flew away. The other two men, unable to grasp it, almost simultaneously rushed forward, finally catching up to the small piece and landing on it. The three breathed a sigh of relief, immediately noticing Wang Lin sitting cross-legged in the distance. One of the men beside Shi Zifeng glanced at Zan Yuan and said, "Who is that fellow Taoist?" Before Zan Yuan could speak, Shi Zifeng glanced at Wang Lin, carefully observing him, and immediately changed her expression. She hurriedly took a few steps forward, respectfully clasped her hands, and bowed, saying, "Junior Shi Zifeng greets Senior. Thank you for saving my life twice." Her face flushed red as she spoke. Wang Lin glanced at this woman. Her face was even more beautiful than Zan Yuan's. He vaguely remembered that this woman was outside the main gate of the immortal realm. It was she who had kicked him into the void when he was controlled by Yin Lazy. Wang Lin frowned, feeling very troubled. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have saved Zan Yuan no matter what. At this moment, he could only sigh inwardly and said in a low voice, "Do the three of you have immortal jade?" Shi Zifeng was startled. Before she could answer, Zan Yuan hurriedly said, 10,000 immortal jade to repay the life-saving favor. And another 10,000 will allow us to stay here for an hour. Shi Zifeng nodded and said, "That's reasonable." The two people beside her immediately took out immortal jade. put it into their storage bags, and respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted it, closed his eyes, and ignored them. Including Zhan Yun, the four of them sat together, looking at the space outside the small fragment, feeling a sense of being resurrected from the dead, and spoke softly to each other. The small fragment moved extremely fast, gradually and continuously rushing through the Thunder Immortal realm. Along the way, Wang Lin's eyebrows remained furrowed. Along the way, he encountered many cultivators traveling alone or in groups. Upon seeing the 100-yang-wide fragment, these people all grasped at the thought of it being a lifeline, desperately trying to climb up. In short, they all knew someone at least a little about the people sitting on the fragment. Therefore, the number of cultivators on the fragment gradually increased. But in reality, Wang Lin didn't need to worry about it. Whenever someone climbed up, Zhan Yun would step forward and clearly state his requirements for Immortal Jade. Wang Lin already had several storage bags in his possession containing a large amount of Immortal Jade. There were nearly 20 cultivators on the 100-yang-wide fragment. These people weren't sitting together. Except for those who knew each other, they all sat cross-legged, gazing at the void outside, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Some of them, upon seeing Wang Lin, recognized him and immediately relaxed their guard. They thought that with Wang Lin there, everything would be all right. The 100-foot-long fragment flew rapidly through the air, gradually attracting more and more people. Eventually, the number exceeded 50. Seeing the large number of cultivators, Wang Lin frowned, his gaze sweeping past them to the space behind the fragment, where more than 10 streaks of rainbow light were relentlessly pursuing. The cultivators in these streaks of rainbow light couldn't keep up with the fragment's speed, and lacking any familiar faces, they had no one to help them, making it impossible for them to ascend the 100-foot fragment on their own. However, following the path the fragment had opened was safer. After all, the gaps were almost completely sealed once the fragment passed through, making it much safer than the outside. Gradually, more and more cultivators gathered. Behind the 100-foot-long fragment, a long line formed. Flashes of sword light appeared, like countless tails following closely behind. In their eyes, this was their only way to survive. Clearly, there were some with profound cultivation among them. These people usually didn't need anyone's help. At a short distance, they relied on their own strength to fly up the 100-yang-high fragment. However, regardless of their cultivation level, upon landing on the fragment, they would hesitate for a moment before handing over Immortal Jade to secure a seat. After all, Wang Lin's reputation had spread far and wide after his battle outside the gates of the Immortal Realm. Even young shy cultivators would respectfully address Wang Lin as senior upon seeing him. Touching the storage bags full of Immortal Jade in his arms, Wang Lin sighed, no longer paying attention to these people. He could sense that Shen Gonghu was not far away. Just then, a massive rock suddenly appeared in the air. This rock was approximately 1,000 jang in size, constantly shattering as it flew. Each time it struck a spatial rift, a layer of rock fragments was flung out. 3 people were on top of this rock. Each of them possessed young-level cultivation, and behind them were nearly 100 other cultivators. All of them stared greedily at the 100-foot-tall fragment of the Immortal Realm belonging to Wang Lin. Keep this fragment of the Immortal Realm. A man in a golden robe among the 3 young-level cultivators said in a low, ominous voice. Wang Lin calmly glanced at the 3 men. His gaze fell on the 1,000-foot-tall rock beneath their feet. Evidently, these people had also devised a similar method to Wang Lin. However, their rocks hadn't been tempered by the heavenly tribulation, lacking sufficient hardness, and had likely crumbled along the way. The man in the golden robe took a step forward, directly entering the void, dodging several spatial rifts, and heading straight towards Wang Lin's 100-foot-tall fragment. Behind him was an old man in white robes, also a young-level cultivator. Only the scholar in the blue robe remained standing on the rock, his cold gaze fixed on them. Wang Lin's expression remained calm and unchanged. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. Immediately, the beast bone pattern on the back of his hand moved, transforming into a dark light that flew out, forming a set of beast bones in midair. The 4 sharp bones emitted a chilling light. The eyes of the beast bones flickered with a dark glow, and a dense killing intent instantly filled the space. Almost in an instant, the leading man in the golden robe, before he could even unleash any divine abilities, froze, a gray color spreading widely from his legs to his entire body. His eyes showed fear, and he took a deep breath, then without hesitation, slammed his right hand to his head. The moment his body was engulfed by the gray light, his soul flew out. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips as he potted his storage bag. Immediately, the soul banner vibrated, transforming into a black mist that filled the sky and earth, shooting towards the opponent's soul. At this moment, the old man in white robes approached. Ignoring his companions, he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Immortal technique, Thunder Slash." Before him, a furious surge of lightning condensed, flashing into a blade that seemed to tear through the heavens and earth, hurtling towards Wang Lin. Immediately, a piercing sound rang out. Wang Lin's eyes widened. Before the blade even reached him, he sensed a fierce aura. In the instant the lightning blade approached, a flash of light appeared on Wang Lin's forehead, and his primordial spirit flew out, instantly devouring the blade. His primordial spirit returned to his body, his complexion slightly flushed. He stood up, his icy gaze fixed on the stunned old man, and took a step forward, charging towards him. The old man in white robe's face changed drastically, and he retreated without hesitation. As he retreated, the scholar in blue robes standing on the platform frowned, his body flashing as he leapt forward. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. He rarely provoked others, but if someone initiated an attack, he would retaliate without mercy. At this moment, he pointed his right hand towards the white-robed old man. The immortal technique was immediately unleashed. The old man, retreating, instantly felt his body sink into water, as if bound to a mountain. Not only his body, but also his primordial spirit and internal energy ceased to circulate. Wang Lin took a step forward, his right hand transforming into a sword and pointing at the old man's forehead. The old man's body erupted in a large cloud of blood mist, instantly shattering. His terrified primordial spirit tried to flee, but a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and his right hand grabbed the air, seizing the old man's spirit. "Fellow Taoist, stop!" The monk in the blue robe let out a loud shout. His body shot forward like lightning towards Wang Lin, his right hand forming a hand seal. Immediately, a phantom sword flew out from his head, flashing as if teleporting, directly appearing before Wang Lin and fiercely stabbing at him. Wang Lin's face was icy cold. He clenched his primordial spirit in his hand, turned his head, and opened his third eye. A crimson light burst forth, instantly enveloping the phantom sword. Within the crimson light, the phantom sword emitted a large amount of black energy, and in an instant, it disintegrated. The monk in the blue robe froze, stopping 10 meters in front of Wang Lin, staring at him, and said in a deep voice, "Your divine power is astonishing. Where can we let this matter go, please?" He suppressed the killing intent in his eyes and slowly retreated. Wang Lin's icy gaze swept over the monk, retracted the soul-slaying banner, and his body flashed as he sat back down on the 100-meter-wide piece of land. At this moment, numerous cultivators had already risen to observe. After entering the 100-yang-wide spatial rift, Wang Lin sat down cross-legged. The rift then surged forward. Wang Lin, seated cross-legged and devouring the primordial spirit in his hand, pointed his right hand towards the sky and slowly said, "Summon wind." Immediately, a black wind appeared, transforming into a roaring black dragon that charged straight towards the blue-robed cultivator. His face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. But at that moment, the black dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of dark wind. This stream of dark wind roared out, filling the heavens and earth. The blue-robed cultivator staggered, his eyes glazed over, showing signs of struggle. But just as he was about to resist, he failed to notice a spatial rift more than 3 jang long behind him. As he retreated, he took a step into the rift. With a desperate roar, his body instantly vanished, leaving only the howling dark wind echoing in the air.